Go because I was on studio mode. So let's try that
Whoops.
again. Hey, there we are. Studio mode is gone. Hi, everybody. Welcome. How's everybody doing? Listen, before we go any further, all of the VODs have been downloaded. Every one of them have been downloaded. None of them will get deleted by Twitch. They've all been turned into highlights. And if they get turned into highlights, they don't get deleted by Twitch. So if you see a highlighted of a VOD, it doesn't get deleted. You just run out of space now because that's a new thing they do. And I've downloaded all of them too. I have just been way too busy in my personal life to have had time to get things uploaded and posted. But they're all downloaded. They're all safe. Nothing's disappearing. This isn't literally every other campaign you've ever watched on Lost Initiative. It's just this one game, I promise. And do you want to know why this game is special? Do you want to know why? It's because of you. It's because you're here with us. Those schlubs that were hanging out with us in the other campaigns, those pieces of shit, we don't care about them. You're here today. And that's why the videos won't disappear. Jake. All right. So, welcome.
So you're going to swing into the Patreon just then, but
support us over on the Patreon. Is it Lost in It Show or Lost Initiative? Lost Initiative, I think. Patreon.com/Lost Initiative.
But you can show us you really are better than those other schlubs.
Yeah. Hey, there's a hype train potentially happening. So maybe better than the other schlubs. Probably not. There's less than 10 seconds left.
Well, it'll be nice to, for you to post the second session I ran by the time I finish my mini series over here.
No. It'll be posted in time for people to watch and catch up. To watch the rest. Don't you worry.
Okay. I doubt it, but okay.
I have those too.
See, those sessions aren't saved as highlights, so they're going to be gone.
I'm pretty sure they are too.
They're also.
Okay, I'm checking my downloads. I'm checking my downloads right now. Okay, KM videos. I am saved straight up to season 4, session 52, like overall session 52. That is saved. Going back and going into enemy lines, I have downloaded session 1, part 1, session 1, part 2, and session 2. There's only been 2 sessions so far, yes?
You guys want to tell them?
I will be downloading a third session
your
tonight.
Character died. One where Doc and I were introduced, and feel like one more where we had the world's slowest chase.
Yeah. We were just talking about it. Yeah,
Don't worry, he's on top of it.
Yep. Okay. Well, maybe there was a small overlap, but they hold on Twitch for like 90 days. I got time.
Okay.
Is it 90? How long does it hold on Twitch for?
Considering every session is like 12 hours, like it's a lot of catching up to do. So
yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. I will download it tonight. I promise.
Well, if you need help, just let me know. I don't mind doing other thankless tasks.
No. It's okay. Did you say thinkless or thankless? Because we thank you.
Nothing. It's we got to roll, man. We're going.
Okay. Game now. Last time on this campaign, which I think is the same one we played last week. We had your crew was assessed and found wanting. But that's okay. Aldo's the least important person in the party anyways. The rest of you, however, were like welcome to like hang out and no secrets and stuff. And then Wade saw Jesus, and Jesus was a plate the size of a wagon wheel. Talked to Jesus for a while and said, your girlfriend's a little fucked. And that's all he's thinking about. Now he's walking back to the crew. Literally.
Why would he say that? How weird.
Walking back to the crew. And kind of like a head hung low or thinking deeply, thinking man pose, and wanting to regroup with the others. There's the recap for you. It's top notch. Totally.
Also,
totally
Aldo turned them down. They didn't reject him. All right, just get that straight.
Yeah. Thank you, Kiken.
Right.
You're welcome.
He goes, no, it's not you. It's me.
It has nothing to do with the fact that your leader rolled a 3 on roll for hot. I don't care about that.
Honestly, that maybe that is a factor. I think it was a 4. was a 4 out of 18.
Yeah. it's
Minimum
all that.
3, maximum 18. Got a 4.
Okay, it was a 4.
Okay.
You know, all right, Hammerhead. Jeez.
All right, I also want to point one more thing out. I don't think Wade has
Guess
said
those points
single
matter that low.
word since we went live, and this is kind of nice. Maybe we just keep this going.
He's charging up.
Is this like his Gohan, his mystic Gohan, like?
I hope not. That would be a really cool payoff for like half an episode, though.
If like Wade all of a sudden grew blonde hair.
Yeah, Mystic Gohan didn't do the blonde thing.
Oh,
He
that's
really
right.
does, Joey. Like, he does that a lot.
Rewriting events to make Aldo look worse than he actually is. What? No.
Yeah. Oh, we've all noticed. I'm
What?
glad to see that you've noticed.
100%
That's great.
bullshit. Yeah.
Oh, somebody in chat's legitimately asking for a brief overview of 52 sessions, each on average 5.5 hours.
It's really
long.
not that hard.
You go right ahead.
We came together, stumbled upon a slave ring, shut it down. A couple bad people got away, had some loose ends. There's a big curse going on. We stumbled into a place where we found out we were chosen to help fight the curse. Went to a mountain keep, met an old ghost who was like, yep, you're chosen. So now we're trying to break this big curse while also stopping the dude who was leading the slave ring, who just happens to be high up in the biggest city in the country. And he's also tied up with the curse because he's got a cursed sword. So now
And
we're...
that was well done, Wade.
Thank you.
Actually.
Pretty brief, right?
Yeah, that was
Nice and succinct.
brief, but yeah.
My wife's been dancing behind me during that whole recap, by the way. In front of me, I suppose. Thank you.
Molly's dancing?
Yeah.
Is there a particular dance? Was she doing like the Dougie?
Molly, what would you call your dance?
This is a very unserious, serious moment.
This is a very unserious, serious moment dance. It involves a lot of bouncing and hand movement.
All right.
It's kind of like if Mr. Mime was
Yep.
washing a car.
Yeah, I was just thinking Mr. Mime.
Did you just? Oh,
Thank
man.
you.
It's good. Yeah, good. You put a ring on it because I don't know. I don't know if that would have survived. You compared her to Mr. Mime before y'all were locked down.
Dude, I've been getting called
That
Mr.
might
Mime
have-
for years with my hairline. So she can take one.
Awesome. Okay. Let's Wade just got food, so it's the perfect time to make him get into some serious RP.
Oh yeah.
Koa goes walking back to the to the house where the rest of the crew is. You would kind of expect that there would no longer be a guard standing outside that house, but unfortunately, because of Aldo's decision, there still is a guard standing there. Much to Koa's surprise / relief, he sees that it's no longer Horson or whatever the other guy's name was. It's
Rafiq.
Rafik.
I'm bad with
Holy
names,
shit!
and I've got this
Wade
one.
remembered.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's no longer Rafik, as he'd been doing that task for about 24 hours after having traveled with you guys that whole while and whatnot. So he was clearly far too exhausted to maintain. Somebody else has now taken the responsibility of watching after the guest of the town. And so Koa kind of gets pulled out of his thoughts, looking up and see the other person that's there. And Wade, when they see you, they give you a pleasant smile and good evening. But not looking to engage in conversation. It's clearly just like one of those introductions before you go walking into your own home.
Koa probably looks a little bit like zoned out for a moment, and then like acknowledges and like is polite, says hi, whatever. But that initial moment is kind of like he probably didn't even notice there was someone standing there. A lot going on in his head right now.
So
I'm being a lot of pain. They pre-sauced these, and I usually get it on the side. It's very hot.
So
Ass will be in pain later. Let's go on.
Koa opens up the door, puts his hand on the door handle, pauses for a moment to take a steadying breath, like something's burning down his okay. And then he opens the door to see Aldo and Mikhail sitting at the table, waiting for his return, because both of you have been interested in what he may, or Aldo in your case, most likely may not discover from going to the obelisk.
Look, before we start, I do want to point out Joey agrees with me and Wade where Mikhail was supposed to be. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I remember he was at the library.
Mikhail went to the library briefly to look through, but I had already said last session he was awake all day long. He was tired. He was coming back.
I gotcha. I'm just throwing that out there.
Like he literally went in, did a breeze through, and was like, "I need to get some sleep before I go like digging through this stuff." And he, came back.
I do remember it was not.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Unfortunately, our DM, who should be in his retirement home and doesn't have a great memory anymore, is the one we have to go with.
No, I am a very busy boy. Okay.
No, just make sure you take your meds.
I'm a very busy boy. Full-time job. Going through the whole application process for another job.
We know.
I'm a
we
dad
live.
of an infant.
You're so
I have
busy
another
that
daughter.
you type nonstop in the LI Discord about this job process, and you're like, I have no time to upload a video. And then I read 18 paragraphs and cookery and fuckery and whackery and daiquiri and all the other shit you type in.
I don't think I wrote any of those words, but now I want to search for them.
Can you get a daiquiri channel in the Discord, please?
Daiquiri channel?
Daiquiri.
Oh God, let me see if I can get one.
You can. It's not even like a mystery.
No. I mean, I'm trying to find out
you
where
own
to
the
put it.
Discord.
I'm going to put it in the tavern.
Okay.
I don't even know how to spell daiquiri. D-A-Q-U-R-E.
We know.
Let's see. Thank you for correcting me, Google. All right.
Oh, Giselle, you get to learn how useless that redeem is now. No, don't worry. Everyone has to learn eventually.
Listen, I'm just biding Wade time. You know what I mean?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
He's really holding it together, at least.
The sweats are starting from just 3 or 4.
All right. Now let's get into the damn session.
Yeah. Cool. So,
Yeah. So I would have probably just got back to that place. Like, trip there, trip back. So I guess we're just in the house.
All right. So Koa walks in and just like me at the moment, he probably looks like he has a lot to say and then just kind of zones out a moment, thinks about it.
You good?
Yes. Aldo, you specifically are never going to believe me, I don't think. Mikhail, have you ever heard of an Iophanite?
Knowledge, religion.
May I roll? Yeah, okay. Not planes. They're the same. It doesn't matter. I'll roll one.
I didn't see a result. Hold on one second. Click over.
It's a 12, so probably a
12
no.
is not very high now. But funny enough, Aldo is also allowed to roll that. He also has knowledge religion.
No, I forgot I actually have knowledge religion.
Don't you remember you started the campaign and occasionally...
Yeah, I just forgot about it.
It's appropriately worse.
I don't think so. Is it a thing? An animal? What is it?
It's a big disc that's pulsating yellow and white flames. About yay big.
Like
Can't
wagon wheel
speak.
sized?
Yes.
Okay.
It can't speak, but it I could hear it in my head talking. There's a really weird way of describing all of this. I went to talk to the Marta Veni and the pulsating light stuff I told you about before, the shimmer. But now the whole wheel disc, it talked to me. The martyr couldn't speak to me herself, but they work together. Like a next down from Marta.
He pushes out a chair with his foot. And he's like, "You should probably take a seat."
Aldo's neck just goes slowly from looking to Koa to looking at Mikhail, and his eyes are just like slowly widening.
He like looks at you for a second, and there's just that face of like I don't know, and
I know this is crazy. I get it. I see you two looking at each other. I sound insane, but this happened.
we've seen
And-
all sorts of weird stuff. It's a lot.
Yes, well, I got some vague but definite answers and guidance. Hodgwyn, alchemy, the answer to the souls. It lies somewhere to do with alchemy, helping them, and breaking
Aldo's
the
eyes
curse-
get bigger, and he says, "I've been telling you that."
Yes, but even the martyr agrees that that can be done in a way that's good for them.
Anything more than just it lies in alchemy?
The martyr herself, along with Ankaro, her brother, confirmed, they're cursed. The curse is affecting them. If we break the curse, I think it helps them too, but they are both affected by the curse in some way.
Okay, Nankaro makes sense if he's the elder, like what Aldo saw. I mean, we can tell something's up with him, but the martyr is cursed?
She was there as well, so it kind of makes sense that if he was affected and all the people were affected in this whole thing, we don't know exactly what happened, but yes, apparently it's affecting her too.
Okay, what does that even mean? That kind of throws off what I even understand the curse to be, what it does, what its effects are.
I don't disagree. But that's what I was told. When it comes time to break the curses, the martyr will be at our side the best she can. I also don't know exactly how that. Again, vague, but I was told that. And Guinevere. Apparently, her ailment. It was described as a nightmare of her own making, and she needs to undo what she's done to either further it or create it before she can begin healing. Something happened where apparently she was somewhat responsible for her own ailment. I don't know because her mother had it as well, so is it something that could happen to anyone or?
And this Iophonite is what told you this. Is a servant of the martyr, I'm assuming, is what it represented itself as?
Servant, representative, yes, one of those things.
Okay.
I needed a drink. Aldo, do you have anything left?
I think so. Hang on a sec. And starts rummaging through his pack and he probably pulls something out. Or is that, yeah?
All right, Koa. But before I start asking some of the questions I have, I'm not saying you're crazy, okay? But you understand this is pretty major. So I'm curious, was there anyone else around when this happened?
No. No one that I saw. I was very caught up in the moment, as you might expect.
No
It was very
strange
strange.
interactions on the way to the grave? Anything like that?
No. I noticed there's someone new outside. Said hi to them on the way back, but no.
You know, the thing being is, Koa, and like, I'm not saying I don't believe you, right? But like all the information you just said, we kind of already knew, already had. You sure it wasn't just, I don't know, you've been really thinking about it and way of your subconscious kind of like reinforcing what we thought already?
No, I mean, we theorized about the souls, sure, but Guinevere's ailment, we didn't have any theory that she might be its own cause.
True.
That's new.
Well, that is true. I guess that's the only thing, right?
The martyr
That's
being cursed, that's new.
mm,
Yeah, there's a lot of
yeah.
confirmation of things,
Yes.
which is nice,
Well,
but
it's a bit what I asked for. I pushed for that. I mean, it was a conversation, but the answers I got back were feels like we're supposed to be the ones to ultimately choose the path, but we've been given guidance on perhaps the right way to do it. I don't know.
yeah. So you actually talk to a divine servant, or I don't know. That one's Koa, that one's tough to believe. I'll be honest with you.
Find the word. This big library that's here. Look up the word Iophonite. Maybe it's somewhere. I'd never heard of it before.
Honestly, I do believe that. I mean, I haven't, so maybe I can find something tomorrow. Um,
Oh, this could be a good song, Mikhail. A man down on his luck, walking through the cemetery, comes across an angel. Has potential.
yeah, we want to change the story a bit, though. It's a little personal right now. They would be praying for. They'd be praying for
Um,
something
Money.
topical.
Everyone likes
Yeah.
money.
I would say we're
Money's
no
too
more
easy.
up or down on our luck than we normally are. This is about the status quo, isn't it?
Oh, it's just a song cover, don't worry.
Yeah, it's just for fun. No, I'll look. It's something I'm struggling with, though, not because I don't think you believe. I think you believe exactly what you've told us, Koa. Um,
I would be
it,
upset, but I wouldn't believe me either if I were in your shoes fully. It sounds. I slapped myself a bit on the way back to make sure I wasn't dreaming or under some kind of spell or something, hallucination.
it's just of all the things we've dealt with, this is something. I don't know. It just strikes me different. This is a thing you you prayed about back in Haunt Gwen, and then you come here and you speak with a representative of that deity. That I don't believe that when I read it in stories. Obviously, I figure those are embellishments. But
You
Well,
also do know that's why you were looking for the. It's literally why you keep searching.
yeah,
But continue. Sorry.
it's like it's just I figured something would happen. Like maybe I have a dream, or something. I figured something would crystallize, but this is different. This is more.
well, throwing it into the pile of weird. Perhaps a similar thing happened to Aldo whenever he had all the visions. I mean, we hadn't connected the Elder and Martyr at all until the whole thing happened in his vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my visions seem to be linked with that thing. So
It's hard to say.
mm.
Well, I'll do what I can to get some other details about it, and maybe try to add some kind of further confirmation to what you ran into.
Why don't
Um,
you go back to the spot with him? I'll see if anything changes. He was talking about a shimmering, and now he's seen something. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he might appear before you, Mikhail.
yeah, sure, I can walk out there, but
And if he starts talking to himself, then we know there's something really wrong.
I understand the need for finding evidence of this claim I'm making, but assuming I'm not lying to you or have lost my mind, and we were just giving divine guidance, um, might be a little rude for us to go knock on the door again and be like, "Prove it." My friends don't believe me.
it's not even that I think you're insane or lying. It's just possible you're being tricked.
The Elder may have some answers if we can get to Wraithblade. But also, Ashanti needs to know that there's a way she can possibly help us with the souls. It's just we have to be careful how we mess with it, right? Experimentation is dangerous. We don't want to. We probably don't want more repeats of what just happened, and we probably don't want to risk hurting any of them, but I mean,
Well,
this
if
is a very
alchemy is the way to go, there's going to be trial and error. So that's just how things are done, right? You're not going to get it perfect the first time.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we can minimize the risk then. I don't know. I'm not an alchemist. I just know what's at stake are people's very core of their being.
Oh yeah, it's a steep cost for mistakes, and we can make sure people understand that. But the other reason, honestly, that I want to try to find some confirmation is just um, it'll help us present it. You know, if we're trying to disseminate this information to others, if you're telling the same story you told us, it might be hard to believe for some others, right?
This is a religious place. Perhaps someone else knows of these Iophanites. Maybe they've seen them or heard of them. Maybe they've had a similar interaction.
Like, you let me worry about trying to find some kind of some backing for it. I can do that. I'm just saying that's why I'm looking. It's part of the reason why I want more than just that testimony. You know?
I understand. I do not believe I was tricked or under some sort of spell. There was no negative consequence in everything I've told you. I mean, what would someone have gotten out of me presenting information? As Aldo said, we pretty much already had some guesses at.
I'm leaning towards I'm leaning towards you being right, to be honest. I don't think you came up with the word Iophanite on your own. But yeah. And I don't know about going. I mean, I meant to go and offer my own prayers. I'm just gonna just do it tomorrow. I don't expect anything to happen, given the current track record. I'm not the one that things happen to.
That's not entirely true. You can speak to the Elder.
I can speak to him, I can hear him, but you can see and hear him. Aldo could too, and Aldo got a vision that you had a divine servant answer you. That's not the kind of stuff that happens to me.
Perhaps it will. Perhaps. It's really hot bite. Perhaps a test of sorts is presenting itself, and your faith is being tested, or your will.
Yeah, maybe. Look, if you want me to go out tonight, I'll go pay my respects tonight. It's just kind of dark.
I don't know. I feel like the answers I got were meant for us. So. Whatever you think you need to do.
I think I need to get into that library tomorrow. They have the entire collection of the Mull Encyclopedia. All of it.
Well, that's good.
In fact, like if we're heading to another keep, I feel like there's a lot I could maybe learn. Not just about the keep, but now we're talking about alchemy. They have the full alchemy set in there too. I might be able to find something related. Again, I know we've looked before, but I didn't really do a lot of digging. Just the other group did. I mean, who knows? I could get a lot of insight even into what a lot of the other books contain. I that'll crack too many of all of the ciphers or anything in this one go, but I could learn a lot. It's just going to take a while. And I really don't want Aldo to have to be cooped up in this place for as long as I might want to spend in that library.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting stir crazy. It's been like a day.
Well,
Yeah.
let's sleep on it and figure out a course of action tomorrow. I need to process everything.
Yeah.
Um,
Sleep will probably do all of us some good.
yes. Yes, I agree.
Anything else you guys want to continue with before, or is it literally one of those sleep will probably do us all some good? Then you all go into your nighttime routines of exercising, rubbing it out, brushing your teeth, whatever you do to get yourself ready to bed.
I assume we'd probably just go to sleep. Like,
Yeah.
Mikhail will probably look at that sacred geometry book because it keeps getting put off. But I know he's not going to get very far in it that late after being up all day.
Okay.
We're going to try to sleep. I gotta step away real quick because Molly's missing a car key, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
So Koa sleeps, and it's great, probably.
Great. I wasn't about to give your character a dream sequence or anything like that. Nope.
Really? I'll stay.
Nope. Gotta take care of Molly first.
Okay.
Molly
I'm done.
first. Go on.
Just
Wade doesn't actually want to go to Molly. He's actually just getting off camera so he can mute and scream into a napkin because his mouth is burning. Because he has like Frank's Red Hot or some other ultra mild sauce that he can't handle.
This shit's lava, man.
Uh-huh. Sure, I
You're
believe
back.
you.
salt.
He's like, oh no, I ate a pickle. It's so hot. What do they say? Midwest white people, they find mayo spicy. Isn't that how it goes?
That is one of the things people say.
Yep. Ohio's Midwest. Just saying.
I just know a lot of the white people I know eat way too much mayo, and it's kind of crazy.
I don't even eat mayonnaise. Like if I make tuna fish salad, I use hummus instead of mayonnaise because mayonnaise is nasty.
Yeah.
Like
I tolerate like a small amount of mayo for the most part, and like when there's too much of it, I'm like, nah, dog, that's a lot.
Like I won't pretend like there aren't.
Hummus and tuna salad though is bomb. Like it's way better.
Yeah, hummus with lemon juice is the way to do it. Yeah. I was gonna say, but if it's like there are some dressings that you just like from childhood that are made out of mayonnaise, like Thousand Island or something like that.
Or ranch.
Or ranch or any of those which are made out of mayonnaise, which are enjoyable. Those are like the caveats. But now that I'm dairy free, most of those I can't have those anyways. So like it's actually like, man, I guess I don't even have to worry. I know there's no dairy in mayonnaise, but those dressings like ranch tend to have dairy products in them.
Buttermilk, yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Are you like full on dairy free now? I thought you were like testing it.
Oh, I was testing it, but after 13 weeks, like when I finished my full 13 weeks, it like I feel so much better in ways that I didn't even know I could, just like my day-to-day comfort and whatnot. Other than that, I shed this insane amount of weight. And even when I started like eating like a bunch more like, dairy-free ice cream, gluten-free ice cream, stuff like that, nothing came back. It's literally like it's just apparently that one of those two or both of them come out, whatever it was, were like poison. I removed them and it's great. So I've been dairy and gluten-free since May 1st. Now, don't get me wrong, there have been a little hiccups here and there. Like there might be like a meal where you like realize afterwards, like probably 4 times total. We realize afterwards, oh, fucked up. You know what I mean? But that's in how many months? 4 mistakes total. That's pretty gnarly. And we're talking like trace amounts. Like one of those, this meal with like 18 items in it had one ingredient that may have had gluten in it. Like that kind of a mistake. But I'm not allergic, so it's cool. But,
oh god, chat's like talking about mayo now.
I know. Just like
even though the amount of mayo talk is too much mayonnaise for me.
What's bad is like so as a up in New England, Pats, right? We had what's his name, Mayo. Last name Mayo was on the Patriots for a long while. So I'm trying to remember his first name. You probably remember Wade. Mayo. The receiver in the Patriots. I'm sure he went to another team afterwards.
Mayo.
Yeah. That was his name.
know, like a Gerard Mayo, but I think that's a
Patriots
basketball player, isn't it?
receiver Mayo.
Why are we talking about this?
We were stalling to get you.
Here's what I was thinking. Is it Gerard? It's Jerod. It's Jared. Jared Mayo. Okay.
I thought Gerard Mayo was a
He was a
basketball.
linebacker, though. He was not a receiver. He was a linebacker. I'm sorry. You know,
That's very different.
He wore a Patriots jersey on the Foxborough football field. He wasn't the one throwing the ball, therefore linebacker. I don't know, receiver, kicker. So same thing. So,
All right, you can give Wade his dream sequence now.
oh, there was a dream sequence.
You're the one who hinted at it.
Is Molly all set, Wade?
He was gone by the time I got up there, so I guess so.
Wait, you know that I think we legitimately talked about this last week. You know that experience that you have in real life when you like look at a bright object and when you look away from that bright object, even if you only saw it for like a half a second or whatever it is, because maybe you looked up at the sky and the sun was right there, and like, you look away and that image is kind of like burned into your vision for several moments, if not
After image, yeah.
after image. That's what it's called. That's right. So you know the concept of an after image. The entire time that your character is sleeping, the entire time Koa is sleeping, his dream is of an after image of the Iophonite that he had seen the evening beforehand. He literally kind of like has that image of that circle, burned into his mind. But
Burning.
yeah, burned into his mind, not his mouth. But Wade choking down Frank's Red Hot. So you
I wish it was Frank's Red Hot. I love Frank's Red Hot. I put that shit on everything.
but the where was I at? So he has that image kind of like burned into his mind that he sees there. There is something kind of like strange though, because that's not the only thing he sees the entire time. He has typical dreams that he always does, Koa settling down and having, like a quiet life with the family, or Koa, being a champion over a battlefield, or Koa returning to his, the free folk, and you being the one that's hoisted up as the next hegemon to lead the free
Yeah, those all
folk.
make sense. What about the weird shit?
So all of those happen throughout his
Okay.
dreams. All those kind of like things happen in his dreams. But each time in his dream that he like has like a moment of focus where he looks down at himself, he looks down at his arm, he can actually see at many points in time there's a shield strapped to his arm that looks freakishly similar to the Iophonite that he saw floating before him in the evening beforehand. Almost like again, it was a shield, but in the image of that Iophonite strapped to his arm. It's just kind of like an image that he sees. Now, I'm describing this for the sake of the viewers to understand that this happened, and for the sake of Wade to understand this happens. But to be clear, this is a dream. And so when Koa wakes up in the morning, he doesn't have that, super clarity of what happens here. Much of that dream, all the individual scenes, the fact that it was burned in the entire time, looking down and seeing that every time, most of that is lost to him. Just like in real life, most of your dreams are lost to you when you wake up. He holds on to 5-8% of whatever the overall dreams were that he experienced while he was sleeping, right? So most of it is kind of washed from his mind, just so that you are aware, Wade.
You didn't give me a whole lot anyway, so it makes sense.
Cool. But even with what I did give you, reduce it a little bit. Perfect. The other two of you,
Iophonite. He
you
was
sleep
carrying the Iophonite, and something was going on around him.
the other two of you sleep fine. Wake up in the morning. Mikhail, actually, I imagine that your character, you kind of pass out relatively quickly. It's been a stressful time, so on and so forth. And, you have a bit on your mind, but you fall asleep surprisingly easily, which is a great thing. I don't know if any of you have done this in real life before, where you actually like have things that you're excited for the next day, and instead of like anticipation keeping you awake all night, the opposite happens, and excitement passes you out, and you just wake up extra early the next day. Mikhail finds himself the first one up in the morning, which isn't so bad, because I'm sure he's relatively quiet in his getting ready in the morning. He's going to try to slip out the door to head towards the library as early as he can, because his intention was to go and start seeing what items were inside there. Not putting words into your mouth, Keegan, but I believe that was the approach you wanted to take.
Yeah, he was gonna go pretty early. He was gonna go really early. He does stop by the that obelisk and stuff because he did mean to go there and just say a quick prayer to the martyr. It's not like a thing I have written down, just because it's like he's here, he's going to do it, obviously. So he does swing by there first, and then he'll go to the library.
Yeah, just to give an opportunity here, I don't know if you guys care to do it. Mikhail, literally it's one of those things where as you're opening the door to leave, you're like fully prepared, opening the door to leave. You see Koa is coming downstairs. Like Koa like walks into the room that you're like walking out of. He himself is typical early bird, getting ready to leave. So like Koa, it's kind of a surprise for you because you're almost always the first one up. And instead, you're coming down doing like a morning stretch, probably like, ripping ass or something, as you like turn the corner and see like Mikhail standing there with his hand on the door, like the door a quarter way open.
Trying to get out of morning exercise.
No, just doing what I said I was gonna. I was gonna head by the the Vinny's site and then straight to the library. There's a lot to do.
I guess only advice I would give on the speaking at any site was speak from your heart, I suppose. Sounds a lot cornier out of my mouth than I meant for it to, but
Yeah. It's nothing too serious. Just I should pay my respects. We're here.
hopefully
But you can find me at the library. I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
pay respects. I might need to go back. I don't want to cause a whole scene again.
Hey, that's between you and Vinny.
Let me know if you learn anything of Iophanites.
He just nods and we'll head out.
Out of game, what books were we interested in at the crack the last time? Was it Faith or Emperor's Court? There was one particular line that you were kind of like wanting to go down, but I don't remember why.
Yeah, it was Emperor's Court, which are green.
Yeah. But why?
Yeah. That's the ones that Elliot wanted because what was it specifically? I know it was Emperor's Court, and he had like some whole thing that he was going on about with it of like
Wasn't it to
why we
figure
should
out
get more.
what keep more or less was who was in charge of what keep kind of thing? Because
Maybe I think we already kind of know that.
I think.
Or no, we know what the clans were, but not necessarily every keep, I guess. We know the ones we've been to.
Maybe it would have
Um,
information on the keep we don't know about too.
Wait, we only know do we know two? We know that the people who had the forest keep, right? But was there another one we knew?
Okay, Joey's also saying just to learn about the noble families, the keeps they ruled, and then
We
their
got
relics.
the crown from one,
Correct.
the ring, and then there was one other item.
The crown, the ring, and the hold on.
There's 2 rings.
No, only one ring. That was the ring, right? The one ring.
There was like the
ruled them all.
Sove. Yeah, there was the Sove ring.
Yep, there was the crown
is
of
the
the
big Muharib.
Muharib. I almost said Mohadib.
Do we assume the
Muharib.
sword is the relic from Wraithblade?
Oh,
or do we
yeah, and
think
the sword. Yes, and the
Yeah,
sword is what
which
you're
we don't
assuming
have.
is the relic. Actually, I think it was even mentioned at one point in time.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was even mentioned at one point.
Hodgwyn. Do we have anything for Hodgwyn? The keep was the forest keep was the crown. don't think we-
Correct. That was for the Muharib. And the ring was for Sove, which you know.
We got from what's his face.
And you know the Sove family, like you found some extra details about them, and the sword you believe is from the Wraithblade Keep, and I think you even found out which family that was because it was a different type of goblin kin. Or what did we call them?
Not that I remember.
We came up with a word for them in Discord. It wasn't goblin kin, it was something else.
And with all the
Oh, I
cool
don't
things you
remember.
guys talk about in Discord, I bet it was important. Let's move on.
It was. I'm trying to remember what we called them.
It wasn't like green blood, was it?
No,
That sounds-
green blood's like a term that I hate.
That sounds like a slur. Yeah.
Yeah. It was something else. Oh, Glinkin. That's what it was,
Glinkin. Yeah, Glinkin.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, back to
That's true. After they lost the sword, they are jobless. They're going to be updating their LinkedIn.
So stupid.
You laughed.
Oh yeah,
It was one of those like
Zarkun.
I'm laughing at you, not with you, Wade.
No, there was definitely a reaction, and then it was I wish I hadn't.
Okay,
It's really just a
Zarkun was
laugh.
the one that had Wraithblade. Zarkun
Yes.
is the clan related to Wraithblade. Yeah. I was just glancing through my notes because I thought there was something more specific than that because he had like a whole nerd boner over the freaking green books.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to distract. I knew whenever we were looking at them, there was a specific couple of lines. I think we were looking either at faith or military as well.
Like military, I know was like a second one, but I know that it was Emperor's Court. He was like really,
Okay.
really pushing. Yeah. Is that light flickering? It is. God damn it.
Could be an Iophanite.
Are you God? It's light.
If your camera just turned white and you disappeared, I might have like. I don't know. I don't actually know.
I
what
should
would've
have.
been.
Yes, I should have just disappeared. Shucks, that would have been a great gag.
Been like I owe like 5 million Hail Marys, I guess, at that point, because like I've been slacking.
Like
Okay.
Hail Marys, Our Fathers, and what's the other one there?
Good foods,
Glory
good
be.
meats,
Catholic.
good gods.
Glory
let's eat.
bees.
No.
Right? No.
Yeah, Anno, that'd be super ironic. I get raptured now that I'm agnostic, not the like 26 years I spent as a devout Christian.
Not that devout, apparently.
You don't know me.
That's true. Fair enough. I think your name's Bob, but back to the game.
Thank you.
A lot of Bob references from you tonight. You okay?
I think
It's for
you respect
build
Bob.
off bear.
Yeah, okay. Either way. I go to the library after he goes and says some prayers.
So when you go to say the prayers, you get down on your knees or however it is you choose to prostrate yourself before the what's it called?
Obelisk.
Obelisk there, thank you, sir. Before this relic or what have you. So and you spend some time and it's not that Mikhail does this, flippantly. You know what I mean? Like whereas Kiken may be agnostic, Mikhail actually has faith, and so he goes and he genuinely puts the effort into doing this. Though maybe it feels a bit awkward, not because he hasn't prayed before, he has many times, but praying with a genuine expectation of a return for your prayer. That's something that Mikhail maybe stopped expecting many years ago, like in his young childhood, like most other people, right? Like you pray, nothing happens, then you move on.
I would say he doesn't have an expectation, but there is now that like this could happen, which was not there before. Where before it's like he knows it's like a one-way thing, and then something may come of it, but won't be overt. But now there's that like that in the back of his head. Well, what if something does come up, which is different than before? But he's not like expecting it to happen.
Yeah, okay, that's a fair distinction. It's not like you're being like, serve me, God. It's I gotcha. I gotcha. And thank you for the clarification. So after, so he does this, and so there's a layer of awkwardness or at least discomfort or what have you because of this in the back of his mind. But in the end, it's like every other time he's prayed. There is no, signs that happen to be there. Maybe, and this is up to you, Kiken, if your character would feel like there's like a moment where he like thinks he hears or sees something, and so gets like a half moment of excitement, but then realizes it's nothing. And after an extended period of time, maybe longer than you probably originally anticipated, but not by great lengths, couple minutes, whatever, you'd eventually get up and make your way over to the library, which is where you're genuinely excited to go.
Yep.
What's going through his mind as he's heading over there?
He probably is. There's probably that like some lingering just did I do it right almost kind of in his head as he's walking off, but eventually he would try to shake those thoughts, like kind of quit being dumb, it's never happened before, why are you expecting it now, kind of thing. And so he'd kind of get back on track, and Mikhail's mostly thinking about what Koa said otherwise. Like he kind of goes from this, like more of a, like a, what's the word? Like almost a selfish investment, um, in just like things he wants to know. And he's like switching into thinking, okay, so he said something about alchemy. So I need to study alchemy. He's just kind of going over the checklist of what is the order of priority I need to put on what books am I going to need to grab. He's just getting into work mode effectively.
Okay. Your character's level 3, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. So if you're going in there to do research, please understand that this is being treated like a DTA. And so your character, there's multiple ways that you can do research. There's an LDT, as you know, with my framework I put for you forever ago. LDT, which is only a day. There's a GDT, which is like a much deeper, more focused research. That's a week. And there's an EDT, which is like a 3-month research. Like it's a full comprehensive investigation. Clearly, your character can't do an EDT. My assumption is you're not about to start a GDT when your crew is about to leave to go head out. So you're just going to kind of get yourself lost in here for the next, 8-10 hours and try to find out what you can while you're inside here, right? With your being level 3, the base DC is an 18, assuming this is some, normal research or whatever it is you're trying to do inside of this place. Okay. Now understand that because you have a library, that's why you have access to the research action, right? Otherwise, like research is not something you can just do in like in the middle of nowhere. You have to have access to reliable resources and abundance of them to be able to do proper research. So otherwise it's actual investigation as opposed to research, right? Two different things. So the reason why I bring this up is because the base DC is 18. What are you trying to research inside here? Before you answer that question, you can do like a skipping stone. I'm not actually trying to research any particular topic. I'm actually trying to literally spend the day researching what kinds of topics I can access while I'm inside here, like literally understanding the lay of the land before I start knuckling into anything of genuine interest. Or you could pick a topic and we associate a skill with it. And then based off of what that topic is, that'll affect your DC because it's hard or very hard or whatever it is. So, you have the chart for how it affects the DC. So what are you interested in looking into for your time that is here?
That first option is exactly what I was wanting to do. So to get the lay of the land, figure out what the material here seems to focus on, what are all the resources available, like just kind of get a true dissection effectively of like all of what I have access to if I stay here. You might get some bits of information more specific than that, but that's like the main focus.
Great. So that being said, I would call that an easy task that you're trying to do here, which reduces the DC by 2. I borderline want to call it very easy, but you're not familiar with their framework here and so on and so forth. So
isn't it like in Paradel? Would this be pretty familiar?
Yes and no. In Paradel, you didn't go to Paradel libraries. You went to Arcane Congress libraries. Right? You didn't get an education in Paradel. You got an education at the Arcane Congress. Your character did not grow up wealthy going to Paradel, resources like that. So it's not the framework that you're ultra familiar with.
So it is different. Okay.
Yeah. So I would set this as easy for you as opposed to very easy, which level sets the DC as 16. We know the DTAs are P2E, are skill checks. So, 16 is to pass, but a 26 is a crit. Anything less than but above a 6 is a failure, and anything a 6 or lower is a critical failure, right? So because you're trying to do a general lay of the land, this is just like a basic, like I remember when Bardic Knowledge used to be its own check. So you I guess we have to just pick a knowledge skill. Knowledge history, maybe? I think I'm fine with it. Let me look at your character sheet. I don't want to pick one arbitrarily and then screw you over. I mean, I might even just take like a blend of your skills. Let's see.
If linguistics works, I can roll that, obviously. But
linguistics actually is a really good option. Perception is a passable option. I like linguistics because like you go from 7s to 9s for the kind of stuff that you're going to be researching here, and linguistics is an 8, so it's just like a good number to go with for like screw it, press lore mall history, because that's also an 8 and it's more accurate to the general lay of the land of what you're trying to look into. So
Okay.
we'll use that. This is going to be you're spending 8 to 10 hours in here really trying to digest what you can research.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see. So I have a.
You can't take a 10 on downtime activities, Snaga.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything that boosts it. So yeah, we'll just roll.
Okay. So I don't see your total. You get 12 total. You know that you
Oof.
need a 16. I don't think I saw a hype train come through. Did I, or did I not see one come through to give you like a pass?
I only saw it start. I don't think it finished.
Yeah, I think I saw like a 1 might happen as opposed to 1 did happen. You got like a +1 or whatever. So you have a 25% chance with a luck die. I mean, it is a,
Eesh.
yeah. I feel
Damn.
like, sir, are you the least lucky when it comes to DTAs? Like, have you been the most consistent?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I've rolled really bad on most of my downtime activities. I rolled really good on a couple.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was a 4. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I go for the 25%?
Why not?
Yeah.
Damn. Right on the cusp.
Shucks. It was,
Yep.
so close. Unfortunately, did not get through. Okay. You know what I did realize though? Last week, didn't somebody prot something for you guys? And I said if you don't use it by the end of the session, I have to refund it to them. And I think I forgot that happened. And so, hold on. Let me see what that was. Now I'm literally just thinking, not that this affects your roll. The dice are as they are, but I just remembered that, and I want to make sure I give back. What was that?
Was it like aid from Sorry Girl? I don't know.
It was a penance of the arbiter from the Sorry Girl, and I have to refund that because it was something that y'all did not use.
Yeah, we didn't fight or anything.
Yeah, so I got to make sure I give that back to the Sorry Girl. So this was the refund button. This is refund, confirm. Okay, refunding that back to her. Sorry, it was like a random ADHD moment right there, but I totally just remembered that from last week, and I wanted to make sure I give it back to her so I didn't screw her over.
Yeah, if you didn't do it now, you would definitely forget.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Joey did mention like would there not be like library aids and stuff in the area that might have actually been helping with this?
Yeah. So again, this library is giving you access. Like that. This is the result for
Like
this is
people
what
there who could help me learn this.
That is what they're
Is
doing.
that just
yes?
okay?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
that's incorporating the assets that you have available to you. So your character goes in
Fair.
there, and you spend the first day, and you start trying to find out what it is that you can do research here. Now, to be clear, when you fail with DTAs, given the scenario, a failure doesn't mean that you get nothing, right? A failure just means that you're not immensely successful. So looking throughout the area and seeing what you can find, you do feel like, man, you really wish you had more time to spend here. It's almost like when you kept trying to come up with a good example here. I don't know. The end of your life and you did coke for the first time or something. What? No. It's almost like you just realize that you really want more time to invest into this because there's so much that's here that you just need more time to properly knuckle in. But the details you're able to find, there are definitely a bunch of mole books that are here that are written in Tal, not translated, that are old books, like old books. And you're like, holy shit, I've never even seen these before. This right here could be valuable themselves. You see that there is a full collection of Talazar's Trinkets of Total Tales, or whatever that book series is called. The Mole Encyclopedia.
Okay. Yeah, I knew that part.
So there's a full collection of that. That full collection's in great condition, but while you're in there, you also find out that that's not the only collection they have. They also have a bunch of other of each of those books inside there of various conditions. There's just like a proper full one. You find other ones kind of like filed away elsewhere as like backups, if you will. You also are able to find other books inside there too, pertaining to other tidbits of history written by other sources about the mole or about other, let's call them kingdoms that may have existed inside of the region at some points in time, other like important history books. And you think you found some baseline sources around the curses. Unfortunately, just at the end of the day, when you're just too tired to keep, turning pages and reading, your eyes are bleeding from all the time with the, reading with whatever light sources they have inside there. You just, unfortunately, it's like you're not able to find anything that's concrete. Like you see like echoes or whispers or hints towards curses, but not filed in a way that you've been able to crack the code of to grab the right resources to look into. So you get like a good smattering confidence that you have value in continuing to research here, but not like, I know exactly where to find these next time. Does that make sense? Cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
So your character does that for his whole day.
Mhm.
Aldo, you probably spend most of the day hanging out inside of the house because you don't want to be escorted around town. So I'm sure you stretch your legs at some point, right?
Yeah, Aldo will go out, and it's kind of that thing where he does push the boundaries a bit, but like not trying to make it obvious. Like you'll try and lose the person, you know what I mean? And he won't go far. Things
They
like
rush
that.
around the corner and you're like, oh, hey, there you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Okay. Do you want them to know? Like, are you trying to make it play off do you want to make a bluff check to play it off like obviously it was accidental?
Yeah,
Like you're being paranoid, bro.
that's exactly what I want.
You go right ahead and you roll that check, sir. As a matter of fact, would you like to, oh, never mind. It's good thing I didn't say it. The gods are like, no, my money is on. No. Hear him out.
The Iophonite
really
appears
good-
as like Aldo. That was slick. Don't tell Koa, but you're my favorite.
Yeah. All right, cool. So yeah, you just go around, make your time, and just kind of like have your fun, if you will. While you're out there looking, just to be clear, you don't find any alcohol. Oh,
Yeah.
It is important to note when you get up, breakfast is made for you. The tea
By
and the
who?
whole 9 yards, everything that you danced on the table for before, that person makes it for you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Which means Koa, because he's with you, he gets that food too. Mikhail actually realizes, like, as he's heading back, how hungry he is, because he's not even sure if he ate today. Did he even drink today? There's no beverages in the library, obviously. There's no food in the library. He didn't even have breakfast before. Did he have even a fruit? He must have had an apple or a pear or something before. He must have, right? Oh, he better go get something now. He is starving. Koa,
He's
what
got
did you
the
do?
shakes.
Koa, what are you doing for your day? Anything worth noting?
Yeah, with Aldo a little bit, but I think he would go and just spend time in the town, interacting here and there, but probably zoned out a lot, still thinking about his interaction. Maybe if he comes across somebody that looks like a religious leader, or did you say there were paladins here?
There are people that have the title of paladin. Yes.
Maybe he'll find somebody and ask them like questions, see if they know anything about Iophonites, if they've ever heard the term, just for his own questioning his own like reality about it all.
Okay. That's a great question. Go ahead and roll me a diplomacy check. That's your gather information. Technically, you can also intimidate the guy. But okay. Maybe you should have intimidated.
Yeah. Well, you did say that after reroll, right?
No, yeah. I said, tell me. Now, so anyways, yeah. How do we play this one out? Ooh. Oh God, I did not expect a natty one. Give me a second.
Me either.
Okay, So you go out there and you're trying to gather some information about the Iophonite and seeing if anybody knows anything about it, so on and so forth. And most people just don't even know what this word you're trying to say is. And many times people try to correct you to like, I'm finite? Like you're small? No, Iophonite. Your eye on fan night? What do you say? Like most people just genuinely don't understand what you're saying, just think that you're almost like slurring your words or something because you can't get it out. And those that understand that you're trying to describe, an angelic creature that goes by this name or whatever it is, they just think like maybe you're a little bit detached, maybe you're a little bit off kilter, walking around being like, I saw Jesus. He was in a French fry at Burger King. Clearly it's a lie. You would find that at Wendy's, right? So I mean, it's just one of those things where it doesn't go over well. And, I'm not saying rumors spread up about Koa, but certainly a few people are a little bit shook by the experience. Hopefully not literally. No intimidation check.
That was diplomacy.
Yeah. Okay, good.
I can roll intimidate.
Please don't.
Okay.
All right. Brings you guys back together. Keegan, I'm going to kind of throw this one at you because the two characters did nothing worth noting. Your character will be the one coming in, and I imagine ravenously going at whatever food is immediately available, as well as wanting to kind of fill them in on the day and come up with what your plan's going to be.
Yeah. So assume he's eating. I'm not going to pretend to chew. Some people find that annoying, so well. But
go ahead.
he's but he's like, so I spent most of the time trying to just see what all was available if they had to focus on like history or certain regions or anything like that. There is a lot to do with the mole. There's some of the books in there that are I'm so glad I can't hear Scott. There some of the books there are written in tall and haven't been translated. Like they're old. I think I saw some things that were maybe related to some of the other clans and whatnot. I didn't have time to really dive into a specific topic, so I didn't see anything about Eophanites, but I haven't really looked yet, to be fair. There's a lot there. Like a lot. So I don't know how long it'll take, but I'm probably going to be here a while if we want to get anything of substance out of this, especially if we really want to make this trip count. We don't want to be coming back here a lot.
How long's a while?
Yes, we were going to go to Wraithblade. Yes.
Yeah, which I might learn some things about it, but a day just wasn't really enough. A week, 2 more would be useful.
Weeks?
What?
Yeah. I mean, this kind of research takes time, and there's a lot of topics you want me to cover. It's not like this is you guys' area. It's just one person doing it.
I can't stay here that long.
I
There's too
won't
much
stay
on my
here that
mind.
long. I wouldn't want you to, but I'm bringing it up because it's obviously we have to choose something. Either if we're all gonna go, then we all got to go, but we're kind of leaving that on the table. If I don't know if you guys want to head back to Hod Gwen or back to the Crack for a while, I can just stay and do the research. I mean, I'm mostly taken care of.
If I'm going anywhere, I suppose I'd need to go. I need to talk to Ashanti and Guinevere. Perhaps check on. What's Goo Girl's name?
Reem.
Perhaps check on Reem. I don't know. I need.
Oh, yeah. Make sure she's settling in well. Kind of feel bad not checking on her, but busy.
I don't know. This is all. It makes sense. I'm learning more, but. I don't know. With everything that's happened, I'm hard pressed to make decisions at the moment. I've got a lot on my mind.
Yeah, fair. Well, I don't want to just choose for all of us, but I think it's a really nice resource. It's a whole set, like I said before, of and that's just the Telvanius's guides. That's just that. There's more than that there. If I want to look into how we deal with the stuff under Hod Gwen, I don't know how long that will take, but that's a thing I need to look into. If we want to know more about this Iophanite, I mean, that's going to take time to look into, if there's even anything here on it. Things about Wraithblade Keep, about the other keeps, even. I mean, we've got ideas of what these were used for and of what might solve them, but we haven't had a chance to test any of it. This could give more insight into that, too.
Oh, it kind of looks to Aldo to see his thoughts on all of it.
I mean, I said before we were making progress in Hod Gwen. It's just, I don't know, staying here for a long time. I can see the benefits, right? Provided everything that they say they have, and things that you've seen, I guess, are accurate. I don't know. I feel like stagnation. I don't know.
No,
I
I
don't.
don't think we should stagnate. I think if I'm going to do this, I think you guys should do something else in the meantime. I mean, I'm in a
Yeah,
place with
well,
walls and, that's very self-contained and protected, and you two being together means you'll be safer. You guys can move around. You're not going to be, I mean, in more danger than you are already, right?
so we're putting Wraithblade on hold then. Mm.
To an extent. I think if I stay here, you guys head off. We'll have to figure out a time frame, but come back here at the end of it, and then from here we still go to Wraithblade, unless I learn a reason we shouldn't, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea, right? Just possible death awaits us at Wraithblade, so maybe the longer we hold off, the better. Who knows?
Right. Yeah.
So
If you don't want to come back here, we can meet at Rid. It's not far.
we were planning
Yeah,
on
Rid
going there
sounds
anyway.
good.
You had found the note there, right? Stash or whatever.
Yeah, that's right. We do have to
Yeah.
collect on that.
Yeah, I mean, you guys really want to, you could just go there now, but I don't know if you want to have to double back that far to get south again.
No, it makes sense for it to be a meeting spot.
Yeah.
So what do you want? 4 or 5 weeks?
Yeah. That gives me time to at least make sure I can get something on Wraithblade and something about this alchemy solution. And then everything after that I can utilize.
So we'll meet in Rid in 5 weeks' time. That gives us time to travel, as well as 3 or 4 weeks to spend time at the crack. Potentially Hot Gwyn. There's a lot I need to sort.
Yeah. I did go by that obelisk. Said a prayer. Nothing crazy happened.
That's about what I expected when I went, but I stand by what I said.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, unless somebody was doing some very nefarious magic nearby, I don't have a reason to doubt that you believe what you saw.
How long's it been now since Leon had asked for 3 months? We a month and a half ago?
I think so. I think we're a little over a month out now.
It means if we take another 5 weeks, when we get back, it's going to be close to time for action one way or another.
Well, 3 months was a minimum, remember? It's not as much as we want to act as soon as possible. It's not a hard cap on how long we can take. It's the least amount of time he needs.
Well, I guess we'll see then. I'm hoping that we can act as quick as possible.
Yeah. Okay. 5 weeks. Do my best to make as good a use of that time as I can. You guys will have time to plan on the road on what you want to do, of course.
Yeah, I suppose. All right, what? So what? You want 4 or 5 weeks?
I think we meet in Rid in 5 weeks.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. Well, enjoy yourself here in this place.
I'm sure I will, at least a little. It is work, but it's work I mostly enjoy, especially if it actually pans out.
Let's hope so.
If you find yourself with any extra time and learn anything about Ilphanites, let me know.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'll make sure to look into it, at least a little.
Right. I feel like I should be arguing against this decision, but I like to
Really?
have some time to work through this.
Wait, why? Why do you feel like you should be against it?
I feel things in Hot Gwyn have gotten worse and worse and worse. Another 5 weeks, who knows how bad it might be. Getting
That's
that
true.
sword might be more and more difficult the longer we wait. But being armed with knowledge of what to do with it, what we're getting ourselves into, whether or not I'm losing my mind, and giving me time to deal with the information I was given, I think it might be important.
Yeah. I think first and foremost, I think first priority is learning about Wraithblade, because that's an immediate thing for us. If that's all I get done, at least it's of value. It's something we can act on. And if I have more time after that, next priority is the goo. Of the big things, at least.
I'll tell Ashanti to start looking into it as well, but good luck, Mikhail.
Yeah, thank you.
Interesting times lie ahead.
Yeah. It'd be weird being split up for that long. Hasn't really happened in a while.
Yeah, these people don't like fun, so enjoy.
Yeah, well, I'm mostly here to work, so
Thankfully, living
We'll
in a
see.
cave or dealing with Beltran are a lot more fun.
You know what? Surprisingly, they probably are.
Of course. I don't know if you need to roll a sense motive to beat a 1.
They do not.
You just double that one, dog. What is going on?
Gonna be that kind of night for me, it seems.
Apparently.
All right, so
man,
is it
damn.
1 in 2,000 for you to roll another one?
And we'll find out when the time comes tonight.
If Wade's next D20 roll is a nat 1, he rolls a D20, it's a nat 1, Jake gets a hero point. I'm throwing the stakes right now.
Don't we get those since it's a new season anyway?
No, I've never done that.
Yeah, I don't think
Did
it
we
gives
have a
us
whole
anything for a new
discussion about
season.
like at the end of like a thing? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's always we get to the point where it's like, oh, okay, the hero point. He's like, no, not that way.
No, we actually did decide. You do get a hero point at the beginning of a new season. That was legitimately a thing that was... Didn't we talk about this in Discord after last week?
I did, and you didn't answer me.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I remember reading that at like 4:30 in the morning, looking at my cell phone, lying in bed.
Yeah, and your response was, I sure love resumes or something fucking.
I honestly thought I responded. The answer to that question is yes.
That changes things a bit. All right, cool.
Yeah, like chat. Am I wrong? Didn't we discuss this on stream like 3, 4, 5 sessions ago? Where we're like at the end of every season, you guys will get a hero point.
What I thought, and I went to clarify, and
okay.
Yeah, it sounds familiar. We just needed to clarify.
Okay, I remember reading your message.
I didn't put drama club on my resume. I was like, okay, man, I'm going to bed. Weird, like porn shit you're into at night. Like,
what?
Oh, I didn't even think about my extracurriculars.
Do you like? Would you like? What kind of job would you apply for that you would put drama club on your resume?
Any, if your resume is scarce enough and empty enough.
I mean,
depends how bad your resume is looking.
If your resume is so bad you need to put drama club on there, wouldn't you just lie at that point? Like, isn't it all just uphill from there?
Nah,
I don't know, man. I think
there's probably some
drama club
situations
awfully
where
hard.
you do it. I don't know what it would be, but I mean, folks is weird.
If I saw drama club on somebody's resume, I'd just be like, "Oh, so you had mono when you were a teenager? Okay," and then just kind of moved on.
But that's when you keep reading, and then they say that in the resume down a bit further.
No, Spiral. I also was in drama club. I also did musicals. Like, I did that stuff too, but you don't put it on a resume. Like, But anyways, cool. Where were we?
We were splitting the party.
We were done talking, yeah.
So your characters are probably looking to leave in the morning. How formal are you going to make this departure?
I mean, I think we would let the one that wants to talk to us that's actually part of the council, at least we'd let her know.
Vanessa? Sure. Yep.
Yeah. Well, at least Koa would go and let her know.
Koa would. I wouldn't. Aldo's ready to just sneak out.
Okay. So, you, sir, will go and inform her and should say, I understand it makes sense that you would want to escort your companion back. You have many other tasks that you're working on, as we discussed beforehand. Please know that our doors are always open to you. You are welcome to return when you would like. And please, if there is any way within reason you think we can assist you in your plight, let us know. The worst that can happen is that we can't.
He would, we don't have to RP it out, but he would basically say, what Mikhail's looking into is very important. If you have anyone who can assist him in his research, that would be good. But like for right now, Aldo and I are kind of on our own.
Okay. You will be escorted back to the camp that you were at beforehand that was on this side of the river, and escorted again back across the river and into the town, because they obviously know the safest route for doing these things.
Do we get to see this place on the map soon?
Oh, did I never put it on the map for you?
Are you shocked you never put it on the map for us?
Yes. I'm shocked that you guys are even looking at the map. All right, man. Some of us care about
It's
this
where
game.
we were at, yeah.
No. I didn't know I had you set there on the You know what I mean? Right click, change layer, map layer, and then change this one as well. Map layer. There you go.
I just heard a really loud random noise in my house. I'll be right back. I think I'm alone.
Ah. Okay. There we go. It is solved. Cool. All right, back to game. So your character is going to be escorted back, Jake, back out of vigil. I imagine, Aldo's not super happy for the escort, but at the same time also understands it's nice to like have, someone to keep you safe. It's not like they're doing anything other than escorting you and keeping you safe on the transport. So, and you can get enough distance from them that you and Koa can have honest conversation. And truth be told, when you get back down to the camp that was down below and you bump into the other individuals that you had seen at the camp before, they are a good audience for if you're, having fun around the campfire, and they do have wine on them. So you can have, wine down there by the campfire. So, Aldo could loosen up a little bit. Because, it's not like he's seen as some sort of, offense. He's regarded the same way now as he was last time he was here. They're a little bit more open or buddy with Koa, but not any, it doesn't feel any more uncomfortable than like if you were hanging out with your friend, meeting up with his friends, right?
Yeah.
So like they're welcoming to you, but there seems to be just like an extra layer of openness or comfort between them, but they're still very courteous to you, right? So anyways, they'll escort you down there, which I believe is a full day of travel, just to get down to where you spent the camp. And then from there, you will spend the evening resting. And then the next day, you'll return to Hodgwen, which is a second day's worth of travel. And it's hard travel this whole time to make sure that you are able to get there. So it's 2 days just to return to Hodgwen. And we will come back to you and what your intentions are when you get to Hodgwen in a second. So start putting together your plans there, Jake. For you, Kiken, for Mikhail, it sounds like you guys were saying 5 weeks from now we'll meet in Rid, which means more or less you have 4 weeks, maybe a little bit more to do research, and then you have to bring your ass to Rid. You don't know how long that travel is, so let's kind of lock in for 4 weeks worth of whatever it is that you want to do. The real question is, now that Koa has a proper waifu, are you going to spend your time trying to find yours?
What?
What are you researching while you're here?
I'm looking into like Wraithblade.
Oh, I thought you were looking for like, wife life. My apologies. So, you guys are going to, so
somebody in chat, like I've been looking at chat. Where did that even come from?
So where are you going to, what are you going to research first? What is your, because I assume you're going to do a proper 1 week research.
Main priority is Wraithblade Keep. I want to know more about what its purpose was. Basically, try to find information where I could glean any info on the curse that's there now, and how it might have started and how it might be broken. That kind of train of thought.
Okay, so because you're doing a proper 1 week research, and you're inside of a library that has assets, or I should say, you have others around you to point you in the right direction, kind of what Joey was like begging for earlier. You actually do have a circumstance bonus of +2 to this check. It's just built into the roll because you're not dealing with the complexities of just navigating yourself. There are people to point you there. Just 1 day wasn't long enough for you to get that benefit that was before. So you do have a +2. And fun fact, if you were to spend 3 months in a library like this, you would actually get a +4 to the roll, which is nice. On top of, you're not doing longer just for a simple +2, that'd be sad. It's a deeper, more focused study, unveiling more details at the end of it, and you get a +2. So you said you're looking into Wraithblade Keep specifically and details around that curse.
Yep.
Cool. We obviously know success is going to find you information around this. Critical success is going to get you significantly more. A failure is going to get you vague information around it, but you will still find info. Again, vague. A critical failure is just not good. We'll worry about that later on. Because what you're looking at is not a simple task. Scrolling down. What you're looking into, I borderline want to say is very hard, because you're looking into the keeps that are here, but give me 1 second before I force that on you. There's something else I wanted to incorporate.
Hey, you have
here.
a hero point.
Ignoring the hero point for a second.
Okay.
You do have a +2 circumstance bonus from the focus study. You also have, because circumstance bonuses can stack depending on their sources. You also have the words that Koa said to you, and bringing up to Vanessa what it is that you're trying to research, and to a degree why, not a degree because we're working with dot 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 to do dot dot. I know that you're keeping that close to the chest. You're saying this is important to our overall cause. There's maybe value in that keep for how it is we strategize around XYZ. But honestly, I'm in a deer for a reason. I'm helping with your cause for a reason. But I've spent so much time worrying about this heroic stuff that I still need to do my own, the reason why I came here. And your Arcane Congress, like, help me find what I'm looking for. And she'll actually, like, you know, your influence with her grants you a +5 to this roll. So she will actually grant you spare time that she has to offer, granting you a +5 to this roll. So it is a very hard roll, but that neutralizes back down to a default 18. So just so you're aware.
Okay.
And then the +2 neutralizes that down to a 16. So effectively, don't worry about mods. Just assume the DC is 16, and that's where we are. I know it's kind of sad to like, but that's how it plays out. You do have a hero point. You do have a hero point if you want to, but what's your mod?
If we're doing mole history again, it's +8.
Is this mole history? You're looking to curses.
Curses is a 7.
Well, are you looking to history?
I don't know which
curses?
it counts out. I don't know which one it counts as.
Define your research again.
I'm looking into Wraithblade Keep. I don't know if it's my issue is I don't know if like leaning into the history gets me more about where this curse came from, that kind of stuff. Like if getting the background of it and whatnot would yield that, or if diving into the curse specifically is going to be more like myth and whatnot, or if that's actually going to yield the info I need. Like if I'm being hyper specific, it is about the curse. Yeah, I just don't know which train leads to this, right?
So one is specifically about the curse, the other is about the history of the mole around that keep. That's where we're drawing the line.
Yeah.
The curse around that keep and curses in general is kind of the broader. The history of that keep and history of like the region or the keeps in general is the broader, right? So which path do you want to go? The keep or the
I'm going to say curses then. I'm going to say curses then.
In the DC 16, you have a +7 without any additions that you might be able to add here. You have a +7. That's a 9. You have to roll 9 or higher is a 60% chance of success, right? So, yeah. Anything that you can add to this before you roll? I don't think you're going to use a hero point for this.
No. I don't. Does it help at all that I already know that the Zarkun clan is the one related to this keep? So it like helps me narrow down what stuff I need to look into.
Yeah. You guys did a lot of work to build up to where it is now. I'd say that gives you another +1.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm effectively looking at a DC 15 then.
Yeah, we just treat it as though it's a DC 15 for simplicity. Anything else worth noting?
Not that I can find.
I don't know if you had any spells or anything like that you can use. Okay.
Nope. I don't have that many spells. All right. Enduring curses.
Okay. At least you didn't roll absolute trash. That's a good start.
Right there.
We're treating it like DC 15. That's exactly a pass, isn't it?
Yep, exactly. I'm not going to get 10 higher than that, so that's what it is.
Unless.
Even if I burn my hero point and luck it, I only get
you reroll.
At most.
I'm rolling 18.
I'm not doing that. I am not doing that. I know the hero point didn't come from Joey this time, but we're gonna take the W.
Can we get ice cream emotes in chat for Spiral over here? Or Mac? Mac would like some ice cream emotes to celebrate their choices. All right, cool. So your character is doing research for the entire week. Research for the entire week for looking for into the details around specifically the curse of Wraithblade Keep. You're able to find a good number of details. For one, the history of there being like specters or ghosts or whatever there has stretched for hundreds of years. That has been known to stretch for hundreds of years. Allow me to pull up my details over here and knuckle into some of the story that you have, because you did succeed very well. All right. First and foremost, it's said that the curse of Wraithblade Keep does not affect just anybody that goes there or goes by it. The curse of Wraithblade Keep, those that have a desire for like so those that go there that have like a desire for, let's say it's a power or fame or kind of like domination, so on and so forth, those are the people that tend to be most susceptible to the curse that's there. And usually it seems as though if a group of people were to go in, the one amongst them with the strongest desire to accomplish this, it seems as though it's not just that the curse is most effective against them. It's almost like the curse isolates that person out and calls to them. It's almost like the curse looks for people like that, and then it'll continue to like seed out to everybody around them, influencing them and influencing those around them, kind of like affecting all of them. It's not that only once that the blade has ever left the keep. It's left the keep several times, but usually at some point in time for history here, at some points in time, the blade has left the keep. It has sowed kind of chaos in different areas, but then some hero will have like the tenacity to bring the blade back and leave it back in its cursed land, so it's not affecting those around it. There are also rumors that sometimes somebody's so affected by the blade that they themselves will return to the keep in an attempt to continue to build their influence from there, but nothing has really ever cropped up in history of there being success doing so. So those are the details around like kind of like what it looks for, who's most susceptible, and how it influences those around them. As for the influence around them, this isn't some omnipotent object. It's not like it affects everybody. What it is again, it looks for like the most influential and hungry person, kind of like grabs to them, and then it seeds that through the other people that they have the most influence over that are themselves also hungry. So it doesn't affect just anybody through proximity. It'll affect those that they have influence over that are within proximity and are also themselves hungry, almost as like secondaries. And it's not uncommon for the blade to be passed from one possessor to the next through ill-gotten means, usually with bloodshed. So that being said, whoever's hands that it sits in now, it's very likely that that set of hands has the blood of the previous owner on them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. That being said, give me a couple seconds here to look something over before I move on. So the influence of the blade, it's said that the influence of the blade can only be perceived as far as the stories are written by two types of people. Those who they themselves had been influenced by it at some point in the past. Those are the people that can perceive it. They had themselves been influenced at some point in the past. Or those with parent eyes. Others can't see the influence of the of the weapon. Let's see, what else do we have in here? It's said that the wielder of the blade has the ability to not just influence those around them, but they can push them to act outside of the boundaries of how they would normally behave, not just for the sake of aggression, so on and so forth, right? But also for the sake of collaboration, of like working together. It can almost like enforce tactical maneuverability in like times of a high stress tension, like combat or whatever it might be. It influences those around them that are under its influence to like act in unison with one another, which is insane and cuts back to the stories you heard about the goblins before. Any other details here? And the reason why it's there is because that keep was from Clan Zarkun, which are the Zarki goblins, right, by blood, as you knew beforehand. Clan Zarkun were the engineers, metallurgists, and warcrafters of the Mole Empire. They were the ones that created not all weapons, though you can imagine most of the finest weapons came from them, or they would churn out, high volumes of low quality weapons if they needed to. But they were like the ones that made the Empire's weapons, armor, but they also developed the Empire's siege technologies as time went on, so on and so forth. They didn't just engineer with their understanding of metallurgy. They also worked with the Setar, clan, who are the alchemists, to enhance the metallurgy and the kinds of things that they could create for warfare and whatnot. Any questions you care to have me give to you? Because I know I just gave you a lot of information. Any questions you want me to clarify on before we move on to that being a great success?
I was just working on making sure I got all of it. Give me 1 second here.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Let's see. What was the alchemist clan? Just so I don't have to scroll all the way
Oh,
back down to
Setar.
find
It's the
it.
same one that the Emperor's from.
Setar.
Mm-hmm. Setar.
I probably spelled that wrong up here, but at least I'll have a reference. Let's see. Those are the creations. Neat. Okay, so. Oh man, my spelling's all fucked up in these notes.
Well, you have one more important
Okay.
piece of information, but I want you to ask questions before I get to it.
We got one more. Okay, cool. Okay, so it takes which is a thing we already knew, which is that it kind of takes a really strong desire or hunger that a person has, kind of boosts it in them. But what I learn is that it kind of isolates one person specifically to do that too. And then from them it spreads out to those who are beholden to them. It's not like an aura, it's like a big sphere of influence that it has, or like in an area where everybody in that space is affected. It's like this one person, and it kind of seeps out from them effectively on like all of their subordinates or whatever.
Yeah, think chain lightning, not fireball.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. It's left to keep many times, and then people have brought it back to this keep effectively.
Mm-hmm.
It usually passes from hand to hand through violence. Okay, they can only be perceived by two kinds of people: those influenced and those with parent eyes. Dwayne is human, isn't he?
Yep.
Okay. Interesting.
Those who had been influenced. It doesn't mean actively influenced.
Currently influenced, yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, if I'm understanding that to be like, let's say, what's his name? Let's say if Orvain was to, let's say, get free of the influence or whatever, maybe he knows now, he can like tell when it's affecting people. Does he?
Yep.
Does that mean he's like seeing the ghosts, or is that not clear?
You don't know whether the ones that are currently being influenced, like it's not because like they're not always of the right mind, right? They tend to turn towards like a feral violence.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That means Dwayne was influenced one way or the other.
There's a detail I didn't give.
Okay.
The Zarki goblins are known for the like outbursts and their fits of violence, right? It was like it said that they had boiling blood, which is one of the reasons why they were such great craftsmen, is because they would just like hone that anger and just like work through it. It's like, just like would fuel their craft. So it's believed the reason why these fits of violence come out is because it's the latent influence of the Zarki, again, boiling blood, if you will.
Okay.
I can take this one step further if you roll me a knowledge arcana.
Sure. Let's roll that. I rolled bad.
That I don't think it's high enough. I think the DC is 17. Give me 1 second. And then
Sure,
I
it's
will
not like
tell
a
you.
-3.
It is a 17 is the DC. I don't think you can.
Nope.
Any mods to this? I'm just thinking if there's any circumstantial modifiers. I don't think there are. Yeah, I can't even ad hoc offer anything. It just doesn't. Nothing makes sense without me. It's just me looking like I'm trying to give you a boon here. Sorry.
I mean, I'll take one.
No, there's nothing that makes sense. So, sorry, sir.
Okay. So yeah, nothing else from that. That's okay.
I mean, I can tell you in the meta, your character just doesn't know this. That way, it's like understood for viewers or what have you. I was going to draw a line with the way that the terminology, the way the phrasing is of like the Zarki and so on and so forth. There's literally an Arcane Congress spell that once you're reading how this is written, you're realizing that there's almost like there's a translation of what the Zarki goblins were into a modern type of magic through the Arcane Congress called Boiling Blood. And Boiling Blood spell does work better on certain people of certain lineages than it does.
I think by
on
raw it's
others.
orcs. Yeah.
But correct. Yeah. But obviously in this version it'd be different, right? And so it's one of those like, strange. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. Enough about Fitzfinger and the blade. So that means Dwayne was either influenced by it or stole a parent's eyes. But yeah, okay. That's good to know. And then push influence Smoky Goblins. I think that's everything I've got so far. Okay, I'll ask the question. The only question I really have right now is
the last bit of information that I need to give you.
Well, I don't know if it's the same thing or not, so I'll just ask. Is there any info in here that talks about this specific blade other than like the curse influence? Like, how was it forged? What was its initial purpose? Anything like that comes up?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
That might be more history then. Okay.
That's going to be more history. Correct. Yeah. And if you do that next week or whatever it is, I'm more than happy to divulge that. All right, let me give you some details. Okay. The last bit of information here. There are rumors. It's not as verified. Success, not critical success. It's not as verified as the other items that you got here was cross-referenced from different examples across different points in history, right? Where you felt confident that this is more than just... Because your character's not reading like, this is a factual text. This is a Wikipedia with a cross source down here. That's not what you're coming across. You come across like hymns and songs and poems and stories and third-hand accounts and, occasionally first-hand accounts that are explaining these things that corroborate with one another well enough to give you the details that I'm presenting to you, right? That's why it takes you all these time and others assisting you, blah, 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 blah. Moving on. So with your, the one last thing that you get here that is not cross-corroborated, it is mentioned once that at one point in time, one of the heroes that came through and tried to stop the influence of this blade to break the curse that was happening inside of their area, what they did was they broke the blade. And in breaking the blade, it seemed to end the effects of the blade of those around them. However, it does mention that it goes into like this like very long form poem style way of explaining to break the blade took 30 days and 30 nights of hammering with hammer after hammer, each being broken in the hand of the smith under the blows of their might, like more or less saying breaking the blade is really fucking hard to do, but when it was done, the labor was worthwhile, for the mines were returned to those that were right. And so that's one of the things that it says, but it's not corroborated, it's just suggested in one story.
Okay, and so the way that it suggests that it was broken was literally just brute force, but to one of those like legendary extremes where it just took forever with a lot of... Okay.
Yeah. Like imagine like some character that's in this story is written almost as being like what's his name, Henry something, who's the American folklore guy,
John Henry.
John Henry. Like imagine like a John Henry-esque character hammering away at this blade until he died as the blade broke from exhaustion, right? Like but it broke the curse, like that kind of a
tall tale.
Yeah. Take it to Mordor.
Does it mention what happened after that? Like the blade coming back together, like the curse reenacting, like anything else? Any details on that? It simply
says that it broke the curse and the influence gave back the minds of those around it, but the blade still exists. So
yeah,
to a regular person reading this, they'd be like, "Whoa!" But to somebody who's as educated as your character and understanding the way that the Adirian curses work, that kind of can make sense, can't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It would have been dormant for a while, but yeah, damn it. That's why I was hoping it because we still don't know what it looks like when these come back.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, cool. That at least gives me a starting place for the next one.
Cool. Other two PCs. Keegan just got a lot there. Any cross-referencing you guys want to do in the meta before he names his next thing and re-roll? And then we'll cut to you guys for your own stuff for the first 2 weeks.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I can't think of anything either.
Cool.
Really hoping that the roles change for how they've been going.
You and me both, brother.
I've rolled twice. Both. You see the results.
Uh-huh. It ain't looking good.
It's good because Wade's going to be the one that rolls to establish a new leader back at your town. And
God.
He's going to be like, all right, everybody, this is Arthur. Boo! Boo! Throwing tomatoes at him, fresh tomatoes at him.
I better hope it's like a DC 5, then maybe I can luck to get to it, because
it's got we just didn't know we have 3 of his ex-wives are there. They all hate him.
Yep. All right, cool. So, Keegan, what's the next thing you want to research since the other two had nothing to offer?
So next, I think what it'll be is I'm gonna chase that thread of what happens when the curse comes back. I'm gonna try to see if there's any stories or accounts of that are, of course, after this last rumor, last stories were written that talk about the re-emergence of this curse.
Let me be clear. I'm fine with this roll, but let me be clear. Your first roll was a skipping stone. That you failed, granted, but your first roll was a skipping stone for the 1 day thing.
Yeah.
Your second roll was a solid topic, like a legitimate topic. You rolled success, got your results. It was tremendous success, whatever. Da-da-da. This third one is not a topic. It is a specific, is a very, very, very isolated thing here. It's not something that you can't research. I'm just being clear that your success, if you get it, is going to be a narrower scope result because you're not saying tell me about the Ford Motor Company. You're saying, tell me about the Mustang's design from 1962 to 1967. It's a very different.
Well, more general. Any references to these curses having been suppressed and returning works. It doesn't have to be this one. That's just one of those things that I feel it's really important that we.
So you're looking for curses returned, not this specific curse returned.
Yes, it's just that is more correct. It's just inspired by that. The fact that I can see an account exists of it ending at some point, so I know there has to be something about it returning. So it's just bouncing off of that. But yeah, just curses returning, to be clear.
Okay, I can accept that. When a curse is broken, rumors of it return. Okay, I think this is also going to be a curses check.
Yeah,
this is also a week, so you get the +2. I'm fine with her giving you the +5 again, and so we're more or less rolling against. And then hold on. I don't think you get the +1 this time, though. I'm just
Yeah,
thinking-
it's separate.
Well,
Yeah,
hold on, because you know about how to break the curse in the forest, right?
yeah, that's our
Technically, we know-
strongest one.
We
And you
technically
know about how to
Hodgwen,
break
too.
the curse in Hod Gwen. You know about
Mhm.
how to break the curse theoretically in Wraithblade Keep. Do you know about how to break the curse in any of the other ones?
We
You know
had a
ish.
theory.
Or
Valley
about-
of Doom.
Yeah.
We had
Yeah.
a theory about getting one of the stones to open the door, killing the dudes there, and then I think we were talking about maybe using, if they're undead, maybe a crystal of like opposite
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
energy or
we just have
something.
ideas.
I think I
That's
can't
weird.
give you the +1 for this one. Sorry, Keegan. So you're rolling into 16 out of 15. Sorry.
16 this time. All right.
So it's, I think, a 50-50 for you. Or a 55-45.
Yeah, it's all right. We'll see. Okay, I rolled
Hey!
good. Thank God. I was like, I literally just
Now
have
you
to roll
could re-roll
decent.
and try to get up to a 26.
Or this is where you could use a hero point to become a 25 and then
And-
luck to get a
and
26.
then luck it to get a
But
crit
I
success.
don't know if that's really worth it for this specific research. I'll give Keegan a moment to contemplate his options.
I'm not doing that.
Okay.
There's my moment.
Okay.
It's yeah. We just got him. All right. I know the trend is we got a hero point. I spend my hero point, but I'm not doing it for this one.
Oh,
No, that's fine. We still have a session. We still have a whole
Yeah,
session.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
The
you know, I'm
character might
fine with
still
the
have to
21.
make like a survival check to make like a peanut butter and jelly, but like with cashew butter instead.
So it's a cashew butter and jelly.
Yeah, cashew butter and jelly. But it's actually with jam. So it's a cashew butter and jam sandwich.
Okay.
But you don't put it on
Yeah.
like you put it on a wrap. So it's a cashew
love
butter
our
and jam
asides.
wrap.
they're so relevant to life.
Look, I thought you were going to say a survival check to get to rid. That's the more dangerous thing. I'm
Mm.
definitely going to ask for help.
All right. So you're researching examples, stories of curses that had been broken and then brought back. Surprisingly, there are enough tales of this collected inside of this library to corroborate these with one another to give you some details worth going on. This isn't as tremendous of a success as the other one because the other one was a more broad topic than this. I understand you broadened the scope of what you were originally going to roll for, but it's still the other one was a much broader topic. So the only ones that are here are, it's said that when the curse of the Wraithblade had been broken before, that you already know it comes back at other points in time in history. Usually starting at the keep, almost always starting at the keep. Actually, looking into it, looks like it always starts at the keep. Looking after that specific scenario you were looking into, which is the time that it was broken, well, you found out that after your John Henry, hammered at this for 30 days and 30 nights until he died of exhaustion breaking the blade, to remove the blade from the problem, others then brought the blade back to the keep and hurled it back over the walls to remove it from others being able to access it again. Nobody's going to go to that cursed place, right? Generation goes by. Oh, look, people went to the cursed place, right? Fuck generation. We were talking about humans here. 6 months go by,
Yeah.
Anyways, so that always seems to come back where the blade becomes a problem again. Then you talk about the forest. Actually, at one point in time, it is said that at one point in time, the forest curse was said to be lifted. And when it did so, what happened was a period of true verdant harvest happened out there. The forest nearly doubled in size over the course of the next year or so. Like the number of trees in there grew so thick and so dense that it was one of those, for those that understands the way study what arbology, let's call it, arborologyism. For those that study the way the trees that grow and develop, it's like they grew too densely together to make logical sense for them to continue growing. It didn't make sense, but it also was seen as a freakish thing, like an act of the gods, because it was short-lived and it didn't last. Eventually, of course, the competitive nature of trees competing for sunlight into roots, soils with the roots kind of growing over each other and whatnot. Eventually, over the course of so many years after those grew, the new trees kind of like, died off. And so that was long enough ago that you maybe would find a couple of rotting trunks here and there of the biggest trees, but not, graveyard, if you will. Strangely enough, there's another telling of the story, not one, but multiple tellings of the story, where there are periods of time where it felt like that forest was, the curse there grew far worse, where the curse there actually made it so that the trees all gathered a blight in that forest, and the forest seemed to be dying from the inside out, just like rotting out completely. Luckily, whatever the blight was, whether it be from the gods or otherwise, it passed, and enough time went by that the trees were able to regrow themselves and get back to the might that they were. But there's several references of that corroborating 2 or 3 different scenarios where this happens. But again, luckily it was long enough ago that the trees have all returned, so you've seen a proper forest there, right? So the closest thing you can find from Mikhail's understanding, from what he discovered along the way, certainly Vanessa would not be able to gather this. What Mikhail can put together is these aren't just stories of random shit that happened in the forest. That forest is a boundary between 2 planes, and somebody broke the curse unevenly, seemingly 3 different times, once one direction and twice in the other direction. And so if we're going to break the curse, do we do so unevenly? Does that work? Or do we do so evenly? Can evenly even be done? It's something to kind of like chew on or think about, but certainly you can see the recoil of what would happen should you choose one way or the other, right? And there's stories to that there. No stories about Hodgwen ever being the closest thing you happen to come across that. The closest thing is this old Perrin book, and I do say the word Perrin because it looks as though it was written in an older version of Perrin, right? Like, so early ages of Perrin, probably stolen from a legitimate Perrin library when they came here long ago. So this is a hundreds of years old book that when you work with, you actually probably even, it's in the part of the library that Vanessa's a little bit more guarded about, but like, it's not like you're Koa coming in here. She knows she can trust you. And I imagine you even go so far as to actually cast a spell to put it into a slightly better shape when you return it than it was when you pulled it out, right? Like gaining, keeping that influencer. I'm sorry?
So if the material's there for me to bend it, absolutely.
Yeah. Like it's just, you can imagine that page like has ripped over time or whatever. If the stuff is, to make it slightly better than it was when you took it off the shelf. It was looking through this one old book. There is a recollection of people having passed through a large town or city that was empty. Not that there was nobody in it, but there was very few people that didn't seem to look like they came from or belonged there. Almost like vagabonds or people that were taking advantage of an otherwise opportune situation. But you don't know if that's a second passing of the curse or if that's the initial passing because of how old the story is. The only thing that would be able to verify this for you is what is the earliest record of any book being kept from Paradel or the Perrin Society. Like how old do the books that they offer are that might give you an idea, because this seems to be a second-hand account, meaning like written in the time that this happened as opposed to a retelling. It's not like the fucking Bible where you're like, oh, I'm totally reading about this thing that Jesus did, written 160 years later, right? It's like, no. This is like written maybe 10 years after it happened by somebody that spoke to the person that saw it, right? So you just don't know if this is a second triggering, if you will, or a first. You would have to carbon date, if you will, the book or age the book to get that scenario, and you just don't have that answer here. That's all you have. You don't know where the other keeps are. You don't know enough about them. You know that the Chaos Keep, just don't go there. People that go to Chaos Keep have their mind broken if they return. you know,
if they return.
no, nothing about the Valley of Doom curse being broken. Nothing about the hidden Seventh Keep. That there are no corroborations of a Seventh Keep even mentioned in this library. Never even heard of it. If you mention a Seventh Keep to Vanessa, she's like, "Huh?" You know, like that's information you have.
Yeah, I wouldn't even mention it, honestly.
Okay. And then what's the last key? Oh, and the last one you wouldn't know either. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. I think I got all that down. Yeah.
I have nothing else to offer on top of that. Again, Jake and Wade, if you want him to follow up with any questions.
Well, what I was thinking was, good job.
Thank you.
You rolled a number
the
more
only
than 10.
The only thing I can think of is, does it have anything in there about when one of the curses was broken? Sorry, how long it took for it to more or less reset? Might have been said. I can't remember.
I did not say, and unfortunately, like one of the things you know is there was a blight that killed a bunch of the trees, and eventually they grew back. There was a verdant. It said a verdant season where trees seemed to double in number over the course of a season, right? But then eventually nature did its course, and over the course of the next several years, the trees would have, you know, blah, 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 blah. Nature takes its course. So like that's the most time limit one. And then there are many times that the blade has been an influence in the region. And so but it's been hundreds of years. So no, like, you know, so sorry, Jake. No. Good question though.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Cool.
No, I mean, it seems like we know that they reform, which we kind of already knew, but we just don't know.
Time frame.
Or if disaster strikes a second time around.
Yeah, that's the main.
Like that was the main thing you were looking for, and we still don't really have an answer to that.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, not quite.
If he's able to get the age of a book, he could.
How do you do? I mean, like an appraise, or what do you do for that?
There are spells outside of Keegan's purview that can do things like that, and then there are finding people who are like a scholar or a scribe or whatever it is, who that's their forte. That's what they're good at. They can date things like that. It's a real life thing that people do.
Now, sure, yeah, but in this time period, I didn't know if that was a
thing. Yeah, that kind of things existed for hundreds of IRL years, right? It's just a matter of finding somebody that could do that. So in theory, Keegan, you'd have to bring somebody here or take this to somebody to do it. And taking it means either A, convincing Vanessa, and she'd be guarded against somebody like Koa even taking off the shelf. And or, you know, her not knowing that you took it to somebody.
Probably not going to do that. So, yeah, probably not going to do that. Not going to try to take one of the books or anything to someone else. Might look into, you know, legitimately see if I can go get any of them dated, but I'll probably wait till I'm done to do that. If you want to cut over, I don't have any other questions right off the bat, so if you want to cut over to them.
I will cut over to them. And just to save you time for asking later, nobody here would have the ability to do something like that. There would have to be find somebody that has that kind of so more or less you probably you unlikely, but potentially somebody in a deer could do it. Is likely somebody that's even outside of here that has that kind of very specialized education, right? Cool.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. So, somebody trying to DM me? What about?
I don't know. If
No, nobody right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
somebody said DMing Scott.
About art.
Oh, trying to do art about what? Portrait of your characters. Oh, always looking to artists. You always can DM me if you just join the Discord, which somebody can Discord for you, and then you can DM me through the Discord. All right. So and hi, welcome.
You have a Discord. Go ahead.
So you gentlemen. So Wade, you didn't hear it earlier. Very briefly, you're escorted back down. It takes a day of travel, same as last time. You're escorted back down to where the area is. It's like a nice friendly evening. There's wine down there and a little bit of like friendliness and joking by the fire. And then you're escorted back over to Hod Gwen, where even before you get to Hod Gwen, they just kind of like, wish you, good luck on your journeys or whatever it is that you're working on. And then you guys will end up riding ahead of them. Yeah, allowing yourselves to like kind of like sprint into Hod Gwen or sprint ahead. So you end up getting into town probably a good half hour, 40 minutes before them. So you're unassociated with them as you're actually getting into the town. Now, I'm not saying that you're properly riding into the town together. That's up to you guys. I'm just saying you're ahead of them and disassociated from them on arrival. I'll leave it to Koa and Aldo. You've traveled for a full day and a half. You are probably a good 20, 30 minutes, whatever it is, away from Hod Gwen, separated from the Vigilites. Feel free to RP or come up with whatever your plans are from here.
What time is it? Is there still time where if I wanted to ride straight to the
Yes.
crack, I could today?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It'd be late when you got there because I think it's, what is it, a 4-hour ride or whatever? Yes, you would be able to do
Changes
so.
every week.
Yes, it's you would be able to do so, but it would just be late when you got there because as you're getting here, it's like early afternoon, right? So 2, maybe 3, 2, Anyways, we'll throw it to Jake to initiate conversation. Aldo, go ahead.
So we've just gotten back into Hod Gwen. Are we outside or are we inside or?
No,
30
you're
minutes out.
half hour outside of Hod Gwen. That way you can coordinate before you decide.
Yeah, right. I don't know if we spoke with where each other were going, but Aldo would just say now, getting close now. Wondering where I can stay. You heading back to the crack?
I think so, at least for, I don't know, a week or so. You're sure you want to go to Hot Gwen by yourself rather than come to the crack?
Yeah, no. Somebody's got to link up with Dwayne anyway, right? And he's been waiting a few days for us as is.
Have Casper help keep an eye on you, Dwayne as well, and obviously, I'll try to be as quick as I can. Though you're much better
It's
blending in
fine.
than I
You
am.
are, yeah, you stick out a bit, Koa. So do what you've got to do. We've got 5 weeks. I'll do what I can. I think I'm gonna focus on seeing if we can. Think we can find out who's affected by these ghosts. I'm gonna link up with Dwayne, and we'll try and scope out Orvain and the other lieutenants, and just confirm whether or not they've been ghosted.
Well, from what we've heard of Orvain's actions, it sounds as though he has been corrupted by them. So just don't trust. Just don't trust that he will be reasonable.
I don't know if I'm even going to make contact. It's really going to be a bit of a reconnaissance here. We'll be out and about, and we'll just try and put ourselves in places where we know that they either frequent or happen to be moving through, and just if we can get eyes on them, we can get confirmation. That's at least we can start compiling a list.
Don't put yourself at risk to get a hold of the sword. We'll find a way to get it, but I'm not sure what your plan is, but that would be a very dangerous one.
I mean, if I see Beltran put the sword down and walk away, sure. I'll try and take it. But as far as taking it off him, yeah, you don't have to worry about that. Ain't that brave.
Probably for the best. Well, I guess be safe, Aldo, and hopefully I'll see you in, I don't know, 5 to 10 days.
Yeah, we'll do. Look, try and help the guys out. They're not allowed to drink or anything, but there's enough there. You know what I mean? Throw your weight around a little bit and help them out.
I'll see what I can do.
Oh, come on, Cole. You can do better than that.
Well, then I'll try to make sure morale's better when I leave than it is when I get there.
Sounds good. Travel safe.
You as well, and maybe look a bit different when you go in.
That's the plan.
Probably already thought of that. He like hesitates for a minute as though he's like still having second thoughts, but then he'll like nod and veer off.
Yeah. Aldo would just start going about his routine of disguising himself. You know, they're close enough now where he can do that, and he'll disguise himself and then head towards Hood Gwen.
So his default disguise is a 20 because he takes a 10, has a plus 10, gets a 20, and then he's able to yeah, cool, sounds great. Make his way in. Cutting to Wade first because it's more immediate. I imagine your character is just going to make your way back to Zikrak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cool. So making your way there, you know, survival check needed. You know how to get there. Let me just think for amount of time traveling. Technically, there's a couple of fortitude saves that can be made to stop you from getting fatigue. So not fortitude, constitution checks to be made. It's 2. I mean, it doesn't really matter. If you pass 1, then who cares? If you fail 1, then we'll roll the other. Oh, you can't see the result. Oh, you failed both. Your character's you're legitimately exhausted getting there. For funsies, go ahead and roll those constitution checks for the horsey.
All right, exhausted, you said?
Yeah.
It's not been a good night for rolls.
Oh, poor Jake didn't get his hero point. Womp womp. Horsey's great. One more for the horsey, just for funsies. Oh, I think
What do you wait, hang on, like, what?
if Wade got 3 nat ones.
Oh, okay. Because you
You got
like
the
to
other
go
one.
on back before, and I was like, wait, are you taking that from me?
Constitution check for force march. So you the second one's a DC 12. So the horsey fails the horsey fails the check. So womp womp doesn't work. So he gets there tired, but is able to get there with you. So poor Koa arrives. He's fucking exhausted. You know, he's so beat. So he arrives and he's just looking so tired. And you know, kind of scrolls into the cave. When he gets there, a little bit to his surprise, you know, other people are there and other RP we're happy to have, but you find out that Arthur's there.
Oh, okay. This would be a great time to talk to him. I'm definitely looking my best.
Yeah. So when you come in and people are excited to see you, and there's that moment where you're like coming from the cave, and you know, the word spreads pretty quickly inside there. That's, you know, what's going on. You know, you've only left what, 5 days ago, 6 days ago, whatever it's been.
Something like that, yeah.
You know, there's that moment where as you're kind of going in and, oh, hello everybody. Yeah, sorry, don't mind me. I'm just, excuse me, let me through. Oh, thanks for taking, you know, care of Storm Fury. And you keep
That's
going.
a luck.
And then no. And
That is a luck.
And you make your way over, and then there's that moment where you look and you can just see standing inside of a doorway, you know, come around the corner. There is Gwen. And it's like that moment where you like see her and you're like, oh. And even though you were already exhausted, you just kind of like properly get tired. You let your exhaustion sink in. You're like, yes, that's where I want to be. I'm home now, you know? And then as you're making your way over to her, you see, unfortunately, oh, Arthur's here too. No, this is a good thing. I never agreed to these stupid terms. You guys can't bully me. You're on the internet. You're not real people. So, where were we? Yeah, so you see Arthur's there, and so you're like, oh, yay, Arthur. And before you're even able to get over to Gwen to, you know, give her like a hug or whatever it is, he comes walking over to step up. Like, interject. Do you regard him or smile and keep moving towards Gwen?
If she like sees him, he'll like give her a wink, but then he'll regard Arthur. Arthur, good to see you again. It's been a moment.
I have to say I was a little surprised to get your letter, and just in time.
Not a moment too soon for sure. I'm assuming you're up to speed on things here.
I just got here earlier today, this morning.
Oh,
I got a little lost in the woods. Took a little bit longer than anticipated. This place is pretty well hidden. It's a nice little find.
well, that was the idea. I, not gonna lie, I wasn't. I didn't think about the fact that you might even be here at the moment. So, I'm glad to see you.
Sent a letter for me weeks go by, and you didn't expect me to be here?
Things have been quite hectic. Time being what it is, 3 weeks ago, I can't believe it's even been that long. At the same time, it feels as though it's been months. It's not been easy nor pleasant.
He doesn't remark. He just nods, agreeing, or understandingly.
But perhaps, I'm assuming you have some accommodations here. Maybe we rest and speak more in the morning. I'm a bit out of sorts. It was a rough travel making it all the way here today.
He says, you do seem a little bit worn. Sure, we can trade news in the morning.
Perfect. It's good to see you, and if you need anything at all, please don't hesitate.
He nods, and he says, from what I understand, the wine is locked up.
I'll have to speak about that. I'm not sure exactly what's going on about that. Having just arrived myself. But that is the rumor.
He looks over your shoulder and says, where's Mikhail?
He found a great source of information that he thinks might help us, both with this task and others. So he's spending some time sorting through it and researching.
Oh,
and
makes sense. But Aldo, we can at least throw dice with Aldo. I can find him, he says, and looking to kind of like break.
Not unless you're going to Hodgwyn tonight.
Oh, it's just you.
Yeah. We have a lot of things to do, a lot of ground to cover, and with just the three of us, we had to split up for a few weeks at least, or at least a week for Aldo and I. Mikhail, we might not see for a month, but we think that's the best way we can spend our time to hopefully get through this in the best shape in the end.
He says, well, don't let me keep you from resting. Again, it seems a little bit more downtrodden, if you will. He says, I guess we could swap stories in the morning.
Or even after I've had time to maybe get a bite to eat.
Yep. Enjoy your rest, he says, trying to be more, warm. Enjoy your rest. We can talk tomorrow. It's not like anything can be acted upon right now anyways.
Fair enough. Good to see you, Arthur. Thank you again for coming.
It's a great opportunity. And warm here. Comfortable.
Glad you weren't here in the winter.
His face kind of falls a little bit as he's realizing the turning of the season. Actually, no, it's still summertime, isn't it? Okay. So he'll walk off. Oh, 2 days passed. For you, 2 days passed. You and what's his face. So let's go ahead and or 3, 1, 2, 3, technically. Because his research day, your travel day, plus the next morning. Did I just do the same thing 3 times in a row? Okay.
Crane
So,
13, Crane 13, Crane
1,
13,
2,
Crane
3,
13.
4. There we go. Awesome. So now we are. You finally can make your way over to Gwen.
He'll just give her a big embrace. I know it's not been long, but always too long.
She nods and says, "Since your last bath."
Likely true.
And she'll kind of like go with you as I imagine Koa wants to go and bathe himself up, and she'll sit by and you guys can kind of like touch base over some of the stuff that you spoke. I imagine you don't get into the deep conversations here.
Not this tired and not like that, no.
Yeah, just like, oh, we found some town. They're friendly. Mikhail stayed there, and I'm concerned about Aldo, but he's up in Hogwarts. Like that kind of like touching base, catching
Really
up with some
light,
basic
and
stuff.
mostly it's last time it was like they got together, it was in Hogwarts, and it was immediately like, hey, trouble's brewing. Let's go. We got to go now.
Yeah.
So he's kind of like, you know what? Let me give you, we're going to have a nice, relaxing night, good conversation tonight. Then tomorrow, the shit can hit the fan.
Well, you're telling her a little bit about work or whatever, right, to end the day, but not divulging. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Jump to the next day, which is what's Creen 17 for you. But first, over to Aldo. Assuming Jaaek is around, you can hear me. Hold on. Let's go.
Don't do it. Whatever it is.
Jaaek, can you hear me?
Why do we have to hear it?
Because I love you.
That's not why.
Oh. There he is. He heard me.
Well, it
See, it worked.
It did. What's up? I figured we had heaps of weight RP, so I went to make a coffee.
No, you're good. You're
You
good.
can make some ribs normally.
Oh, yeah, right. He's usually out back slaughtering the cow. So, just when your character first gets into Hogwarts, obviously you have some disguise on. I imagine you're like Matt Damon in what's that? The third Ocean's movie with like the prosthetic nose on, and it's like the
Euro
really high
trip when he
forehead.
sings Scotty doesn't know, but it's not really his voice. He's just mouthing it.
Is he in Euro Trip?
Matt Damon, yeah.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
He's the guy fucking Fiona.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. So your character goes into town wearing your whatever disguise you're wearing. Now that I'm thrown off by that, maybe it's missing an ear or whatever it is, and some of my best work. And so he goes into town, and what does he do immediately? Is there anything worth noting his first getting into town, or is it more let me establish a place to stay for a while, since apparently I'm now going to have to pay to live in inns for the next 4 weeks? Goddamn Mikhail.
Yeah, that's what it'd be. And after, do we know where Dwayne was staying? If we do, it'd be the same place, right? So
Dwayne, I believe, stays fairly frequently at that one place we discussed forever ago that's kind of right by the hospital. It's not too far off from the hospital.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, well then he would just go there, check in, get himself sorted. If he sees Dwayne that night, obviously he'll go up and talk to him. Otherwise, he'll try and catch him tomorrow.
Cool. Then you go into can go and find your place for the evening. Not a big deal. We just have to come up with a cost for you to spend the next few weeks inside of the inn. I had some cost written somewhere for you. And then we'll steal money from you shortly. Cool.
Yep.
We can jump to the next morning. You're having a little bit of RP, but then I think you're doing kind of like some DT activities, right? So you want to look for Dwayne in the morning to go and find him. Finding Dwayne is one of those like you can go ahead and make a GI check if you want to try to like ask around to find him quickly, or if you don't mind burning most of a day just looking for him and lying low, you can do that as well. Oh no, sorry. You knew where he was staying. You literally finding him in the morning. It's not an issue whatsoever. Just get up early, go downstairs, and wait till you see him walk by. My apologies. Yep. Take all that back. You find him in the morning.
Yeah, I dare say he comes down for breakfast, and I'll just go on over to his table and probably take mine with me and sit down, and I'm like,
I imagine when
company.
you in the morning, you're not wearing the same disguise as like last night. You're slightly altered enough to be, or maybe you're wearing an outfit we could throw a hood on, but Dwayne can quickly identify you. Are you like fully costumed even today?
It'd be similar to last night, right? It's not. You can imagine he probably went to sleep with some of the stuff and got up and just like fixed it back up, kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah. You touched up last night's makeup. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
We've all seen that walk of shame. Okay, so you are Jake's talking to his walk of shame right now. So you are go up to Dwayne and sit down at the table. There's like a moment where he like looks at you just to be like, hi, without actually saying it. And then he just goes back to eating his meal without saying anything.
Yeah. He's like, miss me?
Looks up at you and says, no. And looks back down.
Aldo like scooches closer to him.
Looks at you and he shifts his, posture to like, just slightly be more, kind of like prepared to act if he needs to. Dwayne's capable, but he's no like super martial artist. But he kind of like shifts ever so slightly to be prepared if he has to. God, I wonder if Dwayne can even barroom brawl. Anyways, go on.
He just says, well, it's only been a couple of days, right? Surely.
He looks up at you again, looks around, and looks back to you and says, listen, I'm not your mark. Go try someone else.
Well, Dwayne, seems I'm better than I thought.
Say his name. You say his name, and his eyebrows like pop up, and he looks like shocked for a second, and then like even better than I thought. And then all of a sudden he's like, Aldo.
He winks at him.
God damn it! I'm never gonna get used to this. How do you not have an ear right now? Is that no? It looks healed. How do you not have an ear right now?
Reaches over, grabs Dwayne because I've got yours.
Like
I wish
sleight
I
of
thought
hand
that.
prosthetic.
That'd be great.
Sorry.
Well, he just says a trade secret. He says it's just me and you here, though. The others are unavailable.
Cool. So he just kind of like looks flabbergasted and says, well, the others are unavailable.
Yeah, they're not here. They'll be gone for a few weeks, so it's up to me and you.
When you say they're gonna be gone for a few weeks, finally he oh, okay, because the first two lines almost were like a gentle way of letting him know they're not here. They're unavailable. Like,
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, yeah. Now that we've established they're not dead, Dwayne. Yeah, it's up to me and you to finish what the task was. We've got to sort out who these people are, if they're affected, and we'll make note of it and compile a report.
nods and says, yeah, of course. You guys said that you were leaving because you had found an opportunity to go find some information. Is that where the other two are?
Mikhail is. Koa went back home.
Oh, okay. To try to elicit some assistance from the free folk or home.
No, like
Yeah. He gets it. Yeah. He was just trying to clarify. He goes, okay. Kind of wish it was the other one, all things considered, but
yeah. Well, we can cross our fingers and hope for that. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's only me and you in the big city.
yay. All right. Well, you mind if I finish my breakfast?
Yeah, go ahead. We'll start with Orvain though. That's the one we're pretty confident about.
He nods and says, "Start with Orvain." Then shakes his head and says, "I had been working with Casper after you, because Casper's still here, right? Yeah, I've been working with Casper after you left. We already found Orvain. It's not good. The man looks like a, what do you call them? The Waking Dead. What's the word? A zomboid, whatever they're called. He looks like the stories say of the Waking Dead. The eyes all sunken in, skin pallid, has this demeanor to him that, well, I guess I know why they call it demeanor. He says, trying to make like a pun, but landing poorly.
Right, so it's worse than we thought. Did you see any
Yeah, I did.
friends?
Yeah.
Okay. Lovely.
You like try to cut that off so he doesn't have to think too much on it.
Oh, I'm supposed to leave Koa where he is. I don't know if we can.
Shakes his head. He's like,
How many?
I didn't see him do any like fits of violence or anything like that. Like nothing like that. But we had them around him.
How many?
3 or 4. It could have been 2, but I'm thinking 3 or 4. Went had 3. He says.
Yeah.
And he just kind of like shivers as he's like thinking back to the Went scenario, and he says, "But it's hard to tell here. Honestly, it could have been 2. It's just, there's so many more people around here. It's hard to be certain, and you don't exactly want to stare."
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, you can cross Orvain off. What about the other lieutenants?
Shakes his
It's
head.
only been a few days, but yeah.
I don't know yet. That's I'll work with you on that one. Casper was confident in being able to find him and led me there, but the others, he didn't like the idea of going too far into looking into it without having Koa or you around lend assistance as needed.
All right. Well,
You don't even need a sense motive. Totally threw in an or you, as my tone suggested. I was like,
Yeah.
like he wanted
Aldo
somebody
got
around
that, but it was on the back of his mind. He was going to be like, "Well, I need Koa." So
Oh yeah. It was funny. So he throws out like you want a Koa there to protect him, but you're totally okay. Yeah, you got him, and you're like, I need Koa too. Oh.
right. Well, finish that breakfast, and we'll meet up with Casper and see if we can start getting a lead on where some of these people might be. We'll work from there.
He nods. A little bit later, after he finishes, like slowly finishing his meal, he does look to you and he goes, "You've not really eaten anything yet. And honestly, what about second breakfast? I could pack in some extra food. That who knows if we're gonna get time to eat later if we're hunting all day, right?"
Yeah, I guess. All right, your shout. Pats him on the shoulder.
Yep. He legitimately orders more food, and while clearly not being hungry, slowly works his way through the food, more playing with it than anything. And if he realizes too much time has gone by while making idle conversation with you, he will force down a bite, which you can tell that he's full because he's doing that chewing too much because his mouth is dry from being too full and still eating, right? But he's just trying not to go.
Aldo just starts eating off his plate at some point, just it goes a bit quicker.
Okay, that's fair. And he's like, "You can get your own plate." No, this isn't like these potatoes are great.
What happens when they get to the last noodle?
Look at the Lady in the Tramp.
You guys want to slurp each other's noodle? Oh, wait. So you guys
Moving on.
Finish the meal and are able to I think we have 22 viewers for that, by the way. So you guys are able to finish the meal and eventually like, "All right, Dwayne," you're like, "Let's go, buddy," clasp on the shoulder, and are able to kind of like head out.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you or do you not want to look for what's his name, Casper, to assist you? You're looking for Casper to help you find the ghosts, or like, do you want to leave him be, or do you want to like call him in?
No, we'll call him in.
Okay. So you spend the early part of the morning, spending like an hour or two looking for Casper. Dwayne understanding where to kind of like go and flag him down, pull him in. You fill him in on the details as you guys are walking, being as discreet as possible. Casper, who has seen you in many different disguises for many months now or whatever, like off and on different disguises, doesn't even blink twice. When Dwayne walks up to him and he's like, "Hey, Casper, this is Aldo?" And you're like, "How'd the ear?" Trade secret, kind of thing. And takes it in stride. You fill him in, and now you guys are going to be able to go out look. I believe, Jake, your plan here is to discover the location of and have Dwayne look into each of the other lieutenants, correct?
Yeah, and we did. I don't know if Casper did it, but we did know the location of one of them who happened to be in
What's her name's house?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's an? Yeah, I don't remember her name.
Yeah. Shanti? Nope. Ashtara? One of those two.
Ashtara. That's right.
Yeah. One of the A
And
names.
so yeah, so probably hang out around that area today. If yeah, with Dwayne, see if we can get eyes on him. I asked him to look at the house and see who comes and goes.
Tasri?
So
I think it's Tasri is inside of Ashtara's house. Yeah. What were you saying?
I said I did ask Casper to like watch the place and see who comes and goes and things like that. If there's guards, that escort them.
Mhm.
So if he's got any information there.
Okay. Yep. So he does fill you in that Tashri does in fact live there. Seen it, has watched it, so on and so forth. She seems to live there by herself, but has other people coming and going at all hours of day and night. So it's not like she only stays there. She leaves there. She returns
Picking up
there.
where Ashtara left off.
She stays there. She stays there. She leaves there. Whatever it is. She doesn't seem to live by some set schedule. And then she does have other people coming and going all hours of the day and night. And it might be just one person that arrives. It might be 3 or 4 different people that arrive for whatever different reasons. Remember, she's kind of like the finger to the pulse of what's going on in the town from the perspective of the kind of like the thieves guilds or what have you.
Yeah.
She interacts with them. So she's like your, what was his name? Varum? What was the bald guy, the eunuch from Game of Thrones?
Varys.
Varys, there you go. She's like the Varys, if you will, for the scenario. And so, he's like, so you might be able to catch her alone. You might be able to catch the place empty. Or you could catch her with, close to a half dozen others,
Yeah.
So you just got to be careful on that. But he has witnessed that consistently.
Yeah. Okay. I think what we'll do for like this day more or less is I want to have Casper continue to do what he's been doing, watch the house, things like that. But we're gonna go to the inn that has that secret passage thing. And seeing if people are coming through that. And I know it's out of the way, but we'll know who's inside the inn, who comes in the front door, and who just magically seems to, come from nowhere or come from behind the bar or something. I want to see if people are using that entrance.
Yeah, you just do that for a whole day?
Yep.
Sounds great. No checks need to be made for that one. You're just somebody that's going to sit there and drink. You're going to buy the cheapest shit possible to make it so you can stretch your coin for doing so. You can have Dwayne with you. You don't mind if Dwayne gets a bit tipsy because your intention is not to fight at all. Even if something happens, you're just a bystander that's going to leave. There's no reason to interact with anybody, right? So you're going to buy cheap shit. You're going to get tipsy with your friends. You guys are going to you give him a fake name. We'll let Cozy Kittens come up with Dwayne's fake name for the scenario. And you guys are just going to kind of like bullshit some real or fake stories or whatever it is and just have a good time, right?
Yeah.
And day goes by. As for whether or not anybody goes in or out of that place for today, the answer is no. Darwin and you do not find anybody going in and out of that place, and you stay there until they kick you out, more or less. Like this place is done. Get out. You and Darwin find nothing. There's no evolution of this plot.
How many people are on the list? How many lieutenants was there?
So there was Zaref, Rainan, Tasri, and Davian. It's Davian Sold.
So
those
there's
are
four,
the four.
right?
Yep.
And okay. Maybe I spend a week on each. I think that's not a bad idea because I like this one especially is known for, by the thieves guilds and things like that. I think spending a week seeing who's coming and going from her place, but also staying in the tavern drinking, you know what I mean? I think getting as much information as possible is probably the way to go with this woman in particular. Also, if we happen to see her, Dwayne can, confirm or deny, the if she's got the ghosts. So I think
You have two options here. So exactly what you just said, that moment, it's called pull the thread. And you're intentionally trying to gather as much information you can on each one of them, 1 week each. Totally a great option. You can use like intimidate, stealth, diplomacy, stuff like that, are like skills that can be used for pulling the thread to try to gain information about this, right? And with pulling the thread, you can even do things like, shell out. It has to be a significant amount of money, right? But you can shell out money to try to enhance that, if you will.
Yeah, right.
However, there's also a separate option that is duplicative of what you just did, which is called Scout Location. It's you literally hang out in this tavern for an entire week and see if anybody comes or goes. You more or less become like a bartender, beloved regular. You come in, you drink the cheap stuff, but you tip as much as you spend on ale, and they love you, and you're good at playing darts or whatever the local, knuckles or whatever the local game is, right? And you become familiar with the place, so you can hear little extra stories, see things that maybe would otherwise not be seen. You can scout location. Now you'd have to knock a leader off of the option for this, in which case I assume it would be specifically Tasri. That's it. An alternative option. Thoughts here?
What do you guys think? Scout location, in my opinion, actually might be quite good for this particular person.
The one at Ashtara's place?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
And that's perception, stealth, or a relevant profession skill. If you have a profession skill you think can make sense for that moment.
I have profession sommelier or surveyor.
Do you actually have profession sommelier? Do you actually put points in that?
Not yet, but it's on my list to do.
Oh my god! I was gonna say, if you legitimately had that, that'd be pretty cool. Because then you're not just buying the cheap shit and playing some Billy-esque character. You're actually like, no. Let me sample the good wines. I'll help you sell the right price. And, that's funny.
Yeah, we'll go with scout location then. And what's the things for that? Stealth.
For scout location,
That's
perception,
strong for
stealth,
me.
and profession if there's a relevant one.
Does
we'll
disguise
go with
work for
stealth.
that?
For scout location, no. It's you're legitimately trying to. I could see bluff working for that one because you're legitimately sitting inside of a place of business, and trying to come off as it makes sense for you to be there all day, every day. So you can imagine his character. He's playing somebody who can afford to drink all day for 7 days in a row, right? And has reason to not want to work or whatever it is. So he has to come up with some persona. And I think bluff is a fair way to pull that off for this specific scenario.
Yeah, okay. All right, so you want me to roll a bluff?
So it's more than just rolling a bluff. I think this check is, so you're level 3, so it's base in 18. I think this is a normal roll. I don't think this is particularly hard. I don't think there's anything hard about what you're doing here. I don't think it's overly easy because you have to maintain a disguise the whole time to do it. I think it's a default roll. So DC 18. Can you think of any mods that would apply prior to rolling?
Any mods that would apply? I don't believe so. Just looking at my stuff.
The only other thing I could say is, technically speaking, you can have your companions assist you in this to try to give you a +2 because they're like playing into your character by like popping in for a day or two and leaving. Doing that, the positive side is they can give you a bonus. The negative side is there is a slim but an existing chance that they give up the goose by accident, whereas you can trust in your own ability to, hold character.
Well, Dwayne's gonna be with me sometime. Because I want, like, on the off chance that we see her, I want him to try and get eyes on her anyway. But I don't think I want them assisting me per se.
Well, their assisting is like literally them just being companions of Dalo or whatever your current name is. Being friends of him, coming in and sharing some drinks and swapping stories or whatever it might be. That would be the assist.
Yeah. Well, I'm having Dwayne do that anyway. So if that, is
Okay.
like if that's an assist, that's an assist. Because like I said, I want him to possibly put eyes on her, so he's around.
Okay, give me 1 second here. No. To assist, support another. He just needs to roll for a success on this one for his own. He has to roll his own bluff or something that makes sense. Success is based off of his own level, not yours, so you're good there. And he's what, level 1? I think we established for his Dwayne sheet.
I think so.
He's level 2.
I mean,
Just to beat a DC
okay.
16.
Yeah, he's second.
Okay, cool. Let me grab my dice. Oh, I never pulled my other die thing back in this room. All right, so let me.
What
Here we
skills
go.
are you going to use?
What?
What skills he using?
I believe bluff. Let me just look at his sheet again. Let me open it back up.
Because I figure I know he was good at like survival, which I don't think makes sense, but he was decent at perception and maybe stealth too. I don't know what he's. Maybe he's.
It has to be one
bluff, I
that
don't
makes sense for what you're doing, which is scout location, perception. Does he have any profession skills? Profession guide. If he's playing like that's him being Dwayne though, not him being Darwin.
I think it makes sense for him to be doing perception because that's what he's there for.
Yeah.
That's why he keeps coming in.
For him to be what?
I think his
Perception.
skill should be perception because that's the point of him coming in is just to look around, see
Okay.
if he can see. Yeah.
+5 is a 20 total, so he passes because his DC was 16, so he has 20 total. He passes by 4. That gives you a +2 to your check, sir.
All right. Rolling now.
Jesus
Very
fucking
nice.
Christ.
That's by 10 or more, so I don't think you need to luck it because it was the DC.
Yeah, I'm
18.
not gonna look at.
Yeah. Yeah,
Exactly.
it was. Cool. So, for the sake of scenario, just so you know, you gain 2 EP. For the sake of if you're trying to infiltrate into her place, so that's something for you to mark down for the
Yep.
EP scaling that you guys have. I think you had 1 or 2 other EP already, right?
For other
We had
stuff.
at least one.
We have 2 related to Beltran specifically.
Okay, this would also be related to Beltran because this is one of his lieutenants, right?
Okay. You
So
said that's
you now have
two
4.
more?
Yeah, we have 4 total EP related to this whole Beltran scenario. Great job, Jake. To be clear, yes, the door is in fact used. However, it is used by not just like anybody coming and going. The only people that come through the door, the only person that comes through the door, it's one specific person consistently that goes in and out. You know that they do because they clearly don't work here. They go into like the back area that like leads into X, Y, or Z, which is downstairs or whatever it was. It was described as. They go there and they disappear for many hours at a time, and then come back many hours later. Obviously, they go in and out. Corroborating the description of this person with Casper, who is not coming in but continuing to keep an eye like outside with whatever side jobs or alley work or whatever he's doing. Never once do you see this other individual go in or out the other way. They only use this entrance. So you do gather a description of the person in question, and from what you can tell, they're a rather gruff-looking. You believe they're a half-orc. You know what I mean? Because they have features that suggest they're a half-orc. Even go so far as to say their half-orc features are rather mild, and they're a bit smaller than a typical half-orc. So maybe a quark. You know what I mean? Like a quarter orc. Yep. So it might be a quark that's going in there. But they're using this pathway as their exclusive way in or out. You don't know who this person is, but you have seen them enough times to have a strong description in your mind of what they look like. Jake, you critically succeeded. I'll even go one step further for you. I'm going to ask you to go ahead and just for funsies, roll me a disguise check. you're confident because of their build and whatnot. You think you might be able to even replicate a disguise of them. You have to roll for it when the time comes. But you're confident, like, you know what they look like well enough. You've seen it well enough. You studied their features well enough. You think you might be able to replicate a disguise of them.
Yeah, okay. Nice. That's what I was hoping for, actually, so that's good.
Cool. Awesome. There's your first week. I'm about to jump 7 days, but first I go back to Wade. So, hey, buddy. So the next morning,
Jake's like, I got time for. I'm gonna go out to the diner.
I'm gonna get my ribs, get my coffee, and then what did we say he had? His morning mistake. What was this called again? Walk of shame. He's gonna go hang out with his walk of shame. That's right. Jake. Nope. Wade. Your character in the morning wakes up and you have a few conversations you can have here. Obviously, you want to have a chat with Gwen. You want to have a chat with Ashanti, and the chat with Ashanti is meant to be some RP, but mostly driving checks. And you want to have a chat with Arthur. So, where do you want to start? Not where Koa wants to. Where does Wade want to start?
I think we do Gwen last, so let's knock out Arthur and then Ashanti.
Okay. So when you go in the morning and you meet with Arthur and, kind of like that opening RP of, hey, Arthur, how you doing? You were able to settle in last night? How are things going? He's like, oh, it's comfortable here. It's definitely the best hole I've slept in before.
Well, I've slept in worse myself, so
I don't think you're allowed to talk about that anymore. Engaged and all.
well, not only that, but potentially a kid on the way now. You think maybe
his face drops. What?
It's a theory.
Is this good news?
Yes, other than the fact that she has to live in a cave.
Congratulations! Let's break out the wine. He says, very loudly.
We're not sure yet, so we're keeping it a little on the quiet side.
But we can still privately have some to celebrate.
I'm sure that could be arranged.
He waits.
Do I need to go talk to Leon about why the wine's being locked up?
Less Leon and more, what's his name? Edric.
Edric would never be the one to lock up the wine. He's the one that Aldo had to sneak wine to last time, isn't he?
Correct, yes.
So why is the wine locked up if
Well,
no
either
one's
way,
locking it up?
Do we say that Koa goes and gets a bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right. You go and get a bottle of wine, and you and him can kind of like go outside and have a chat and, fill him in.
I would even say Koa gets extra wine to have some just have with Gwen later.
Oh, nice. Good. I'm sure feeding your pregnant fiance alcohol is great.
Probably not known in those times.
No, you're right. It's not known. It's just funny that that's where Wade, who lives in 2025, that's where your mind goes.
I am playing a character who knows he has to have a really uncomfortable conversation.
Listen, man, tangent for a second. There used to be this lady that would come out to drink it when I was, a bartender. There used to be this lady that would come out to drink at the bar, and we saw her pregnant and getting more and more pregnant. And she would drink her beers. She would get her 2 tall beers every time she sat at the bar. And you can't tell her no. Like, you can refuse service for somebody for any reason you'd like, but you can't refuse service for something like you're pregnant. You can't say, like, I'm not going to serve you, but I will serve your friend or husband or whatever because you're pregnant. So, like, we couldn't not serve her. That's discrimination. So we would have to pour her 22-ounce pints, like Pilsner glasses, her 2 of them that she would get every Saturday the entire time that she was pregnant.
If she had boofed it, would it have affected the baby?
If she had boofed
the alcohol. Butt chug.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I suppose it would have affected the baby more because it's even stronger. Right? It hits you harder.
It affects her that much stronger, but does it affect her more?
So I actually didn't know that.
What is the science of boofing when you're pregnant? Is it better or worse?
The word boof is what my stepmother used to say for fart when we were kids. Like, to her, the word fart was too aggressive and nasty sounding. So at my father's house, we'd have to say boof Just like with Aurora and Gwen, we say
She enjoyed
toot.
boofing, and she just wanted you guys to think she meant farting.
Oh, okay. Nice stepmother like boofing. She does hang out with lots of rock stars, so that very well.
They
could be
probably
true.
definitely enjoyed
Yeah,
boofing.
yeah, no, yeah. That actually checks out. Of all the people I know, that checks out. So
I was mushrooms. My mom did mushrooms and pregnant with me.
anyways, after this woman gave birth, she would bring the car seat in, like the bucket car seat, the ones that go click and go or whatever, and she would set it on the bar stool and still come in every Saturday with the baby at the bar stool. And it was
I
one
think
of those
my
things
dad
where,
said
like,
something similar with me. I think I
Yep.
was brought to some bars because I
Yep.
used to get the Cokes with grenadine as a kid, and I really liked them.
oh yeah. No, that's a different age. That's not
Well,
bucket
yeah, but
seat.
I mean,
Yeah.
I was also there before that. I just don't remember. I remember the cherry Coke. I don't remember the before. Anyway, we're drinking a
Lundane,
bottle of
that's
wine.
illegal. You can't fire a bartender for serving somebody who's pregnant. That's literally illegal in the United States. It's discrimination. You know. Now you can terminate somebody's employment for an disclosed reason. That might be that, but that's, you can't not serve them. That's discrimination. Anyways, so that's like saying I'm not going to serve you because you have ADHD. Like that's discrimination. It's a medical. So back to you, Wade. Where were we? Your
got a
character
bottle
where
of
you sit
wine.
with the wine, you
Two
go
bottles,
out and
really.
chat with him. You do the quick little fill in of some basic details, just like some super basic stuff. But then he's like getting starting to chomp at the bit a little bit more to tell you like, so the reason why I was excited to talk to you last night is I'm glad I got your letter, or better yet, I read it when I got back and was able to leave Leshev as quickly as I could, because things out there were getting a little spicy. So you remember that rumor that started floating around town about the Birdman?
Yes.
So apparently that rumor continued to spread, and it caught the attention of some interested parties. So, yeah. Are you familiar with the concept of what a cryptid is?
Is Koa familiar with cryptids?
I imagine yes. He comes from a group of people that just swap stories around campfires while drinking
That's
wine
true.
and beer as a kid.
Yes, so stories of creatures and things in the night.
So apparently there's this group of like hobgoblins that roam around listening for stories of things like cryptids, like creatures that go bump in the night. And they caught wind of this Birdman and went to go investigate what that cryptid was. And they didn't just like come in and start looking around. They very aggressively started looking around. And there was nearly a half dozen, 4 or 5, maybe 6 of them that came in. Koa, you don't like, these aren't like free folk. These aren't like your people. They came in armed with several weapons and armored, well armored. I mean, worn, but well armored. Their weapons had this like sheen to them. They almost looked like, they were made out of silver. They were beautiful, right? And they would set up search parties through the town, either they themselves actively looking or throwing a ridiculous amount of coin around to hire locals to do a proper search party. Like, you know how if like a kid gets lost in the woods, the town bands together to search? Those kinds of search parties to find this cryptid. It didn't just stop there. If that was just their one interest, that'd be fine. When they found out that Leshev has inside of it some, shall we say, hidden gems, some old mole items, they believed those to be theirs and were collecting them.
What
This is where
What items?
this is where things get a little exciting. Little tidbits here and there inside of shops. If they found something that they thought was of importance, they would bargain aggressively, and would end up buying things for well under the asking price. Nothing stolen or anything like that. Until the day I left town. As I said, I received your letter. I got it late because I wasn't in town when it came. And I was planning to head your way, but it was going to take a few days to prepare. Oh, I left quickly when I found out that they found out that Curve Rock apparently is a bit of a collector.
Oh no. Yeah, but you don't think they're going to rob him or anything, do you?
Think. Oh, I know. Listen, I'm not saying what they did was a good thing, but I made sure to catch a glimpse of him having already been thrown on the ground, hollering up at them with a shaken fist, claiming he couldn't stand because of a hurt ankle. That was a sight I couldn't pass up before I left. But, I left. And there was a heated argument happening between Tyreek and whoever of them was in Tyreek's face. There was Tyreek. I've never seen his face turn that color before, and I've never heard him use that volume or tone before. And the person that was standing opposite him was stone cold. We're talking like stone cold. It was a sight, Koa. It was a sight.
Do you know who this group are? Any of their names or anything? Where they came from?
I didn't stick around to ask questions, but I did once I left Leshev. Didn't want to get too involved into what was going on because things seemed to be getting a little explosive. I had places to be that were more important, right? But I did ask some questions on my way down here. And Forvin poked around, Sailing and Harrod. And apparently there's rumors of these group of hobgoblins. They have a name to them. I wasn't able to get it. There's so many different pronunciations that I'm not familiar with. But they do this. They search around for lost mole items, and they claim them as their own, as their birthright, their heritage, usually not paying for them, only doing so when it just keeps peace. And they hunt cryptids. Some people see them as heroes of sorts because they will solve problems that exist in the area. There was a rumor that Harrod talked about that apparently there was a small, I don't know if you call them packs or groups or whatever it is, but of owl bears that used to live to the south of here. That used to live down by the even south of Westwood, like fairly southwest. And when they found out that the owl bears were there, they went and wiped out their nest. He says, like a question. I don't know if it's a nest or a
Koa
den.
know of owlbears?
Oh, yeah. Koa would know what an owl bear is, okay. And roll with a knowledge nature. You would even know if it's a den or a nest. They live in dens, but inside of nests, inside of dens. Both of them can be used interchangeably, but the more accurate term is a nest. And a group of them is what do you call a group of owls? Group.
Who?
Group of owls is called a parliament.
Parliament.
Yep. It actually is a parliament of owl bears inside of their nest.
You won't try to sound like the nerd who just throws it out there. Like, actually, it's a parliament of owlbear. Like, you know.
That's a lot cuter on regular owls than it is on fucking owl bears.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like,
oh, look, honey, a parliament. Oh,
chewing the half of that person they were looking for.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a counselor?
I'm sure that's how. What was it, King Henry or whatever, or King John? Who created the Parliament? Was it King John?
Who? Yeah, that's what owls say.
Ha!
Anyways, I'm sure that's how they felt about Parliament.
Yeah, maybe.
Stealing their God-given lordly rights. So moving on. So back to you, sir. He's like, it was insane, Koa. I've never seen a group come in, and again, like the way that they carried themselves, I wouldn't be surprised if they could have handled the town guard, the 5 of them or whatever it was. Leshev has a decent number of guard, but not all of them have exactly strong spines.
But this entire group that they're dealing with seems to, yes?
Say that again, Wade?
The group that they're dealing with does seem to have strong spines there.
Of steel.
Just what a deer needs is more problems.
Well, apparently they've been in and out for a long time. I'm not familiar with them. I not. You know who might know who they are? Maybe they're even from Drazstone. They're hobgoblins, so he shrugs. But they didn't seem to have Draz accents.
I'm sure Nathan or Jim Smith or Tariq will have some information next time we're in the Chev. What a nightmare.
Huh. Well, anyways, just thought I'd let you know. Hopefully they don't head south or east.
Save me the trouble of looking for them later if they did.
Why would you go looking for them?
If they're causing trouble in the Chev, then they're trouble.
He shrugs and says, they say that the mole stuff is their birthright. Maybe they're right.
A lot of people say that.
Maybe these ones are right.
I think everyone has a loose definition of birthright.
He takes a swig of the wine and says, well, I don't make any such claim. No intention of it.
Koa will sip his own. Just kind of thinking about it. Well, any good news?
I made it alive. I got a briefing last night from Leon. He apparently gets very grumpy if he goes to bed late, but I kept him up long enough to get filled in so that I can... I heard that you tend to come and go very rapidly, so I didn't want to waste the opportunity to speak with you. So Leon agreed with that assessment and filled me in on the details. And it's quite the responsibilities it seems like he's asking me to do. I'm not shying away from them. It's a little outside of what my expertise is, but here's to learning on the job. Takes a swig.
I think Leon might be the only one who's in his comfort zone. All of the rest of us are in over our heads to some extent.
He nods and says, yeah, he's a strange one.
Intelligence. Calculating.
I don't know. He almost seems to have a hunger to him. Like he's... Like a person like that, how old he is, how many decades he's fought, don't you think he would just... Why is he getting involved in this?
I've tried to ask him a few times, and best I can gather is a sense of code, morality, justice. I'm not sure all the specifics, but I know Leon had his own demons in his past. Perhaps it's all tied together in some way.
Yeah. Well, he's driven and he's for this cause. I'm willing to help out, so no qualms against him. He just, you look in his eyes and you see that he's not... He's engaged in the conversation. He's present in the conversation. But he's not just in that conversation. He's 2 steps past it. It's a little unnerving.
Yes, he anticipates. He thinks several moves ahead of what others might do and might be done, and he tries to plan for that rather than just the next step. It's quite an ingenious way of thinking about things, as long as you're correct, or I suppose have contingencies in place if someone makes a surprise move. But Again, a bit beyond my capabilities. Which is why we wander around and swing our swords. Well, I swing a sword. You know what I mean. We all
Yeah.
have our parts to play.
Nods. Says, "Oh no, I understand." Well, we are. It's an opportunity. I can't pass it up. I mean, how often you get to join the valiant few? I'm sure there's enough space in that song. Another verse can be carved out. There's still some stone left to be chiseled. Not just you.
I imagine if we're successful, multiple songs would come out of this one.
Oh, but the songwrite, being at the helm, only makes sense.
We each have our own glory to chase, don't we?
Nods. I do have one question for you, though, Koa. I didn't want to ask Arthur, but I didn't want to ask Leon this. Are we expected to fight? Not you. I know you're going to anyways, but
I think that depends on how things play out. In a perfect world, not everyone, of course, would. If we're attacked here, though, 2 ways in and out. If those get blocked up, we might not have much choice. But if we can handle things on our terms, then it's meant to be voluntary. Those who wish to take up arms shall take up arms, and those who don't. We're not going to force anyone to do anything, but our backs are against the wall, then I suppose that's still up to each person here to decide.
says, "I'm not unaccustomed to combat. I trained young. Been friends with Nathan most of my life, or familiar with him most of my life, but I prefer not to if it's not a requirement, and it seems to be the case. So as long as we're in alignment, it seems like we are. Good. You have yourself is the word treasurer? Let's just call it a bookkeep." And he goes to shake your hand.
So let's shake it. Whatever language you prefer.
Cussing, preferably, especially from
Plenty
a
of that.
fine lady. Oof. When you hear the most foul words come from a beautiful mouth. Speaking of,
He
says,
like
looking
goes
over at
silent, takes a sip.
he says, speaking of, looking over at you and says, "How was your evening?" And we don't need to get into that kind of RP, but more or less.
Cole gives him a look.
Yeah. Like, leaves it alone at that one. But he will make some other off comment somewhere else, like, "Have to say, Valiant Few doesn't disappoint. Yeah, snagged yourself a good one there, Koa." Like little comments like that
Sure.
are meant to be like locker room,
Sure.
kind of camaraderie sort of a thing. But where it's like probably towing the line, but certainly not crossing or saying anything that's grotesque or inappropriate. He's actually genuinely trying to be nice. Well, if a bit crass. Anyways, moving past that.
If I may ask, does it seem like he knows about Beltran, the cursed sword, the curses? Like, how much of that knowledge does it seem like he has?
Yeah, that was the thing I was getting to next, because we don't need to RP through it.
Right,
So he does kind of like from there jumps into there were many details that Leon said that he was leaving for you to fill me in on. It felt as though it was walking into some sort of a top secret scenario, he says, kind of like chuckling away at the ridiculousness of that. And then he's like, "Do you want to just lay it on me, or should I tell you what I know first? How are we playing this out? Like, I need to give you this secret password to get into our like treehouse here. Like, what's the game, Koa?"
So, Mikhail wrote the letter, right? And I don't know that Koa knows exactly what was said in it. But we are having this guy.
I don't either.
To be fair, I think y'all discussed it in advance. So I'm not saying Koa remembers the nuance, and certainly he wasn't the one that read it or proofread or anything, wrote it or proofread it.
We
or
all
anything.
know Koa is an oversharer, and he's the one
I get
still
that.
here.
I get that.
And Arthur's in a
if you
position of power, so it's
I
like...
was gonna say, if you're putting him on par with Leon, it makes sense to me that Koa would think, okay, we all agreed this is our guy. He should know everything Leon knows, which is, I want to say 95% of everything, or does he know 100% at this point?
I think he knows everything now.
Okay.
Leo knows everything. I think Koa
Yeah.
would not go quite that far because
He does.
all of the keeps and the elder aren't really pertinent to this. But as far as Beltran, his connection to the lashes, the fact that we think Beltran has a cursed item that we need to get a hold of and get rid of, he would go at least that far and describe what the curse is. I don't think he would go into the different keeps and the overall curse and the stuff like that. I don't think he would talk about like his vision with the martyr with him, you know. I think he would keep it to what's important for him to be able to do his job, knowing who our enemy is. Our enemy is Beltran. What's Beltran have? A cursed sword that seems to be spreading ghosts and evilness around.
So no elder, no martyr, no vigil, everything else.
He's not telling anyone about Vigil.
Of course. I understand you definitely can't tell Leon about that. He is Paradel.
Yeah.
So no elder, no martyr, no vigil. Everything else is there, including exploration of the keeps to break curses, but not the nuanced details behind that.
If it gets to that point, yes, but he wouldn't just offer up stuff about the keeps themselves, just specifically that he has a cursed sword and they think they know what they have to do with it. The rest, like talking about Twisted Grove, wouldn't be relevant to anything Arthur's helping them with right now, so that would not
That's
be
fair.
a thing. Yeah.
So you leave keeps more or less on the outskirts, aside from like we spend time, looking for additional resources into these places. But
he knows that
that's
generally
fine.
Aldo and Mikhail don't want him spilling everything, so
That's
he's like,
fine.
well, what's relevant for Arthur to do his job the best, and that's what he gives them.
I like the idea that when the others come back there, they start talking to him like he knows everything, and he's like, what? And they're like, Koa, you didn't fill him in? Jesus. And you're like,
That's whenever
anyway.
Koa like breaks a bottle and like holds it up to their necks, like, bitch.
When you fill him in on all the details, we're not going to RP through it. That was already enough kind of like languishing over the details. When you fill him in, there's some things where he's like, well, that checks out. And there are some things where he's like, what in the name of the God, what? And so needless to say, you all finished the bottle that you brought, and he probably looks to tap into another one. Whether you choose to share the one that you were getting for you and Gwen is up to you, Wade. But, he takes in all these details. And he realizes kind of like the depth of your concern and the strong need for why you had to pull him in there. And the fact that this is why it's of actual interest to you. It's not just like, there's a bad man that's doing bad stuff. He's like, oh, you're doing it because you're a hero trying to fight against this like almost like demonic curse that's happening.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. That's the Koa I know. Because like the idea of like, why is some free folk fighting against the tyranny of Hod Gwen? Who cares? And it's like, that makes, and so like I think like you realize that Arthur gets you better than maybe Koa would have given him credit for. And even though you guys never really had much time together, you quickly bond in this. It helps that Arthur's very charismatic for meta here. He actually has a 14. He's very charismatic. And so you guys bond pretty quickly over this, like the majority of today, catching him up on trade secrets, familiarizing him with other people. Like, hey, by the way, Edric here, and this is what he does. Oh, this person over here, and that's Goo Girl. Don't ask why she got that name. No, so you are able to kind of like walk through all these important details to really catch him up and get him familiarized. And you're realizing that as you're introducing him to other people, getting him caught up with information and telling other people that they have to listen to some random guy coming in from Le Chev on details is going to be a little bit more. This is where Koa realizes, oh, I have to ease him into this position. In other words, I have to do a kingdom check to create a new leader, and we'll worry about that shortly, right?
Okay.
But I don't think there's any more RP. Any questions or follow up? Are we good?
Good with Arthur, I think.
Cool. So that takes the majority of the day, kind of bringing it down to, I don't if you're going to speak to Ashanti today, you might even wait till tomorrow for Gwen. Otherwise, you're going to, if you're doing Ashanti today, you might want to wait till tomorrow for Gwen, because going at her when you're, tired at the end of the night, maybe not a good idea. Maybe giving another day of relaxing.
He will go to spend time with Gwen then and save Ashanti for tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
He wants to have as much positive time with her before bringing up a bunch of like crazy stuff.
We're going to, even though we're breaking time lines here, we're going to finish you up with Ashanti. Sorry, with Gwen. Then we're going to jump over to Keegan and Jaaek before we come back to you, even though that's just kind of like break up how much time we're spending on each PC, right? Cool. So you go to speak to Gwen. It's later in the day. Let's say it's early.
We can just skip it. It's like not the talk yet. He's going to just spend time with her.
Oh, okay. Skip. You guys just spend like a nice relaxing day together.
Like, so he's going to spend just more positive time with her, then do the Ashanti stuff, and then like after 2 or 3 days, I mean, he's going to be here for a week. So after like a few days, whenever they've had their time to like be happy and just be like enjoying each other's company, then he'll bring it up because he wants to ease her in more than last time where it was like walking to Hod Gwen immediately. It's like, put on a fake mustache. Let's go to your house. Get your stuff. We got to leave town. Like, that really upset him, seeing like her being excited to see him and then him having to like be like that. So this time he's like, I can ease into it.
Yeah. I'm going to be here for potentially weeks. I don't need to jump straight into the critical stuff. You know, she might be a little upset I didn't say it at first, but she'll also appreciate the fact that we spent time together, So, which is nice. How dare you make that decision for me? Anyways, so you are spend the evening, and then the next day you'll want to talk to Ashanti. Yes. So we'll do that RP, and then we'll jump over and come back to Gwen later. Cool. So with the Ashanti one, you go to speak with her. Obviously, she's excited to see you. As like a, how was your trip? Anything fruitful come from your trip? You went to go, get some details. Mikhail's not here. Well, that sucks. He always brings some like valuable insight and helps us to translate things. Elliot is in a much better mood because he's actually researching other books. He's not doing fucking what's it called?
Alchemy.
Alchemy. Thank you.
That might be changing soon.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
Poor Elliot. Cool. Let me go ahead and roll for him real quick to see what kind of details if he was able to break one of those books in your absence. That was a very low roll. So there's 1 day. 2. That's also not good. Oh my god, that's a natty 1. 3. Okay, well that's finally a good roll. So it takes. So he tries to crack one of the books. He's doing it by himself because other people are working on other things. And one of the books that he has on him, he's excited because he's on the cusp of cracking it. He's almost like rolling like Keegan did back in Leshev, many months ago, where he spends 17 months and almost breaks one book. So he's on the cusp of cracking it. He like understands most of the ciphers. He's broken through many of them, but he hasn't finished all the ciphers of this one book. But he's like really excited because it's like a challenge that he enjoys, as opposed to, oh, look at this, more Eye of Newt. Yay. It's like actually fun stuff in there. Moving on. So you go and you kind of like touch base with him. You touch base with Ashanti, some basic information. Maybe even Gwen's there from some initial items, whatever it is. And then we're going to assume Gwen sits on this conversation.
Sure, that's fine.
We'll assume that it's inside of the laboratory room, that you're speaking to Ashanti while Gwen is next to or nearby working on some alchemical related items. And Elliot is in the room with them because he just enjoys their company, right? He's in the room, but like the other side of the table or just other side of the room, reading his book, barely listening, but chiming in as being like peanut gallery, if you will. You're speaking to Ashanti. Catch up has already happened over the past 2 days of bumping into her. You start the conversation here where you just kind of like shifting topics. Here's your character segue. Go ahead. Is Reem there? Reem is not in the alchemy room. Reem is inside of the crack, but she's not an alchemist. She doesn't offer anything inside.
Koa would have also been like
for
exchanging
her.
pleasantries with her, but like,
Yeah.
unless we need to RP that one out, he already rolled really well talking to her before, so I'm hoping he has a decent relationship, and he would try to make sure that he's keeping that.
You're very friendly with her. There's no RP that need be had unless you're intentionally choosing to knuckle into something. Let's go back to Ashanti. Go ahead.
Speaking of Mikhail, whenever we were talking recently, he and Aldo and I, we're pretty sure, basically, that the goop, the souls beneath Hot Gwen, the ooze, one of the keys to helping stop that particular curse and freeing the souls involves alchemy. To what extent we don't know, and obviously we know what's at stake, that they are in fact people trapped in a stasis of sorts. But without Mikhail here, I don't know how much he knows. He's been doing some more research, but we may need to defer to your judgment in figuring out a way to help them.
Go on.
With alchemy solutions.
Oh, I thought you had some insight. So your insight is just simply that you
Well,
have verified that alchemy will work.
basically, yes. I mean, our working theory is that there was a water elemental, and then something happened that turned all the people into the souls or whatever, and somehow there was a merger of this elemental along with the souls, and then it's become what we know. And then over time, we've seen that the souls kind of crystallize whenever... Okay, out of game for a moment. Our characters figured out that the ooze plane shit was happening. That's why the things were happening in that room. So Gwen getting sick and throwing up the ooze crystal means something, that it was a crystal and no longer a goop at that point.
I crystallized over time.
It wasn't a crystal when she ingested it like that the night before,
correct.
but she threw up a crystal.
Correct.
Yeah, but we did know that it hardens into like this crystal like those crystalline structures over time.
Almost like it dries over time.
So it did like the same thing that we've seen it do before, just after being ingested.
Yeah. He would remind her of that, but he doesn't really know what that has to do with anything, if anything, but that's another aspect of the goo that they know about. Otherwise, I guess he would give a quick summary of how it reacted whenever they went and quickly moved the stones, how it like seemed like it was trying to attack them, like it had a hostile intention to it, and that they know ultimately they have to eject it out through the mechanism, but he's hoping that they can free the souls whenever they do that lever pulling. It's to free the souls and not just free some monstrous water elemental bound by souls at that time.
Yeah, so more or less just saying, filling her in on the details I think you've already shared with her before, but reconfirming and then saying, we have, I can't explain where or why, but confirmed that, oh, no, I think you can explain. I don't know if you choose to with the angel part, but I'm not going to explain, but more or less, we've
he's not
confirmed
told Gwen about the angel part yet.
Yeah,
He's not breaking that in front of Ashanti.
that's fine.
That's a way to end up in the doghouse. Yeah.
So you're telling Ashanti, like, we've
her you met God before me?
That alchemy can work through some recent research. I can't explain it to you. Mikhail would make more sense to explain it. You can kind of like do that kind of a lie.
Basically that, yeah.
Sure. Bluff just for funsies, but she has a fairly good reason to believe you, and you rolled well. So there's she'd just believe you on this one, right? And so continuing, she says, all right. So you've confirmed that alchemy will get the job done. It's mole alchemy, obviously, that needs to go, and we've cracked all the books. I've been pouring through them. Do you have any insight as to what or how? I know you're saying that a water elemental was the base. We've kind of surmised this. So you're trying to say that what we need to do is to isolate out the water elemental to break it away from... Is that what you're saying? That we need to more or less deconstruct the alchemical concoction that's been developed? Like reverse what's happened here? Is that what you're suggesting, Koa?
Do I
It's
have
like-
any
it's-
other insights other
It's
than
like,
that?
it's like Koa. It's like what you're trying to say is that you've delivered to me a big jar of mayonnaise, and I need to break that down into egg whites and oil, and you to de-whip them and separate them. Does that kind of make sense? What you're asking for?
More like someone put a lot of mayonnaise into a gelatinous cube, and we got to get the mayonnaise back out of the cube.
And then de-whip them.
I don't know. You need any. There's no whipping either way. Whipping.
She says disappointing and tosses you a wink. But obviously it's meant to be playful, not flirty.
I don't know who I'm talking to, Scott or her or.
Yeah, I don't think that makes sense for her personality. Come to think of it, now I have to find it.
I don't think she would say mayonnaise either.
Well, mayo's existed for a long time.
Yeah, that's not the problem.
Wait, then what's the problem?
That's the way you said
Mayonnaise.
it. Yeah.
Wait,
Like you have a bunch of mayonnaise and you need to
Mayonnaise.
de-whip it. You said mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise. That's the name of the mayo is short for mayonnaise.
I just don't like the way you talk, I guess.
Is there something wrong with mayonnaise? Am I saying it wrong? How do you say it?
Why are we talking about mayo?
I don't know. I just didn't like the way you said it, okay? Made me uncomfortable. It was like a hard Y.
It's more like a hard O, but yeah. Hard O sounds like something else.
Anyway, is
What are
there any
you
other
looking
insight I
at?
need to
What-
share with her that I know? I feel like that's all I know, isn't it?
It looks like he's Googling something. Now I'm scared. Scott, come back to us. We gotta.
Stupid or mayonnaise related.
I know.
Okay, I was trying to find Ashanti's personality. Insatiable
Oh.
curiosity.
Oh, it was actually relevant? Wow.
clever,
okay.
witty tongue.
I don't believe
Innovative
it for a minute.
mind. Yeah, clever, witty tongue.
This man was totally Googling how to pronounce
That
mayonnaise.
is.
Yeah.
Mikhail winks to someone. Winks come off creepy.
She would make a joke.
He
She'd make a
immediately
joke like
winks at
that.
the
There's
married
nothing
man.
wrong with that kind of a joke. Clever, witty tongue. That was a clever,
Kind of
witty
like
joke.
separating mayonnaise.
So,
No, that wasn't the witty part. It was the whips part.
I like it when it's on my clever, witty tongue.
Is that how you whip your?
So, that's it, right? No other insight on the news, boys? That's it?
wow. It's
Uh,
crazy. I can't
so-
believe it's 1 a.m. already.
So she works through. So you work through this conversation with her, trying to figure out whatever the details are. Is there any amount of RP or anything you're hoping to get out of this, Wade? Anything you're trying to share, or is this just you saying, Scott, I transfer information from Koa to Ashanti?
Bad.
Okay. If you don't want to participate any further than that, you deliver it in such a way that it has her thinking for a little while, and then
He will convey, he will remind their souls, and that even though they need to do alchemy to figure it out, he would prefer not to risk people's immortal, forever lasting existence if possible.
Yeah, no, she agrees with you on that one. She obviously agrees with you on that concept. Give me 1 second. All right. She says, she's kind of like interrupts his reading from across the way and says,
Elliot?
she says, Elliot, huh? Didn't you say that you have a really good recipe for making one of those? Koa made a reference to a gelatinous cube. Didn't you say that you knew a recipe for making one of those like jiggly desserts? The kind of like a. He's thinking for a few seconds and he's like, well, yeah, I guess I know a recipe. She's like, if we're trying to separate out something like X ingredient from being within, I guess we have to try to recreate that, hide things from within, and see if we can break down the structure. And we need to build a framework or build a process to do this sort of a thing on the mundane before we try it on the magical. She starts like going over there and talking to him about like recipes of building up, XYZ kind of, blah, blah, blah. Well, she's trying to recreate a mundane version of this mixed concoction to do this with.
Not to interrupt that train of thought, but Is there also a way to inverse water if we just get rid of the water part of it? I mean, the crystals do eventually dry up and crystallize, so in that point they're no longer really a problem. So is there a way to deal with whatever the opposite is of water as far as the planar stuff goes?
She shrugs and says, maybe heat will do the trick. Either sunlight and fresh air, just literally expose it to the air and see how long that takes, or superheating it inside of a pan to see if we can evaporate the water out. That's not a bad idea, Koa. Let me see if I can go find my where we had some of that stored. Because
Poe is now thinking of a bunch of souls being put into a frying pan in his mind and is like, oh god.
Oh, Mikhail, you left with them your sample of the goo or no?
I believe he did. Yeah.
She goes and looks for starts looking for the goo or whatever it is, trying to find out where it is or whatever, and that kind of like allows Koa to walk off and or he can do his own thing, or maybe now's when he wants to steal Gwen to walk away.
He'll make a note to her before he walks out, like thinking about it. I'm glad you agree with me, Keegan. These planes and anti-planes and such is something Mikhail's been looking a lot into, especially with the Twisted Grove. But we know that these crystals, like the one in Hot Gwen that can remove or take in the ooze, was made there, but we think maybe that crystal's needed over in the mountains to open some doors, and we're thinking maybe they could be used in Twisted Grove to be positive or negative, or life and death, energy, or whatever it's called. I don't know how integrated these planes and crystals and such are, but they seem to be playing a large part in at least the places we visited so far. Maybe, I don't know if those can help in alchemy or not, or if that helps the approach to it, but it keeps coming up.
I don't know much about that stuff. She says.
I still don't, but I'm learning, and maybe it's mentioned in the books or something. I don't know, but
Do me a favor. I actually want you to roll me a sense motive check. I don't know much about that stuff. The planes, things like that. Those are just things that I'm not particularly familiar with myself. I don't know how much I can provide here.
well, we're all learning every day. So I'm thinking, even if you don't, there are potentially hundreds or thousands of lives on the line that might depend on us learning.
Not. Well, that's Mikhail's expertise. Well, at least out of the group of us.
Does Elliot have knowledge of the planes?
Not really, no. Knowledge of the planes is so fucking rare. The only reason why Keegan has is because he's a bard, so he gets to break the rules. He doesn't have points in it.
Yeah, literally, you told me I couldn't put points in it.
Yep. He only has it because he's a bard, and bards break the rules.
Yeah.
Well, whatever research or whatever knowledge we're able to get about it, I just think it might be important. Whenever Mikhail's able to come back, or we can speak, I'll see if he has learned anything else or has any other further insights that I may have overlooked. I just know that it keeps coming up, and that there's opposites. Life and death are opposite, and I don't know, light and dark, and water and maybe fire or something. I don't know, but in order to stop one,
Sweet
you
and
have
sour, chimes in Elliot.
Those might be part of them. I'm not sure.
Shrugs, dull and sharp.
Ooze and solids. I don't know. I don't know all the different ones.
Sticky and slippery, he says, working off of your ooze and.
They might have joined the planar team. I don't know. Could be there. Point being, though, is just water elemental has to be from the water plane, and the water plane has to have an opposite. Maybe the fire or heat, like you said, but maybe there's other things that could help too. I don't know. Which planes were the ones that were in the crack? It was ooze and water.
Oh, it's all if you wait,
All the water
literally
ones.
Google, if you Google like 3.5 inner planes, find press images, find water plane and all the ones that touch it. So that's water, ooze, I think steam, salt, and something else.
What was the other one?
Radiance,
Salt,
maybe?
dust,
No.
ash, and
No,
vacuum
it's not
are
radiance.
negative.
What is it?
The ones I see grouped here are negative quasi-elemental: salt, dust, ash, vacuum.
So
I'll get the wrong
salt
thing.
is the negative one. What's the positive one?
Radiance, minerals, lightning, steam. So
Steam. Okay, and then with earth it is ooze, and with air it's I don't remember what it is with air. It's a para elemental is what it's called. So I'll say the para
or
elemental.
quasi elemental.
The quasi is one he already did.
Oh, that's what he did. Okay, sorry. I'm also
Yeah.
like Googling.
Oh, ice. Yeah, Kaji, you're right. It is ice.
Yeah, ice. I think we said ice, didn't we?
Maybe someone did earlier. I did not, so I may have overspoken whoever said that.
Wasn't me.
So ice, ooze, steam, salt, and water. Those are the 5 planes, Wade.
That are present here.
Correct. With our powers combined, Captain
Captain Goop here.
Captain Ooze Kid, Aldo's child.
Well, whatever the
I
opposite
finally
of all
found
the
it in my
ones
notes,
here,
too.
huh? If this place is ooze and steam and ice and water and whatever the other one was. Whatever the opposite of those
Salt.
things are, I guess.
She nods and says, "That's a good point, because we're just trying to isolate out water, right? That's all you're trying to isolate out."
I'd imagine so.
Because it was a water elemental, is what you're saying was the origin, not an ooze elemental. It was a water elemental. It just got goopy as things went and became oozy. But so maybe it's an ooze elemental, and we just need to make it more earthy and take out the water part from what you're trying to describe here, or maybe we just need to remove the water and break it down to its other base components. I don't understand planar stuff well enough to know what kind of chemical. What kind of alchemical reagents will cause this kind of isolation, but it does give me a basic framework to work off of. I will cross-reference the what's the word I'm looking for here, Wade? I will cross-reference the sigils that we found inside of the other room with what we're finding inside of the books here, and see if I can see anything that implies correlation. And then maybe finding some sort of opposite to that. It's a good start here, Koa. That's not a bad idea. I'm a little embarrassed I didn't think of it myself.
I've had all of these keeps and a lot of this on my mind constantly, so it's been I don't know, a bit of a tangential, fresh perspective for me, whereas you've been very focused on what you've been working on. So sometimes all it takes is someone who doesn't know as much to give someone who does an idea. So happy to help.
She nods. She says, "Yeah, it's like when you're playing a game of Conqueror. You can be the best player in the world, but sometimes you play against somebody who's so stupid you can't predict their moves."
No, I still can't beat Liam.
She chuckled as you took a double insult,
Yeah.
right? Like, she chuckles at the good spirited nature of it. And then she'll actually look over to what's her name, Gwen and say, "You got a good one, Gwen,"
Not to conquer.
and kind of like end it with that. And then she's continuing to look for where the vial of the ooze is, and trying to find where it was stored away.
All right. Well, hopefully that was fruitful. That's the Ashanti stuff. Woohoo!
Yay. Keegan! What do you do with
What?
your third week?
Oh wow, it was 2 weeks. The shit.
No, we didn't even do any rolls yet.
Oh,
But because this is Wade's rolls, you are all going to discuss planning out what he's doing because it's kingdom stuff.
Did
At least
Keegan
for
even
one.
roll for a second week? He just rolled for the first week, didn't he?
Keegan only rolled for 2 weeks. He rolled for 2 weeks.
yeah,
remember?
I rolled for 2 weeks already.
Bam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Is
got the
that
Wraith
bad or that
Blade,
good?
And then I succeeded on both. That was the first.
Hey, if I was a betting
whole
man, I'd have
chunk
lost
there.
some money there. Good job.
Yeah. Oh, I got all my fails out. Well, maybe not. We'll see. Okay, so third week is I believe the second priority was to actually try to find out more about how we can use alchemy to revert the ooze. So more of the same, what you were just discussing, it seems. I think what he would probably do, since they have the full Mull encyclopedia, is he'd probably be looking at the orange books to try to directly research. I mean, he'll use other resources. It's got a whole library. But since those are there, he definitely would be using those as a way to try to see if there's any kind of any like references to alchemy and souls in the same in the same practice or something like that. Anything that seems related. But effectively, he's going to be trying to research how to break that curse.
So hold on. Using the Mull Encyclopedia as your foundation, but also trying to tap into the other resources that are here. You're explicitly trying to find for any cross references between souls and alchemy that might exist inside the visual library. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay. Give me a second to think about this before we go into it. This is a very specific question. So same as what I said beforehand, it's a very specific question. Not a bad thing, because the kind of thing that you're researching, I'm more comfortable with you being specific. Normally, I would say, bro, a week isn't enough. But you already spent a literal literal IRL year. Like, this is session 53. And we that means we played 52 weeks prior to break through those alchemy books. So I think your character has a deep enough understanding of using those books to not be a dick like that. I'll say this. I am fine with this research option. However, it's kind of a more in-depth thing that you're looking for, because you're literally researching like something really in-depth.
Mhm.
If you succeed, you will unlock half of the information. 2 successes, so 2 weeks of research will unlock all of it. But if you critically succeed on the first one, you just get it all right there, and you can, da-da-da-da-da. Right? Does that make sense for you?
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll take this one step further, though. So, very hard. She's giving you the +5. DC is 18 because it's a +5 against a +5, so it's treated as an 18. You get the +2 because you're doing the week-long thing that brings the 18 down to a 16. And you've gone through all of the Tilvanus's books before. You've decoded them, and you're using that as your foundation. But it's not only those books you're using. I will give you an item, or whatever an item modifier is called. I will give you that bonus of an additional +2 for this.
Okay.
So
looking
we're
at
effectively
a
treating your DC as a 14.
14. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just thinking this out.
Okay.
So the Telvanus books, you've unlocked all of those, is your foundation. It's a very hard roll. It's very hard, actually, the correct one, or is it supposed to be the one above that? I'm trying not to be a dick here, but... no, incredibly hard is supposed to be like... I think incredibly hard does not make sense in this scenario. Because of how much
That'd be a
work you've
lot.
done prior. Yeah, I'm fine with leaving this as very hard. So you're effectively a DC 14. Before you roll, is there anything you care to pre-plan to do? Is there anything you can apply on there? I don't mean a hero point. I don't think you're going to use it on this.
No, I'm arguing with Mac in the chat about that right now.
Oh, I mean, if they want you to use a hero point, you can give them a moment to choose whether or not they want to trigger one for you.
Yeah, you can give me one.
Or you can give them a couple minutes to say, hey guys, why don't you hype train the shit out of this? And I'll be more than happy to. But otherwise, I understand not using a hero point. The odds of success are pretty high, and I think you'd be comfortable doing this 2 weeks and just accepting that. So there you go, Wade.
They're high, and I'm just tired of using my hero point the instant I get it.
Yeah.
I would like to save it for once and actually have it for later.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that.
I did my part.
I also would feel bad if you used your hero point to get the +8, and then you rolled like a natural 19 or something, and you just fucking passed anyways. Then
You just
like,
crush it. Yeah.
like those are nice because like at least you know you made. But it's always one of those like, ugh, I wish the hero point
I didn't even
at
need
least
it.
got me over the top. Like
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm looking at like potions and stuff. I think we used that like +5 one like for understanding or whatever, so I don't have that. I don't think I would use that here either. I don't think there's anything else to add to it.
yeah, it's a bounded
Personally?
system spiral. So
I'm just saying I don't think I have anything added to it. Let me check my scrolls. Probably not there either.
Do you still have that scroll of understanding things? Not that you would
Yeah,
use
but
it here.
I think it's
that was
too
a potion
narrow.
thing, but we already used it.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I think it's too
Yeah.
narrow scope too.
Yeah, I can't remember, but I know we used it, but I can't remember exactly on what it was. No, I think that's it. Okay, I'm just gonna roll.
Oh, he spent it buying Molly. Wade spent all of his money buying Molly dance lessons. After her performance she did earlier this session, he was like, let me just go ahead and sign her up.
Is this
I mean,
also
not the
Idarian
worst.
curses?
Not the worst
You're
use of
going
my
to bring
money.
her from Mr. Mime to Pikachu. What's up, Keegan?
Is this also Idarian curses? Or it'd be mole alchemy, which is a lot worse, by the way.
Well,
'Cause I only have what I got from studying it. I don't have like points in it. So I just have my regular bardic on alchemy.
ugh. Mole alchemy feels like the right one. It is a lot worse. And now it actually feels like you need a fucking hero point to get there. You're on none. Give me a second to think. This is not just a normal roll. It's the curses you're in here specifically researching. It's not alchemy specifically you're looking into. You're looking into this curse, and it's a mixture of alchemy with souls and so on and so forth. It's not explicitly alchemy you're researching. I will take the more general roll on this one. So let's go with the curses as opposed to the alchemy roll.
Okay.
So
is
Chad
it
understands the difference
is
is a 3 or a 7. So
Is it
yeah.
mole history better than your curses?
history is it's an 8, but it doesn't apply here.
Yeah,
Oh.
exactly. Cool. So we'll roll it.
He's not rolled with his best checks yet. Like he could do like a let me study Arcana while I'm in here, and that's his best roll. It's a 9.
Yeah.
Only thing better than that is strings. We talked to the books.
Well, I don't think you're getting the 10 up, but you passed.
Yeah, the
Oh, you already
crit ain't
rolled?
happening, but that's okay. I just did it. Yeah.
Okay, and the base is a 14. So how could you potentially you're down by 9? Even if you use the post hero point and the 25% luck, you would still fail.
Yep.
There is nothing you can do here. You suck. Okay.
No, it's gonna be short the critical hit.
This
Unless
is
the
when you
hero
would have.
points redeemed for a reroll.
Oh yeah, that's right. You could re-roll. The odds are in your favor for rolling above.
No. So we got a 15.
All right, hear me
that
out.
money, man.
Drag X, go ahead and roll me a d20 for Keegan. Drag Rex. Sorry.
Hmm?
Go ahead. Do 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 do.
20-second delay. And then the thing.
See? Doubled the roll. Look at that.
Well, if we're
What are we
choosing
gonna
to
try?
take one, then yeah,
We're
we'll
trying
take
to
that one.
prove that Drag Rex's role in chat using a completely
He
different
said
algorithm is the same.
Dragrex roll for Kiken, which means that is your new roll.
That could be a 23 right there. You know, that could be a 23 right there.
So that's a 23. That's really high. And then if I use luck now on my 23 that I have, that makes it a critical success.
I'm sorry,
right?
did you use a hero point?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay, then no.
We used the DM
Moving
to
on.
replace the roll with the 16.
You're the one who said that's he's rolling for me. So
Excuse me, they. And
they are rolling for me.
Kiken's allowed to be a he if he wants to, Scott.
You assign my role to someone else.
So then yeah, unfortunately you so you just pass. Cool.
Yeah, and even
So-
using a hero point, you're not going to let me have the 16. I'm going to have to roll, and it'll be a fucking 2.
Yeah, of course. Of course you're gonna roll.
So
it.
no,
Like that's just that's how Jesus
hasn't
loves us.
happened yet. It's due. All right, so
You do it too.
we're gonna take the W.
All right. So back to you. Yeah, that would be Keegan's roll, but he's not gonna spend a hero point. So Keegan, you get your one of your 2 successes here. So I'm actually gonna bring from the meta into the game what this first success means. You come to the realization that putting aside the referencing of souls specifically, as you're searching through the books and reading about them, so on and so forth, not with Telvanus's. Yes, in Telvanus's and reading the books on their face value as opposed to their in-depth value because you haven't unlocked these other books. But in conjunction with other books that you find around about Bull history and their worship of souls and all that shit, you come to the realization that, and I think this is touched on in earlier RP with other elements in the past IRL year, Mikhail comes to the realization that the Mull, they had a deep reverence to the inner planes gods. That was where their faith was kind of centered around. There was a lot of reverence to inner planes gods, so on and so forth. There's actually so much of that reverence that they have inevitably went and wanted to go explore those planes, which is why they punctured through and so on and so forth. And so they came to the understanding that the inner planes where they worshipped, that's where souls go when they die. That souls actually go into those places. And to become a part of those places is to more or less move into the correct pathway of the afterlife. And there was a belief that when you become in one with those places, you become one with the afterlife. You go to where you're supposed to go. That is like going to nirvana or what have you, however you want to phrase it, right? The reason why this matters is because there was a long time ago, again, talking about an old book. And I don't mean old being 700 years. I mean old being ancient Mull. Like, the Mull dialect is dissimilar from most of the other Mull, like Tall dialect is dissimilar from most of the other ones you read there, referencing the sacrilege of trying to bring one's soul to this nirvana state or trying to elevate them before their time, trying to kind of like force the soul into that state early. And the only way that you can imagine this would happen, like, well, what does that mean to like force him into that state early? This is Mikhail making a leap of judgment here, and like reading between the lines. Are they referencing like turning someone's soul into fire or goo? Is that what they're talking about? Is that what they could possibly mean? Maybe, but you've not been able to fully unlock that. So you know that there is a correlation between between their faith and their understanding of the planes, which is where they worshipped, and that souls go to the inner planes when they die. And that by joining with those planes, that is the next step in mortal experience. That is nirvana, if you will. and attempts to expedite that process.
Got it. Okay.
Almost imagine if you were like a reincarnating, believing Buddhist trying to skip the line of a few hundred cycles of reincarnation to bring you there sooner, right?
Yeah.
That'd be a degree of blasphemy.
Yeah, that would be pretty wild. Okay, got it. Reincarnation reference thing. That's just for me. That's been a reference. Cool, got it. Okay. That's that week.
Let's do your last week then. I assume you want to shore that up.
Yep, same thing.
Everything's identical.
All right.
Except the roll's much better.
Nope,
Nobody
he's gonna
gave me
roll
a hero
3.
point?
2.5.
17. 17.
2. Come on, chat. 2. So, is it the same roll?
Oh.
Same exact roll?
Is there any reason why a crit would be good here?
Let me read crit again.
Because you have a 50% chance of getting it.
Yeah. I could get. Yeah, would a crit success actually mean anything here, Scott? Since I'm on the second week.
One moment.
Oh, you're reading. Sorry. Took me a second to. For all of that was like pending.
Critical will always give something more. So I would say yes. The way I have it written is critical success, you uncover the exact information sought plus deeper context or hidden truths. This may provide new leads, narrative hooks, or mechanical bonuses on related checks. So even if it doesn't give you more information directly on this, it could give you bonuses on your follow-up rolls on similar items.
So probably worth doing then.
50-50, why not?
All right.
Definitely.
Nope.
You can always apply your hero point last.
I'm
can.
good. I'm
You
good.
can.
I'm good. I'm good. We're this is where we're at. 22. It's guys, I'm not using my hero point the day I got it. I'm just not unless it's actually super
If it
important.
makes you feel any better, Keegan, it is now August 28th. It is literally not the day you got it anymore for 3/4 of this.
Technically, you got it last week. We were just
I was gonna say
told
for
today.
me, it is not.
That's right.
It is
You
the
actually
day-
did get it last week. You actually technically got it August 14th. I don't know how that.
It didn't get onto my sheet until today. All right.
I mean,
So,
that
we didn't
sounds
know
like
we had it.
That sounds like user error.
No, that sounds like you didn't clarify when we asked you if we
don't
got a
need to
hero
talk about
point
which
back.
user. Okay, it's still user error.
Yeah, I think we do. And also, no. Look, hey, y'all spend the $50 and give me a hero point if you actually want me to use one. Like every roll I've made, people are like, use your hero point. Every one of them.
I don't think
Yeah.
I genuinely don't think anybody in chat has enough in it to do so.
And you know what? That is absolutely fine. I'm okay with that. It just sounds like they aren't.
I could.
I
Oh, wait,
genuinely
Ken.
don't think anybody in chat who's allowed to spend points has enough to do so. Wait a second.
Okay.
Holy shit. Shadowcrawler has how much?
A lot.
Wait, hold
That's
on.
funny.
How much does Shadowcrawler have?
Like
23K?
23K. Yeah, save up. Do what you gotta do.
Oh, Shadowcrawler. Are you saving for like a Are you a quarter way to
It's
where
not
you're
a
saving to?
surprise. Literally, I could do 2 of them. I'm just not allowed.
Shadowcrawler is 23.
If you let Wade do it, I'll make part of the unseen. I'll jump off Alcimia.
Oh, calm down, Tash. Calm down. We don't need all of our Australians dive bombing off birds, okay? I know you all grew up under the shadow of rescuers
God, it's
down
how
under.
they want to go. It's part of their culture.
Besides, they fall up. Chill. God.
If only that were true. Oh man, did you guys see? Jake, did you see the Gilmore space rocket?
I read about it. I didn't see it though.
So, yeah,
Yeah, well,
Talk about that one later on.
baby steps.
Let's talk about it after the. Remind me. We'll talk about it after the stream. Okay.
Because I'm
Yeah,
not
okay.
stalling for anything. I already rolled. I accepted my fate, which is another W.
Apparently, Pizza likes magic. Pizza, do you believe in the magic of a young girl's heart?
Don't engage with Scott. Let's just move on.
I'm sorry. We kind of like let that silence linger, and then you had to
Anytime
deal with
someone
that.
new shows up, Scott scares him off.
Hey, I like magic. It's just really expensive, and also I don't have time to play arena, so I just haven't been into it lately.
Well, I mean, like, but your character can already cast magic. You don't have to worry about how much it costs.
That's true. Yeah, we should get back to in character. What do I get for my 22?
Yeah. Sorry, my apologies. So you failed the critical success, but luckily you succeeded, and to get the rest of the details here for you. What you're able to do with your second week, you've invested 2 weeks into this Keegan, so I think it's fair to say that you're able to decipher 2 more of the Telvanus' books, because things kept referencing in ways you're like, I have to see like where this is. I'll tell you which 2 books afterwards. Again, like one of those pester me after stream when I have more time to look into it for you. But I remember when that picture was taken, Wade, and somebody photoshopped the shit out of that, and it was unfair. Okay. So anyways,
Messi is a lot taller than he looked in that photo.
So Messi's shorter than me. So we when you end up deciphering 2 of the Telvanus' books to unlock this bit of information for you, Keegan. So touching back to that, the Satar clan were the alchemy clan that apparently were often opposed by the deeply religious sect that existed in the Mole Empire. Like literally, we talked about beforehand how the Mole Empire was run by these different clans, but there was also this like religious group that wasn't directly a clan. It was kind of the religious org that members of different clans or what have you were join on to and become like, let's call them priests or clergy or what have you inside there. That group of people were against the emperor, the Satar clan, because the Satar clan were the ones that ruled everything, right? They were against them because of the blasphemy that the Satar clan did, which was to use alchemical experiments on people specifically to rapidly accelerate one's progress into nirvana. So I said earlier, kind of like flippantly, imagine somebody being a Buddhist that believes in reincarnation, trying to jump ahead by a couple of, whatever reincarnations, so that's cheating. It's not really true. From my layman's understanding of that faith, by intentionally following certain edicts or what have you of that, like tenets of that faith, you are intentionally progressing your own soul to the next layer. You are doing what you're supposed to do to step ahead of the line. You're earning that next place. But if you were to grab like a grasshopper and like throw it into a stew and do all sorts of crazy shit to it to escalate the grasshopper against its will, several rungs or whatever it was, that's where the blasphemy comes in, right?
Right.
And that's kind of what it seems like the Satar clan was doing against the will of the clergy that existed inside the Mole Empire. So there was, in fact, experimentation, alchemical experimentation on souls to have this kind of thing take place. Now, how this was done, when it was done, all that stuff, you have no fucking clue. You just know that there is definitive proof that that clan was doing this, and not for a short period of time. Generationally, was doing these kinds of experiments on their subjects, on their people. It was only understood near the very end of the empire that it kind of like was uncovered and is shared amongst different groups, and that's what caused like a much broader division, or caused the division, if you will, between the clergy and the ruling clan, and so on and so forth. And that's kind of what's hidden inside of Telvanus's manuscripts there, right? And so you kind of like come to this discern. What I would say that you can walk away with this, that Mikhail can put 2 and 2 together with, is find where Satar's laboratories were, where this kind of experimentation was being done, and then you can probably find out more information. I'm not saying that there can't be more information found through different research and different but if you can find out where their laboratories were, you can probably get to the next step of this discovery.
Got it. Okay.
Because you know who did it, when they did it, why they did it, all that kind of stuff, right? Cool.
Okay. And that's probably in the damn green books. Okay. Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
Got
I think
that
I
written
think what
down.
you unlocked was 1 blue and 1 whichever the court one is. I think
Yeah,
I
green.
think that's what you did, but I'll look at it afterwards and tell you which books they are.
Okay.
Cool. Does this all make sense to you?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it makes sense. I was trying to think if there was anything specific I needed to clarify here.
While he's looking to clarify, Jake, you're on the batting cage, if you will. You're about to go and slam through your pulling thread. So look at the pulling a thread downtime rules PDF I shared with you guys forever ago. Plan
Can't
out
find that
which
one
checks you want to make.
because I have the other one, like the one.
It's
that shows
literally
the
called
downtime
Downtime
activities,
Rules
but-
was the name of the PDF. So if you search instead of our chat, or if you find pins, it's called Downtime Rules, not Downtime
Oh, here,
Activities.
Okay,
I could link it to you.
Thanks.
Yeah. Let's put it in conspiracy chat.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Where'd it go? Do we know where the like main area where the Satar were?
I don't believe you
I
did
don't
so
think
far.
we know their area.
I think the only one
'cause-
the only one you definitively discovered was the
Muharib.
what are they called? The goblin ones,
Muharib
the
ones.
hammering ones. And I think you believe
the-
you know where the Muharib is because you found the crown there.
Yeah. Because we know their keep is there, and it's supposedly, and there was like a bunch of
Yeah.
stuff there that made it seem like that's where they actually
Correct.
lived.
There was
Yeah.
enough telltale signs that you believe that's the correct one. I don't remember if you got definitive confirmation on that, but you found enough stuff to suggest that was the Muharib keep. And then you know where this was a Zakhel goblins are. You know where that one is. That one you definitively know. The others you don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, just those two, and then yeah, Satar we don't know. And we don't have a relic of or know what the relic of the Satar is, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then yeah, that's it for me.
Correct. Cool. Awesome. Sounds great. There was some little inklings that you found out from the research of one book by Eliot, some relic information, which means if you continue to pull the thread of that book series, you'll probably find all that stuff out.
Yeah.
All right. We're done with Keegan. That was his 4 weeks. So his character spent 1 day plus 4 weeks. He has 6 days left to get from A to B, which means he might be able to spend a couple more days doing some basic shit. We'll get back to you, Keegan. Jake, you're up, sir. So I believe you've only done one option so far, 1 out of your 4 weeks, and that was the
Scout location.
correct. So now you're going to pull the thread. Let me just jump to that real quick. If you'll give me a moment, please, sir. Not
Yep.
lie in wait, not build renown, not cultivate. Pull the thread. So pull the thread is generally going to be like a diplomacy for gather information, intimidate, or stealth. Those are the most often ones. This is the idea of this is you launch a focused investigation into a single mystery figure or plot. Obviously, we know who this is a figure that you're looking into. This is a persistent probing effort, not casual eavesdropping, right? So this is like intentionally focusing on an individual person. You know that in this scenario, failure means you find nothing. Like failure is not like a soft failure. It's a hard failure. Okay. Never mind critical failure. Success means you find meaningful information, but it's only partial insights. So it's not like you don't get anything of value. You absolutely do, but it's not like you I don't know their blood type, right?
Yeah.
And then there's critical success, which is you probably get everything you need to know or damn near close enough, right? All right, cool. So that's the plan. You have 3 other leaders here. The leaders, just to name them, are Davian Salt, Rainan, and Zaref. Those were the 3 in question. I need to grab my details around them. If you'll give me a second before I have you. You choose which one you want, but give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
The Zarefs are the reason outside product costs so much in Hot Gwyn.
Oh, I just got what you said. That was funny. That was actually really funny. That was good. It took me a minute to get it. I like it.
My intestines are burning. I'm in a lot of pain.
You know, when I lived my entire life suffering that pain, I made a decision to change my diet weight, and I live a very happy life.
I didn't try to make
should...
that my diet today. My food was delivered wrong, and I would refuse to waste it.
Wait, I'm just saying you should make some life-altering decisions, and you can live a happy life.
Yeah, but Matt Mercer won't call me back, so...
I feel like you haven't actually ever tried to call him. Why don't you try Brandon Lee Mulligan? He's probably more accessible and way nicer.
He's the new
than I am.
DM. Matt Mercer stepped down for the next campaign. He's going to be a player, and Brandon Lee Mulligan's going to be DMing Critical Role.
Oh, I thought he was the DM of Dimension 20.
Am I thinking of the wrong guy?
Redhead.
He did a guest spot. Am I thinking of this? Critical Role fan. It is the same guy. Okay, yeah, he's DMing.
Oh, he's not DMing Dimension 20 anymore?
I have no idea. I guess he's doing both, according to Shadow. But
I don't know. I watch Game Changers and the Game Changer spinoff. That's all I watch. But yeah, anyways. So so here we go. There is Zaref, Rainan, and Davian Salt. Cool. And then there was also who was the he also had another person too.
Went? The one that we got?
No. His Amber Jewel.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I have his name somewhere. Oh, dear God. Barask.
There you go. So Barask is another one you can look into, but worry about that later on. Jake, who are you going after first?
Zaref. But I do need to ask, during our whole scout location, that whole week and that spent observing, did Dwayne get eyes on...
Great question. I'm so sorry. That's a great question. Yes and yes. Has gotten eyes. Yes, has seen the specters. However, her eyes are about as sunken in as what's his name? Orvain's were many months ago or whatever it was. So and he sees specters, but we're talking he thinks it's 1 or 2. It's hard to tell again because of the number of people that are around. If you're seeing a specter or just somebody that's in a weird position or whatever. So 1 or 2. So it feels as though she's earlier in the development of being impacted. That could be one of 2 reasons that Aldo is able to kind of digest. Either 1, she keeps a rather peripheral distance from him, and so is able to get influenced less, either from a combination of literal distance, and maybe she's not as hungry as the others, but knowing what she does, that doesn't feel very likely. So maybe peripheral distance, or 2, maybe there's a limit to how many the sword can impact. And she didn't start getting affected until after Went was no longer.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, to be honest.
So it's kind of right now, as far as you know, Jake, it's coin toss. And you can't choose the outcome. So
yeah,
cool. So let's get to the next person, which you said is going to be Zaref. What are you rolling? Explain to me your approach to this person. What are you rolling? What do you want to know before you decide? What do you got for me?
Really, it's a similar thing, right? Instead of already knowing where this, I don't know. Have we gotten any information about where this guy lives or where he patrols, anything at all?
Not where he lives, not where he patrols. Where he lives is undiscovered. patrolling. He goes all over the town, so it's not like he has like one specific place. But you do have a basic idea of who he is. This guy is an enforcer. He's a brute, right? So you know that this is going to be somebody that's pounding the streets, or at least people into them.
Yeah, okay. If he's an enforcer, is he also responsible to an extent of maybe overseeing collections at all? You know, like from the merchants and things like that?
Very possible. Very
Okay.
possible.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use stealth, and this is going to be get around, listen into people's conversations, especially in maybe the market district or something. If maybe somebody's late, with a payment or something, they might mention his name. And then once we get eyes on him, we're going to stealth, like follow him, see where he goes, what he does, maybe where he lives, where he tends to work, like anything like that.
Sounds great. So stealth is your plan. Are they assisting you with this? Are they stealthing as well? To be clear, you can have some pretty strong confidence in Dwayne's ability to stealth. He is a man of the hunt, if you will. He does kind of blend in as an individual. He's pretty nondescript. He can assist you with that. I don't know how much you want to rely on what's his face, because he's already, even though he may be skilled in that in general, he has too much of a reputation in this town for casting.
While I don't want him to, I think Dwayne's needed, right? We're trying to get eyes on him. Even though I'm trying to learn all this stuff about him, I just need Dwayne to get eyes on him to see if, it's still the case. So we'll have Dwayne roll there.
Okay. So the person that you're going after, fortunately, so again, base DC is an 18, as previously discussed. The person that you're going after, even though they are one of the more central figures to what's his name? Beltran, they're exposed enough by being out on the streets enough, so on and so forth. So I'm inclined to say it's just the normal roll, which is a DC 18. You can imagine the difficulty being rungs of people around him, the simplicity, the easier part being the fact that he's out there and exposed enough that's easier to find him. So I'm inclined to just say it's a normal roll for you. However, Jake, I'm going to give you an option here. You can instead choose to take a +2 to the DC, bringing the DC up to a 20. If you're not just trying to like follow him, if you're also trying to get follow-up information afterwards, not just what you're observing by staying close, so on and so forth. It's like doing a bit of inquiry after he leaves the scenario, after he engages with people, to get a deeper understanding of why he's doing these things. So you can accept an 18 or a 20 for the DC. And then I will tell you whether or not... What's his name only rolls a normal roll anyways for his own level. Yeah. So I will tell you whether or not he assists you afterwards.
So failure means we learn nothing. Critical failure is, a crit fail, right? Obviously something will happen there. Is that correct?
This says, hold on, let me just not be vague for you. Pull the thread. Critical failure, you are misled, or you're misled, so misleading information, or noticed. You also lose a point of reputation with certain rungs of people and potentially trigger new complications of this overall task.
And that's what's that? Is that a -5 or a
minus
10?
10. So if you're accepting the 20, you have to roll 10 or lower, less than 11.
Yeah.
That's pretty hard for you to do.
Yeah, let's go with the 20. I'm gonna try for the 20.
All right, and you're going with stealth, right? You're pretty good at stealth.
Yep.
All right, so you're going with the 20. So you're going with the 20 means that Dwayne also has to go against a hard roll. And what I can tell you is this: he unfortunately passed the normal roll for him. He failed the hard roll. He passed the normal roll by 1, so he was off by.
Can we luck Dwayne?
1 point, huh?
Can we luck Dwayne?
Yeah. He's in the purview of a PC. He's an NPC, but you can always luck ally dice rolls.
Hell yeah.
Do you mind?
Not at all.
We're gonna luck Dwayne here.
Okay. Yeah, he's giving you a +2 then.
Okay, and I've got to go against the 20. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. And it's stealth.
Yeah, because you brought his DC from 16 to 18. He got a 17. So.
Yeah. All right. Let's go. Okay.
All right. Not high enough to chance for a crit success, but high enough to get success here. Let me go ahead and grab some details for you about Zarif. I assume you're writing this down, Keegan?
What?
I assume
Thank
you're
you for
writing
that,
this down,
Scott.
Keegan?
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I can. Yeah, give me a second.
I just want to be clear. Jake is sipping coffee.
I didn't write down the other one, but I can write this one.
I write down. I'll tell you what I wrote down for the other one. I wrote
Okay.
Ashtara House Beltran plus 2 AP scout location. So
Okay. All right. Hey, that's a start.
Yeah, I know. It's almost like he's been playing D&D for like 10 years, you know? All right.
Because this is Zarif.
Yes.
Okay, good.
but I do.
So
Even though it's not a critical, I get more right because I up the DC.
it's not a critical. You get more. You get follow-up intel. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So first, and I'll tell you what that last little tidbit you have afterwards is, okay, Jake?
Mhm.
First of all, he's a Hobbin, just so y'all care to track that. Hobbin being half human, half hobgoblin. So this person, their background, they are a grim, disciplined veteran. Like they are not just like a random like brute. They likely have experience in the military. And the reason why you're making this assumption, Aldo, is because he seems to have a knack for, we'll call it efficient suppression of the people around him. He doesn't just crack down on individuals. He cracks down on key individuals in ways that have a rippling effect around them, right? So you can clearly tell what that is. He also is the one that has been imposing martial law in certain areas. Not that he's the one that made that decision, right? He probably is the ear of Beltran. Beltran calls that shot, and then he enforces it in the most efficient way possible, right? He doesn't speak much, or at least not in public. The only times you really ever see him speak, it's more in private, where you can kind of like catch him having like small conversations happening in private, what have you. What's up, Ghost? Happening in private or what have you. But you can tell that when he does give an order, those that are under his commands, his words are like the lashing of a whip, right? They jump immediately into action. And if they have any moral quandaries with, or qualms, I should say, with what he's asking them to do, they certainly don't bring it up then, and they don't hesitate there, right? So they just kind of jump into action. So the rumors around him say that he actually served as a mercenary outside of Adir, and that Beltran brought him in personally to here. So not somebody who's from around here, at least not recently. Sorry, not grown up here, brought here by Beltran from serving elsewhere. That's kind of like the basic information you can get about him. Some more basic information from your initial success. So you can see that he's predominantly spending his time. You were asking beforehand about the merchants to see if like, oh, is he the one that kind of like goes through the merchants and works on that situation? Actually, yes, because he has such a strong impact, because he has that ripple effect. Those that themselves may have a degree of power or influence or stature, and I don't mean other political figures. I mean somebody with money, like a merchant. He's who they're going to react to. They see him walking, like it's one of those, oh, welcome to the, oh shit. He walks into the shop. You know what that means, right? And so that leads to no problems he has to deal with because his reputation precedes him. He is the one that deals with the merchants. Any other details here? Any other groups that he might deal with? If there's like a hard crackdown that needs to happen outside of that being his typical purview, he's again the one that goes in, because those that are around him will act immediately, right? So he's kind of overseeing those operations. The Beltran needs someone to get the job done right the first time and efficiently. That's him. Whereas, Orvain and Went had different responsibilities within the guard. He seems to be not really a part of the guard. He seems to almost be like martial law above and around the guard, right? Does that make sense? Any follow-up questions before I get to the one extra item you get for switching to hard?
Yeah, two questions. The first one being, when he goes like into a shop or something like that, just say he has to make a collection or whatever because someone's been, whatever it is. Does he do it alone or does he bring in others with him?
Brings it so he will arrive with others. If he walks into a shop, depends on the scenario. He very well may go in by himself and leave the others outside. Think like mobster movie style. Or he may have them go in with him. Again, think like mobster movie style, where you would see that kind of approach with like the guy comes in with his 2 crew, or the guy walks in by himself and you can see them like through the window panes outside waiting. You know?
And we're talking about it's usually 2, like 2 extras, him and 2 others.
It depends on the start, 2 or 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Depends on the scenario.
If there's going to be more than 4, which there could be, that'd be like we need to crack down an area kind of situation, as opposed to I'm going around and checking in on. But 2 is a very fair number to say he's typically with. Yes.
Yeah.
And we'll say that's 75% of the time it's 2. 20, 3% of the time it's 4. 2% of the time it's more.
Yeah.
Right.
Does he drink, like frequent anywhere to drink or anything like that?
Ooh, good question. Does he drink? Yes. Does he frequent a location to drink? Not a public location. He doesn't like go to a tavern or what have you. It seems as though like that kind of social, because he doesn't speak much in public, right? So if he has that kind of socialization, it's going to be in, we'll call it a speakeasy or something that's more private.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, nothing that Aldo would have easy access to.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Well, they're my 2 questions. Apart from, I don't know if you're going to tell me this, but Dwayne laying eyes on him as well.
Yeah. So Dwayne tries to get eyes on him. This is probably the most disturbing one because just spoilers here. It's the only one that it applies to. Eyes are not sunken in. No ghosts around him. They are not hungry. They are not overly influential. They are clearly a servant of sorts, right?
That
This
actually
is how
works
he is.
better in Aldo's point of mind because this guy can potentially be bought with enough money.
There you go. There is an approach. I like that, Jake. Now, here's what you're upping the DC got you. There's a very solid rumor that you can find around him because when you're nearby, you hear some of his subordinates talking about it. This is like an actual eavesdropping thing that you're able to get from being close enough around, so on and so forth. There's a thing talking about it where apparently Zarif at one point in time killed a nobleman's son in a drunken duel, and Beltran buried that story. It doesn't exist anymore because of it.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yep.
Now, whether that happened in Hodgwen or outside of Hodgwen, you don't know, but it's more than likely it happened in Hodgwen if you had to make a
definitely.
guess.
If Beltran's able to bury it effectively, it's got to be Hodgwen.
Okay, cool. That's what your hard roll was able to get you. So kudos to you on choosing that.
Okay, nice.
All right, that was week 2 for you. Let's do week 3.
All right, week 3. We're gonna go for the other guy. Oh, I don't know. Pick one. Whatever one.
There's Rainan and there's Davian Salt.
Davian. Yes, Davian.
Perfect.
Good Davian.
Okay. So Davian is a lot more reserved than the others. Like a lot more reserved than the others. So not exposed, not out there, so on and so forth. So instead of having like the hard by default drop down to normal, I actually think I have to bring him from hard to very hard. Just give me 1 second to see if that's true. Nope, that's not the one that's true. The other one is the very hard. This one is hard by default. So your DC is a 20 for you. You can choose to bring it up to a 23. I don't know how comfortable you are with that, but you can choose to bring it up to a 23 looking for Davian Salt.
Okay. Bring it up to a 23. Now that might be difficult. And that's another stealth roll from me.
Stealth. I will allow stealth to apply for this one. Yes.
23. Yeah, that's pretty high.
Yeah.
It's default 18. I think you followed why.
You guys think I
50.
should go for the 23, or you reckon I should go for the 20?
How good your stealth?
11.
And
Damn.
do you get any bonuses from the others that are with you for this?
If I make Dwayne roll, I could get a +2, or if he rolls really bad, does he give a minus if he rolls terrible?
I had Wayne roll. I assume he's assisting you.
Okay, yeah.
It's just he's so his DC is a 16. It's already an 18. It might go to a DC 21. He has a +7 in his stealth, so he's really good at stealth.
Okay. And I suppose I did say Dwayne is with me on all of these.
Yep,
because he needs to lay eyes on
which
them.
makes sense.
So, I'm gonna go for the 23.
Really?
Yeah, go big or go home.
Yeah,
All
so
right,
it's-
someone's got a pair on him.
Yeah, if Dwayne succeeds, you're at least you're what 50-50 on it effectively.
All right.
Yeah.
You want to hear the
13, you get
news
23?
about Dwayne?
Yeah.
He actually passed the 23. So he beat his 21 that he needs to give you the +2. So you have a +2 from Dwayne. I rolled a 16 +7. So yeah.
Give me a decent roll here. Come on.
So you have a +2 to your roll. So now you're rolling with a +9 against a 23. You have to roll 14 or higher unless you use a hero point in advance.
No, I just added the 2 to my thing. Is that fine?
Yeah.
All right. Damn.
Oof.
Well, a hero point and a luck 50-50 could get you there.
Pretty much. I don't know.
It's the only way to do
I mean,
it.
it's not a crit fail. That's good.
Yeah.
So there's no hype train for you to work with.
You are allowed to luck before you decide whether or not you want to use a hero point, though.
If there was ever a session for them, so you do have 4. What are they called? What are the fuck are they called? ET, EP,
Oh, EP. That's right.
EP.
It's 3 for a reroll.
Generally, you're going to spend EP on acting on something that you've already done your insight rolls for. Spending your EP to continue your insight. I think you have to spend 1 to get a +1, 2 to get a +2, and 3 can get you a +3 or a reroll. I think is how it works.
That's what you told us. We never found the rules. What
Can
we
you
found
use
was always
EP
different.
after you roll luck, or do you have to use EP before you roll luck?
Oh, luck is always the last thing, with the exception of hero points.
Okay.
Give me 1 second to find the EP rules. I always forget. Pathfinder, spending EP. Edge points. So edge points, proper infiltration, gaining, pursuing, some edge points, circumstances, building infiltration, preparation activities. Let's go building infiltration. Smooth path. It's awareness points. Jake, are you still thinking? You're trying to hear from my response first?
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out if I can get a reroll with EP.
Okay. So you're waiting to hear my response. This is awareness points, complications, opportunities, smooth the path. So let's go to preparations. There's edge points, preparation activities, gossip, so on and so forth. Let's give you EP, and that brings you to reputation. I'm trying to remember how to fucking spend EP. It's actually written somewhere, and I've shared with you guys before, but I always...
No, you haven't. We asked you to share it. You couldn't find it because none of us could
like
find
literally here. I'm gonna share the link inside of Zoom chat. Not Zoom chat. Haha. It's me talking at work. Like this literally tells you where EP come from, how it works, so on and so forth. They can spend edge points to succeed. Instead, some edge points can only be like, but it's not. It doesn't actually say here how they're spent. I have to always re-find where the rules are for how to spend it, because P2E's web aid sucks compared to P1E.
Oh yeah, they're legitimately redoing the
It sucks so
the
bad.
hosting and all that stuff
They're what?
because they're redoing like the hosting and whatnot they do for the site. They're doing like a huge overhaul apparently at some point soon. Yeah, this is the page we found. We're like, yeah, a lot of those rules that you gave us about like how to spend them, we never found.
Give me a second. Complications.
I do like I have it. I typed down what you said, which was, as you said earlier, it's a 1 for +1, 2 for +2, 3 for a reroll. But we just never found them on the site.
You said you wrote down what I said?
Yeah.
Oh,
Just that.
sorry. I was half listening because I was still searching. What did I say?
Just that, yeah. 1 point for a +1, 2 points for a +2, and then 3 for a reroll.
Okay, cool. Yeah. That's what I said earlier. Yeah. Which is duplicative to or the same as what you said, what you wrote down weeks or months ago. Perfect.
Yeah,
I thought that's how it functions. Okay, cool.
All right, so I can use 3 EP then.
You can try to use 3 EP to see if it gives you a better result.
Yeah, we have 4.
Yeah.
Okay, before you reroll.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for using your 3 EP. I don't know if you remember this or not, but one of those EP, and you don't know which one it is actually a false EP that is set up to screw you over. And there's a chance that you're trying to use that screws you over. So give me 1 second.
Wait, I thought that was for the other infiltration. I thought that already got used.
Never got used. You guys,
okay.
You guys still had it with you for the whole Belcher. That's how why you had 2 left over from last time. One was a real one was a fake one.
Oh, I see accounted for in other ones, but that's fine.
Okay, I'm angry because there's a 25% chance, and I didn't roll that chance. You did not use that one. Sorry, not a 25% chance. A 75% chance you used. There was a 25% chance you didn't. That's what I meant to say. And you didn't get it. I rolled a 13 on a D100. All I had to do is roll a 26 or higher, and you would have used it. So you're down to 1 EP, and it is the fake EP still. So, but you guys don't know that in game. Out of game, you do, but that's metagaming and cheating. You weren't even supposed to know it anyways. I told you.
I will put 1 EP.
Yeah.
So that I will forget later, and
because
fair.
Because like the way it's supposed to work is you guys don't even know the results. I track it all, but I have you roll because it's more fun for PCs. Jake, you get your fucking reroll. Go ahead, sir. I was hoping you'd go to that too. I was like, roll, get worse. Okay, hold on. What was the DC?
23.
Okay, so nowhere near you being able to crit. Okay. Details here. And you went harder?
Yep.
Oh, you bastard. Okay. It's not just Davian Salt. It's Clerk Davian Salt, right? Davian Salt is not just one of like Beltran's people. He's actually one of Hodgwen's kind of internal records officers. Their responsibility is to literally handle the record keeping of Hodgwen. So I want to draw a line here. You have Brask or whatever his name was, the Amber
Borask.
Crystal. What is it, Brask?
Yeah, Borask.
The Amber Crystal.
B-O-R-A-S-K.
That person is Beltran's record keeper for all of Beltran's dealings. So Davian Salt, or Clerk Davian Salt, is a official record keeper under the employ of Hodgwen, and has been for years prior to Beltran taking over his position. Right. So just we understands the difference here. Not a personal one. This is an official town one. So they are an internal record keeping officer, which Beltran has now turned into a spy for him. This is an information gatherer, somebody who collects all sorts of information based off of the documentation going in. Imagine more or less the IRS searching through somebody's documents to hand you over details about whoever it is that you're spying on, right? You get the idea. So for who they are as a person, first of all, they're Perrin, for what race they are. They're seemingly a dull and very anxious person, with like kind of like the kind of person that you imagine like as they walk around, literally papers fall out behind them as they go. Not legitimately happening. But you can but they have like an uncanny memory. They have a really strong memory for details and kind of pull things up, if not immediately. Like, let's say you ask them a question in conversation, they can't draw it. By the end of that conversation, they'll remember the answer, right? Because they have a very uncanny memory that stretches pretty far back with some pretty strong detail. They, as I said before, work within the city archive officially there, and they quietly flag threats to Beltran as to what it is that they find along the way, as well as pull up actionable intel on others from Beltran. And you understand what kind of like details this could be. Before I give you your leveled up detail, any questions that you have? Oh, yes, they do have specters. They do have specters. The specters are, let's say, around how Wentz were when you are sorry, not as bad as Wentz were when you captured Went, but definitely has specters in his eyes. And so specters around him, 2 or 3, definitely sunken eyes and so on and so forth. If you had to gather why, maybe they're less hungry of a person, maybe proximity. Combination of those two. Go ahead, Jake, with questions before I give you your level up.
So this guy's like a civil servant, right?
That works for him, yep.
Yeah. Does he have a family?
In town?
Yep.
Yep, the Sold family. So married with children. As for their age, they're parent, so they're older. So probably like late 50s, early 60s, somewhere in that range. So children, spanning ages, several children.
Ooh, okay. I can see how this could work. He has children, which means can't just kind of go into his house and beat him up, right? That'd be bad.
Some of the children are adults over 20. Some of the children are in their teens, so spanning ages.
Yeah, okay. I have an idea though. Apart from that, is there anywhere he frequents when he finishes work? Anything that's, not just like family man and civil servant?
Yes. It is not uncommon for him to go to a pub and bring his work with him to finish it up with a couple pints to do so. However, it is not just any pub. It is a pub well situated in the area where Beltran has his strongest grasp, right? The region that Beltran would have the most people around, the hardest to, let's say you're just trying to steal a piece of paper. Good fucking luck. You know what I mean?
Yep. Right. You guys have anything to ask about him in particular?
Not at the moment. I was trying to take some notes to see if mine competed with Keegan's this time.
I was only half listening, so yours are probably better.
Okay.
Your level up detail here. Davian, in truth, is fucking terrified of Beltran. But unfortunately, he's too complicit to leave. You get the impression that this person, barring what influence the sword is going to have over him, honestly, he very well may crack under pressure or guilt. This is not what he signed up for. It's just...
Oh, this could work perfect with a rumor monger. Something that he said to Beltran, having like, if he isn't, having him feel like he is directly responsible for like deaths or disappearances and things, we could work with that. It may turn this guy, may not. If
so
not,
it's like this person.
Options.
I'm not going to say that this person is like a moral, paragon that you should be looking up to, but enough of a decent person to hate what he's in, but like not enough of a decent person to walk away. So it's like one of those, like, I know what I'm doing is wrong, but what am I going to do about it? It's too late for me to change things. Like how a lot of Americans feel nowadays. And then you add the layer of literally a curse messing with his mind and adding probably layers of like aggression or violence on top of that.
When he goes to bed, do like the ghosts lay in bed with him? Like they just keep walking around?
You mean like when he snuggles his spouse, he gets to be both the big spoon and the little spoon?
Yeah, I'm asking if he's having like the Ghostbusters thing where he lays down and like the sheets pull down and like the ghost lady, or if they're just like pacing around like this fucking guy going to sleep again, motherfucker, and he's like, I just want to do my job.
Jake, you just fucking put inside a chat. Anyways, Aldo does not follow him to his bedroom.
No, it does not.
Actually, Aldo puts on a white sheet and cuts out some eyes, and he's like,
Oh, come on, buddy. All
follows
right.
him.
I don't know if he's doing all that.
And then he knocks on the door dressed differently, and he's like, Ghostbusters, we're ready to believe you.
Anyways,
Careful
so-
talking about them white sheets, you know.
He's after those ghosts with the hard G.
Hey, yo.
well, remember, some of those that were enforcers are the same that burn crosses. All right, so
Rage
last
Against
up,
the Machine reference, I accept.
last up is Rainin.
Ghostbusters?
Rainin is the one that
one.
is already, sorry to interrupt you for a second, Jake. Rainin is the one that is already on the face of it going to a very hard DC 23. You're welcome to turn it up to a 28 to get extra information. I don't know if you like that is a personally I would not take that chance unless you're going to use a hero, unless you're telling yourself right now I need to use a hero point. I don't know if it's worthwhile. Because a DC 28 for you, you'd have to roll, I think, a nat 20 and luck die too. No, what's your bonus for stealth?
11.
Okay, no, you have to roll a 17 or higher. It's
Still tough.
it's a 80% chance of failure, I think.
Yeah.
Or a 9 or higher with a hero boy.
No, a 75% chance of failure. 25% chance of success. That's actually not terrible, but a hero point gives you, widens that for you drastically.
Well, I don't think I'm going to gamble on a 28. I do have a hero point, but, I think I'm the only one not to earn one. Like, so to me, that's not existent. So I'm not going to use the only one I get.
How many do you have right now? Do you have one or two?
I have one.
Oh, okay. Does anybody here have two right now?
No.
Oh, okay,
I
cool.
don't.
And that's the max you can hold because that's all Patreon's
Yeah.
unlocked for you. They haven't unlocked the option to have to 3.
Yeah, I
cool.
had two and I spent them.
Yay.
So we will have to go with the 23.
Okay. Oh, hold on.
Does he get aided?
hold on.
Yeah.
This is a hard one for what's his name because he has to beat a 23, which means I have to roll 16 or higher again. Wish me luck.
He has to beat
Bobby.
a 23 as well, does he?
He has to beat a 23. You have to beat it. No,
Yeah. Jake's doing 23. So
he has to beat a 21.
yeah. Still kind of.
Okay, 11 plus 7 is an 18. So he is missing by 3. You're welcome to luck to see if you can give him a +2.
50-50.
Yeah.
I'm going to try.
It's close. Yeah. It's
Okay.
not- all right, perfect.
He's giving you the +2.
Yeah, because that guarantees you the +2, and then you can luck
Yep.
yourself as well.
No,
I think the
when
aid
you're
works
doing
differently
DT
for
actions,
this.
there's a specific, it's called support another. It is its own DT action.
Oh, Joey was asking. Yeah.
All right. So now let's get stealth out of the way then, hey?
Good luck. DC
All right.
23.
Let's go.
Oh.
That's a rough
Well, it's not a
The
crit
good
fail.
news is
Yeah.
his aid means it's not a critical failure. That's the good news. The
Yeah.
bad news is a natty 1 is failing by 9. There's no way to save. You can technically hero point for
We have one
+4.
EP left.
Yes, use it. Use it for that +1
Might as well
Yeah.
use it now and get it out of the way.
because it was disguise related. You're literally like, so I was like, and then your nose falls off.
Which?
Jake, if you use a hero point, you can re-roll, and it's only a 1 in 400 chance you get the best. The likelihood of rolling much higher is so high.
That's rough, man.
That is rough, man.
I mean,
I
Wade
really
could
wanted to
also
use
spend
my
his
hero
point
point for like a rock or what do he can get?
Scarves. Yeah, we learned
Scarves, yeah.
we learned about scarves.
2 hero
Yeah.
points can either save your
My
life.
hero point is going to be a rock wrapped in a scarf that I have to hit someone with.
Well, that's
Wade's
worth
hero
2 hero
point-
points.
Wade's 0 point got him a rock, a hallucination, and a dream.
You know, it also took a Kiken like 25 roll to meet some weirdos that we then had to follow, get a whole fucking thing where we were accepted into their culture, then go pray, have good RP and prayer, then it paid off. There was a lot more than just a hero point to that.
I don't want to hear your storytelling. Let's stick with the facts.
We don't want to hear yours either, man. But again, Matt
Oh,
Mercer won't
those
call me
facts.
back.
Well, Matt Mercer retired. Maybe he has time now.
He's not retired. He's playing. He's just
Yeah,
not
but we all
DMing.
know that's way less work.
Yeah.
Molly, I used a hero point today. What happened? Game Master gave Wadey a rock.
Yeah.
Well, one day I will be able to have a rock of my own, but I feel like I can't do worse. I'm going to use it to reroll.
You're going to use your
You-
hero point
it's-
on this?
It's
All
up to
right.
you.
Yeah, because the way I
It's
look at
yours.
it, right, is if we get all of these, as much information as we can right now, if we go to the keep, right, and then we like work whatever we're doing in the keep, we come back, we can hit every one of these straight away, more or less before our before that 3 months, right? So if we hit all of them and take away his lieutenants and then strike, it's
Okay,
that
that's
is
fair.
probably our
yeah.
best bet.
It does put us in a really, really good position. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to get all of them, so I'm going to try. I don't know if I'm going to succeed, but we'll give it a go.
Jake, I wish you
Yeah.
all the luck from down under.
Thank you.
Do not fall off your high board.
We got it.
You got it,
Ooh,
baby.
Clutch.
That was good. That was awesome. Kudos to you.
I think for getting all the information on all the lieutenants, he should get a hero point.
Anyway, let me take away that hero point I added like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I think you're bad at math.
We all
All
know
right.
how that feels too. It's the bad thing.
I feel like I'm hoarding with 2, but I still have to talk to Gwen, so God knows one of them is going away today.
Okay. So Rainan is the next one. All right. So Rainan, human. Actually, the role that they have here and the reason why they were much harder is because this person is actually kind of like a political fixer / backroom operator, right? So this is the person that like really helps to behind the scenes work with people in positions of power to set things up, set things in motion for their benefit. You imagine or discover that Rainan wasn't originally somebody who worked for Beltran. Rainan was originally somebody who worked for other members of the council, so on and so forth. Probably worked for Beltran's parents at some point in time, but then eventually fell into Beltran's pocket. And like maybe because of alignment, whatever it might be, they work very well together. So they have had a relationship for, some years now at this point or whatever, right? So they're a velvet-voiced, always smiling, a person who oversees blackmail, bribes, smear campaigns, so on and so forth. They're the one that really impacts, again, the upper echelon individuals, right? They are never, or sorry, I should say never, right? They are rarely seen without a drink in their hand. It's like, without a drink in their hand, right? They always are schmoozing, sort of looking for here, carousing, so on and so forth. It's one of those things where they're sharing stories, they're schmoozing all points of time. You are very unlikely to find them outside of a scenario where they are not adjacent. Outside of a scenario where they're adjacent to somebody that is also a mover or shaker, whether it be a councilman or woman, or a somebody who's directly associated with them, or so on, right? Maybe it's not a merchant, right? Unless they're a very wealthy merchant. It might be a guild coordinator of merchants. So again, somebody has more influence here. They tend to, despite how much intermingling they do, they tend to work more quietly through proxies as opposed to directly handling the actual smearing itself. So they themselves carouse to gather information, to be in the know, so on and so forth. So they, on the face value, have like a positive outlook to those that they're kind of like dealing with, and they use proxies to elicit the bribes or so on and so forth to do the enforcing. You know, they don't like walk up to somebody with a fucking knife or whisper the secrets into somebody's ear, being like, I know about your extramarital, blah, blah. They don't handle that directly. They have people to do that for them to add layers of deniability, so on and so forth. Does that make sense to you?
Yep.
Okay. To answer your initial question here, yes, of course, sunken eyes, so on and so forth. I said to you beforehand, they don't walk around with a knife. They don't whisper those bribes. That may have been true for what you're hearing, and that may have been true for their reputation, so on and so forth. That may not be true today. You don't know whether or not that's the case. The reason why I'm even sowing a seed of deceit or dissent, from what I just gave you for information, is because their eyes are as sunken as Wentz were when you collected him. They have just as many people around them. They are clearly deep into the impact here. Very aggressive, hair trigger, so on and so forth. So it's very, like, maybe even worse than Went was when you got them for how, or maybe they just already were a sunken in face individual. I don't know. Maybe like heroin. So you can clearly tell, like, again, if that's how they used to do things, who knows? Maybe they actually do stab people now. Any questions?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, actually.
Cool.
Any either from you?
Oh, where do they hang about is what you've asked for everybody so far. The answer is yes. If it is a social scenario with movers and or shakers, yes, they are there.
Mikhail, did Mikhail ever send a letter to Mufasa, Malik?
No, I haven't sent
That
any of
time
those
has
other
passed as well. Because it was like what, a few weeks away, wasn't it? At that point.
We are.
Well, that was just like, well, at this point it would have.
It was like the next month. Effectively, we would have need to do it.
Okay.
Hopefully before the start of the month, which we're gonna miss.
Yeah. Okay, so we're missing that, but that would have been a place this person would have definitely been at.
That's what I was thinking too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At the very least, we know those 2 dates. They'll be going to the Colors Day, so we can keep an eye on the place.
Yeah.
And they'd actually be.
Weeks.
Wouldn't they be? They'd actually be easy to spot if we could get Dwayne in there, because disguised or not, he'd see the ghosts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless the illusions affect
Somehow
the
mask
ghosts.
that.
But I mean, Dwayne could wait outside.
Oh my
Watch
god!
people come in.
The ghosts.
Should be a
The
bellboy
ghosts
or
are just like
something.
dressed up all fancy.
Just a
It
Oh,
looks like
God.
a ghost. It's like when you watch one of those like kitschy, ghost hotel movies. Like giant
One of them's
bodices
like
and stuff
Aldo
like
doesn't
that.
wear pants, so whenever he leaves, it's like, fucking come on, Ghost.
Okay.
All right. So, do you guys have any questions apart from what we already know?
I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, I'm not thinking.
I mean, no, it seems like that one's pretty straightforward. Without having the deeper intel. I mean,
Ghosts are not necromancy.
All right. Well, I guess that's me then.
Cool.
It's my 4 weeks.
Couple more details. Because of everything that you did, your every roll was a success. No crits, but every roll was a success. So the last thing I'd want to say here is you saw the 1, 2, 3, 4 individuals you researched after. Of those 4, 3 of them had sunken eyes. 1 mild, 2 far greater, 1 not at all. Right. So 3 of them had sunken eyes. Those aren't the only people you interacted with. You obviously saw Orvain. Orvain is like stepping off the cliff here, or how far along they are. And you can check in on him at the end of the month too. He doesn't seem to progress much. Like he's probably already at the worst state. If there is a level worse than this, you don't know it. You've not seen it. So I want to point that out. Those 4 are not the only ones. Sorry, those 4, including Orvain, not including the other one. are not the only ones that have the sunken eyes. There are a couple others too that you can see with that scenario. Those two other people just seem to be. Remember how I told you beforehand? Beltran is usually around 2 personal guards at all points in time that he always has with him. Those 2 individuals whose names don't really matter. They're just private security. They're not high echelon individuals aside from being well trained, capable private security. Those 2 also have the sunken eyes. Hair trigger go off at other people. The other person that's with him at all points in time is Amber, Stone.
Yeah.
Amber Jewel. That person does not have sunken eyes. So very likely just not a hungry individual, just not driven,
Yeah.
so on and so forth,
So
which
there's
makes
only
sense for somebody who's a jewel.
4
Yes,
or
sir?
5 people with sunken eyes then.
That is, in total, that is 6 people with sunken eyes. 2 private security. What's her name that does the spy work, right?
Mhm.
The clerk, Davian Salt, Rainan, right? And then finally Orvain.
Yeah.
6.
Okay. Those 6 and then Beltran.
And then Beltran himself, funny enough, his eyes are not sunken in. He actually...
Oh, you actually see him?
Oh, yeah. With all of your spying around, so on and so forth, Aldo actually does get eyes on Beltran. Give me a second. What do I have over here for this? Oh, hold on. What do I have? I have... So Beltran himself, I have details elsewhere. So you're able to see him. Beltran is very well put together, right? Where do I have my notes on him? Is it? Do I count something? I have Beltran. Where do I have that? Give for me a moment, please. Give for me a moment, please. Cool. And it was... Beltran, so the way that he walks around dressed, he generally wears, think like hunter green clothes that are it's a mesh between being almost like an armor, like an armored coat, right? That has a militaristic but noble looking vibe to it. The easiest way to describe this is think like a military officer kind of clothes, right? So like an armored coat that has this kind of like military officer, so noble like kind of design to it. Beltran is a clean shaven individual. He wears his very dark hair. It is always has that kind of like slick, almost like wet, like a pomade kind of look to it. And he keeps it parted off to one side. So like a far side part off to the other side over there. It's like a mid-length hair. The look in his eyes, even though his eyes are not sunken in, he has this intensity to him. It's almost like dead look in his face, like somebody who is a fucking sociopath, like somebody who does not see people around them for being more than just playthings that are there for his inconvenience or minor obstacles that just need to be removed, like weeds from the garden, right? He has this like almost like chilling kind of look to him. Whereas for Aldo, in critical scenarios, will pull that trigger if he absolutely has to, and will vomit for days and hate himself for it afterwards, and oftentimes will have to drown himself in the bottle for the next years to think back to. This is the kind of person who would be upset that the trigger did not go off quicker and that the kill was not, more painful for the individual for having inconvenienced him with, I don't know, crossing out of the road too slowly. You get the idea. When he walks into a room, he expects everybody there to immediately, again, like the crack of a whip, fall to attention for the fact that he is there. His presence must always be known. So sometimes he'll send people in first before he goes in, so that they're aware that he's coming in so he can get that kind of immediate response. When he talks a lot. He's not like one of those strong silent types. He blathers. Not like me. He blathers in a less charming way. He blathers like he thinks he's charming, but very much isn't. And for somebody who is as well educated as he is, who is as strong of an upbringing as he is, it seems like it did not stick, right? Absolutely, he has that strong background, whatever it is, but he still speaks kind of like an idiot that thinks he's brilliant. You know what I mean? So either way, he is all the things that you kind of expected him to be. He just fits every one of those details like a glove.
A real strong narcissist vibes, it sounds like.
Real strong narcissist, fascist, sociopathic, strong arm, enforce his will upon those around him.
We're not
and
talking about
otherwise
current
oligarchy
events, Scott.
I said dark brown hair.
I
He's
do have a question
slender.
though. With all
He's
the
slender.
sightings,
What?
with all the sightings, has that sword been with him every time?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. It's at his
Okay.
hip.
Yep.
Which fits the military vibe that he has.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. Any further questions?
Nope.
Human, early 30s.
Yeah.
Cool. Any other questions?
Nope. I think that's all.
Cool. Then I will end it there. Yeah. So that's what you're able to get from all the conversations, so on and so forth. And we can kind of like, move on or what have you. Your character is able to get.
Yep.
Cutting back to Keegan's done, Jake's done. I need to fast forward by I need to finish doing the 4 weeks, which I'll get to momentarily. Let's go back to Wade. Wade, it's getting late. Let's do your RP before my brain falls out my ear, and then we'll handle your rolls. Jake and Keegan, you're on the sidelines here to get ready to start choosing or helping Wade choose what he's going to do with his downtime. He's going to spend the most time traveling out of all of you. And he is easily spending 1 week doing kingdom stuff, right? And he's spending the most time traveling out of all of you, and he's spending lots of time blah, 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 blah. Like without, so he, I think, only gets 3 rolls, one of them being kingdom, I think. Let's get to that afterwards. Wade. Hey, Steve. So, your third day being there, you're finally going to talk to Gwen. How do you approach it?
I mean, I imagine they're having a decent time or whatever, getting some laughs out, and maybe the topic comes up of like where they've been or whatever else. Well, speaking of our travels, I had a very interesting religious experience.
Oh?
Have you ever heard of an Iophonite?
No.
Maybe. Not many people seem to have. I went to pray at the grave of the martyr, basically. And there was this shimmering light that turned into a wagon wheel-sized disc, glowing and pulsating, and yellow and white flames erupting from it. It was I thought maybe some magical thing was happening. But then it spoke to me, but inside my head, not out loud. And it basically identified itself as a representative of the martyr herself.
Interesting.
not many people seem, well, I'm not told many people, but Mikhail and Aldo didn't seem to believe me, which I don't blame them.
Oh, okay. Go on.
I know it's hard to believe. I feel like I'm attaching a lot of self-import to have such an experience when normally a prayer is nothing more than just getting something out there and hoping a god or goddess is listening, but this time it was answered. That's how the idea of alchemy that I talked to Ashanti about became more solidified. The Iophonite told me we were doing the right thing. It told me that the martyr and Nankaro are burdened or trapped by the curse. The martyr will be at our side when we're trying to break the curse.
Wait. Koa, you seem stiff, rigid.
Yeah,
And I think I know why.
I don't know
You,
that you.
you know, listen, you're feeling concerns like I might be judging you for what you're saying you experienced, and I get it, but I'm actually kind of happy to hear you say this. Saying that you've had this kind of divine experience. I don't really tell anybody this because they look at you like you're crazy, right? I actually feel like I have divine experiences occasionally too. You know, I pray all the time. I pray predominantly to Isara, but also to, you know, the various other gods that I worship. And those prayers are sometimes answered in strange ways. For instance, maybe I'm, praying about some disease that's hitting into the region, and then I'll have dreams when I sleep at night of how it is to cure it. Sometimes I'll even wake up in the morning, and Koa, it's not just I've realized what reagents I need to cure it, but they're there on my table, my end table, or maybe the table in my kitchen, and I can see them. Like they're there, and I don't just understand the recipe like as if I was studying it all night long. I actually have materials available. It's a blessing, and it's one of the ways I've been able to help out the Chantry as much as I have, providing them, the resources they need. Because once I know I can acquire as much as possible, and then let the Chantry do the work that they do to help them. It's kind of strange to tell you this, but I think the gods have answered my prayers too.
That's amazing to hear. The reason I'm stiff, one, is yes,
Yeah.
hoping you would accept this. It's scary because it is a bit out there, but also there was one more thing I prayed on and got an answer to, and that is your ailment.
Thanks for a second.
I asked what I could do to help you cure your magic disease. The Iophonite said, and this were its exact words, not mine.
She has this love in her eyes right now. The fact that you have so many problems before you affecting so many people, and you were asking for assistance of this, things like the fucking goo and everything else that's going on there, and you were asking for that, but you also found time to ask about her, a single individual amongst all of the theoretically tens of thousands, like the goo or the other people that live in, Hogland or so on and so forth. So it's like, oh, like me too. Like, so you can see like that, like loving look in her eyes and whatnot. And on one hand, it's like, it's nice,
Yeah.
but
I'm
then
about to be.
go on.
I'm not sure if there are things that you don't remember or that you've blocked out or that you just haven't told me or whatever it is, but the Iophonite said that in order to begin healing, you have to undo something that you've done. It's a nightmare of your own creation.
I'm sorry. What's a nightmare of my own creation?
Somehow, the disease you're dealing with isn't maybe a normal disease or a disease after all. Perhaps something happened when you were young and some kind of magic went wrong, or you cursed yourself in some way. I don't know, but it said it was a nightmare of your own making and you have to undo it to begin the process of healing. But I know other people have dealt with this.
Koa, are you're saying that you spoke to a messenger of the martyr
Yes.
and it told you that my disease that I have, that my mother died of, that my father went insane trying to cure, and that eventually died from the consequences of his actions trying to cure, I have, because I did this to myself? I'm trying. I don't want to misinterpret your words, Koa, but
those were the words I was given, and they weren't pleasant to hear, and they're certainly not pleasant to pass on. But I don't know. Maybe there's another interpretation to them, but from the best I can remember, and I paid close attention, that was the answer I received. Nothing was ingredients left on the table for me. It was all a bit vague and mysterious, but that was the guidance I was given.
Koa, I think.
You have to trust that I'm telling you the truth and that I
Oh,
experienced
I
this.
don't think you're lying. I think you're don't understand what you're saying.
I am very confident in what I'm saying.
I believe that's true.
You have to think back. When is it possible? Something happened. Something triggered something when you were young. Maybe
A lot of things happened when I was young, Koa. I told you this.
But what caused it? When it first manifested?
She's like speechless, as like you're more or less saying, oh hey, all that like torment, pain, and suffering and everything that you went through for all those years at the hands of your father trying to cure you, and the sound of all those other people screaming and all that stuff. By the way, that was kind of your fault. Like, and she's like does not have words. She has no retort. She literally
take her hands and like look her in the eye.
You try to take her hands, she pulls them away, like recoils.
Gwen, I'm not saying you're to blame.
That is what you're saying, though.
Assigning blame is different than being the root cause of our own problems. I don't know if I'm wording this correctly, but you were a child, and who knows what caused it to happen. Even if you were capable of doing it to yourself, then it doesn't mean your intent was to do it. I don't fully understand it all. I'm trying to help. A messenger from the martyr herself gave me this info. Just, no matter what the answer is, you know I would not blame you, nor should I think you should blame yourself for this.
Did
You would never
Mikhail
do
receive this message?
No, that's why they're skeptical of me.
Mikhail's skeptical of this as well?
He was more accepting of it than Aldo was, but whenever he went and prayed, he didn't get this kind of thing to happen. But some of the information I wouldn't have had otherwise, knowing that the martyr herself and Nankaro are wrapped up in this curse, having a solid lead on alchemy being the correct answer. I would have never thought to think that this was something you could have done. Nor would I ever say such a thing to you if I wasn't told
And
by
why are you
merely
saying it now?
because I want you to get better, and this might be the only way. The martyr herself has passed that information along to us. We've been through too much. You know how hard it has been for me to leave every single time I have had to. The little bit of time I get to spend with you, I wouldn't spend accusing you of doing something to yourself if it wasn't told to me by divine providence.
If that's what it was.
It doesn't hurt to pull the thread to see if it was true.
It does.
I'm not saying it would be easy for you, Gwen, but I know, and I believe the Elfinite spoke truly and is trying to help us. When
She
we
says
met back,
nothing.
when I met with you in Hot Gwen the last time, it wasn't pleasant immediately. I walked into your shop and said we had to go and things were terrible.
This is more pleasant?
The last couple of days were. I wanted to at least start it off on a better note before I threw this at you. I've been...
So you've been saving this so you can butter me up first?
Butter you
Before
up?
accusing me of doing this to myself?
No. I just knew it would hurt you, and I wanted to see you smile a bit more before I hurt you.
To make it easier for you?
No. To give you something else positive. None of this is easy for me. And I can't imagine what I've just thrown at you and asked of you. I cannot possibly understand what you're going through. But I vowed I would try to help you. And this is what I've been given.
Well,
Just entertain the thought of what I'm saying possibly being true. You know me, Gwen. You know I wouldn't do this to you.
she says nothing.
It was the cruelest answer I possibly could have gotten. But what would you do if you felt you were spoken to directly by a god and they gave you difficult information like this? Would you keep it to yourself, or would you share the hard information hoping to help?
I think I need to go help Ashanti. She's been getting stuck on one of her problems. And she'll like slowly get up and slowly like walk out of the room.
He'll let her, and then try to give her some space.
Typical man. let her.
Well, like he won't follow. He won't stop
I
her.
know.
But as like the day or evening wears on, next time they do end up, he'll give her a look, like kind of like seeing if he can approach the subject again, or if the answer is still no. But he'll give her a look.
When you saying that is?
If this is early in the day, imagine, I don't know, after dinner. Like he gives her the day to kind of like chew on it.
She doesn't want to broach the subject, and I would say that evening, when you guys like lie in bed together, she doesn't like snuggle or anything. It's very much one of those, however big the bed is, however much space can be had between you. And if you try to like, oh, let me roll it, you get that like slight nudge shoulder away that suggests, okay. Like, let's give the so that's where that sits, and you could imagine.
I don't know if she would catch him, but at one point, not like, well, I won't like get out of bed for this, but he will say a prayer again to the martyr to like, from the information you gave me, I've done the best I can. I don't know how to. Maybe I've screwed it all up. Like he'll say a prayer or whatever.
She opens up the door and she's like, oh, Koa! And you're like, oh, sorry.
I swear she's just a goddess.
Sorry. Anyways, so you
She looks in the bed, and there's that disc thing in bed with Koa.
It's just a religious experience, I swear.
Being
Nothing.
anyways, so where were we?
Never had an IO job?
See, she doesn't want to help herself, Koa.
So where were we? The next day after that, something like that, what's her name? Shanti is gonna come to you and be like, hey Koa, remember a couple days ago we were having that conversation about like the experiments to start working on?
Yes.
I've not been able to start them yet. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous. I can't find the ooze that Mikhail left behind. Do you know for a fact if he left it, or do you think he accidentally took it with him? Because I don't see it anywhere.
I'll take a look around and see.
Yeah, it's I've not been able to find it anywhere. She bring you to like the room, and she's like, I swear we kept it over on this shelf. Sometimes it might switch between things over time, but always in a locked space to make sure that nothing happens. And
maybe Leon or Elliot or something solid. I'll take a look and I'll get back with you.
She nods and says, "Yeah."
He immediately goes to find Gwen.
Yeah.
Is it easy to do?
Yeah.
I know you don't exactly want to. I have a question, and I don't know if you know anything, or perhaps Reem or someone, but Ashanti's lost the vial of soul goo.
Yeah, she says she's been looking there for the past couple days. We haven't been able to start our experiments because of it.
You haven't seen it or anything? I thought Mikhail left it with her, didn't he?
We both thought that, but we might be wrong because we've not been able to find it yet.
I'll try Reem or Leon. Maybe they know something.
She shrugs, says, yeah, until we have that, we can't really start, not unless we go and get another sample from Hot Gwen, but nobody's really going that way. It's all a bit dangerous right now, so.
He'll look like he wants to say more, and then he'll very obviously.
When you have that like puppy dog look, she'll turn away.
Yeah. And he hesitates, then goes.
Cool. Jesus, Kitty! Oh my God! For those of you in YouTube, Cozy Kitty Cats in chat. That's a fucking name for this.
Trying to abort the conversation, Scott.
Yeah, not totally not a smortion. Not at all.
Conversation.
Yeah.
It's like this topic, abort mission.
Yeah.
That's what it means.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't take it the other way either. And then
unfinished. Huh?
I didn't take it the other way either until.
All right. Well, I was gonna have
Jeez.
this. I was gonna have this RP with Gwen, but I guess now I'm on ooze search. Scott, what do I need to roll to find the fucking ooze?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So first of all, where are you searching? Just like
I'm gonna ask
everywhere.
Reem. I'm gonna look around. Oh, people that know about it. Reem
Wait, let me
literally
ask
was
you
made
this:
from it.
how invested into the search is Koa? Is he like, I'll spend a couple hours? Or is he like, I'll fucking
It
spend a
is
few
something
days?
to do to buy Gwen time, where he's not just gonna be staring and wanting to like force conversation. So he
Are
will
we
give
talking
himself-
days or are we talking hours?
He will give it a solid day or two if need be.
A day or two?
I mean, days, sure.
No. I'm just like, are you
How hard is it
committing
to
a
find
deep?
this fucking ooze? This place is only so big.
So in D&D, technically speaking, trying to search one like 10-foot square takes what, a minute or 2 minutes?
If you're
of searching?
alone, but like if you got people helping.
So if you have people, but the thing is, it's also like, are you going into a room where people has their stuff? Are you going through everybody's belongings? Like what are we doing? Like full blown U.S. military, the staff
No.
sergeants coming in and kicking open
This
bunkers,
is
or
only a few people would probably have this. So it's like Leon, Edric, you guys hear anything? You know anything? Arthur, you just got here. Anyone approached you with this? You seen this?
this sounds like a day of searching the way you're describing it now, as opposed to.
I think you
like
should let
flipping
him
the
talk
place
to
open.
Reem because we all know Reem has it. Right? And when Koa finds out that Reem has it, it's going to cut to a scene where like the kid gets their head pushed in the toilet and you see that view from like under the water, but it's going to be the well in there as he's like getting Reem in there for lying.
I mean, Gwen and Reem were my first two suspects.
He says the kid. Jake, which child of yours are we referring to?
Did I say the kid?
Yeah, you did say the kid.
Oh,
Well, in movies, it's usually a school.
that was
thing.
movies.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. So in
Look,
the
you're
United States,
the
we
one
call that
with-
waterboarding.
Can
Can I get through
Australia,
my
we call
side
that
quest so I
parenting.
can get back to my RP so I can do my leadership roles?
Where were we? So yeah, you go to do this, like, I guess perception check, Wade.
All right. That's not good.
That's appropriate. You don't find it.
I spend another day.
Sure, but like you went around, you asked the relevant parties, and you searched in areas that would make sense. You don't find in those areas unless you're expanding your search. There's no value.
He's
in
gonna
go-
have to. Like this is
What is
a
expanding your
person's
search
soul.
to?
Asking people that aren't directly involved, the best people in the crack, if anyone's been walking around having a weird vial of something.
That's conversation. What about locations?
I guess those other rooms where the people are. Not looking through their things, but like describing it, saying like, oh, maybe someone has it in there. You guys check your pockets. You have anything like this? Like, it's really important that we find it. Maybe
Okay.
someone slipped it in as a prank and didn't know what it was.
So not being
Checking
too
spots
invasive.
where something could fall, that kind
Not
of stuff.
assigning blame, making a very obvious excuses is why someone might have it.
This sounds more conversational than actual
fine.
perception. That first one felt
Diplomacy.
more perception, so it's more of a diplomacy, unless you're going full blown intimidate. But your tone suggests
Not
diplomacy.
yet. We're diplomacy.
Nice.
16 total. Are you happy with your 16 total?
I'll luck it just in case. 18.
18
better.
total. Nobody's seen the vial or anything like that. The best that you have for any degree of corroboration here is you have Edric's, like, when you're asking Edric about it, you know, not Edric, my apologies, because you were with him day one. This is no, let's say day two. Let's say day one you asked him and he was maybe a little bit tipsy because he keeps the alcohol for himself or whatever, right? Let's say day two you're talking to him and he's like, wait a second. You're saying that they think that maybe Mikhail took it. That's not possible. I saw it like 2 weeks ago, something after you guys left. Absolutely after you left. I saw them doing something with it. Ashanti and Elliot and Gwen, they were doing something with it. So it's definitely here because I know what you're talking about. It's here though. I wouldn't say that it's with Mikhail. I ain't seen it since.
Well, it's really important we find it. Vitally important to the whole mission, the whole cause.
Nods and says, I understand that. Only way to find this shit out is to strip search the whole place. He says, ask around, see what you can find. I'll do what I can on my side. If it doesn't turn up though, you're gonna have to take the next steps, Koa. I'll fill in Leon, see what he has to say about taking those next steps, because now I remember what you're talking about. Been 2 days searching, you ain't seeing shit, or at least a day and a half at this point. Shakes his head. Yeah, it's a problem. That shit made a goo person.
I can address everyone as needed to let them know that if we don't recover it, that more extreme measures will be taken.
Or you don't want it slipping up someone's ass.
We will search everywhere if need be.
He kind of frowns for a second and says, I'd rather us just surprise search their bunk than their trunk. He says,
It's going to be an awful hit to morale if we're searching through everyone's things.
If it's critical to the cause, he says, shrugging.
Yes, but so is having everyone aligned to the cause.
Maybe we get him distracted. Maybe we crack open the casks and have like a day off, a day of rest and celebration. Oh, what's the date? What's the date today? Oh, what's the date?
I don't know, man.
Hold on.
I had a
Hold
plan,
on,
and we're
hold
once
on.
again fucking derailed because there's a lost goddamn tiny vial of fucking soul goo.
Hold on.
What is the day?
I don't know. We've
Damn
been
it.
jumping around in time too much.
No,
Who cares
hold
what
on.
day it is?
Because hold on, wait a second. The end of the Fort Wade got here how many days ago? Blah, 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 blah. So his second day, so Wednesday. So we have to jump 26 days from now. Let me click 26 times. Because that's just easier than doing it the other way. Give me 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
So this is like day
1,
5 for
2,
Koa. I don't know what the fuck
4,
you're on about.
Yeah.
6. That's fair. Okay, yeah.
Mine ends on 16.
Yeah,
when my
yeah.
stuff ends.
No, you're right. Wait, that is day 5 for Koas. Actually, this is what I was thinking. How close to Shahid can we get? Because Shahid's at the end of the month of Nair. But no, you're right. It's still forever ago. It's still Kreen like 17 or 18 or 19.
Week. This is still week 1 of everyone's rolls.
Yeah. So no, that wouldn't work. Damn it. I was hoping, but no. All right.
This is my favorite side quest, so I can't wait to search people's bedrolls.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
He says, ain't no holidays coming up too soon, so we can distract them, or we can not. It's your call. I'll go fill in Leon. You search around for the day. You unfortunately don't find where it is.
I will
talking to
also have a
people.
conversation with Leon because I want to know what he thinks would be best for morale.
You go search around. You don't find it talking to people, so on and so forth. It just doesn't pop up. And I was going to say, in talking to Leon, both you and Edric, Leon says more or less, how critical is this? You explain how critical it is. He goes, with how reactive that is around magics and the fact that there are apparently latent magic locations inside of this place that I wasn't aware of prior to the birth of a ooze person, perhaps we take more extreme measures here. We don't need a veritable explosive hiding in our midst. And if there is somebody that we cannot trust, we need to fish them out now before they cause more harm later.
Right. Then how do you want to proceed? Should we just distract them or should we go straight for it? It was a question Edric posed to me. I now pose to you.
Oh, we search every detail here. The question I pose to you is, do you want to be honest about what this search is? Or do I play it off like it's a routine thing that needs to be done on the occasion? It has yet to be done before. So
I
it would be a
prefer
deception.
honesty. I'm not going to tell them all the specifics, but it's a very important what they need to know, chemical agent that we need in order to blah, 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 blah.
I prefer
But-
honesty as well. However, you're going to lose the benefit of that honesty if you don't explain it to them afterwards as opposed to beforehand. You would need to do the search and then explain. It's going to impact morale doing it that way, but you're far more likely to find it. If you tell them what you're doing first, somebody can hide it first.
Well, then I guess I'll tell them what it is. It's a person's soul that we're trying to find a way to help move on to another plane.
That's maybe a little too honest. You can be honest without making things overly complex. But we should do the search and then fill them in. If somebody wants to, if you told somebody that and they're keeping this because they were hired to do so, if they're are truly a spy for Beltran, if they're hoping to turn it for cash, then by informing them what it is, that's not going to change what they're doing. It just gives them more information about what they're holding.
So what do you suggest?
Search, then inform.
Well, yes, but how much do I inform after the search?
That's up to you. I would be honest without having to give them the iota, every iota. This is a very powerful alchemical and magical reactant that that is critical to the success of our cause, not just of what we're doing with Beltran and Hod Gwen, but breaking the curses of a deer.
Good enough. Let's do it.
He nods. He looks to Edric and says, normally we have morning routines, and there are those that are on and those that are off. You tend to look at the people that are off. I tend to look at the people that are on. They're all going to be on. That's the plan for the morning. He looks at Koa and says, this search, if you want to do this by yourself, because you can only trust yourself or only have a very small number of people to go with you, because that's who you trust, then the search is going to take a long while, days even. If you want this to be more rapidly done, I can put more into your command, but you're opening the door for things to go awry. It's your choice. Speed or time. Sorry, speed or
A handful
trust.
of people you trust.
He nods. He says, I'll confer with Edric and we'll come up with them. He looks at you and says, before I decide on the others, I think we can both assume that Ashanti is a trustworthy individual.
Yes. Yes, she is.
And Gwen as well.
He hesitates. I want to say yes, but I presented her with some tough information recently. I don't know in this case.
Edric says, oh shit. He goes, understood. Edric, Gwen is with you. Edric's like, how am I going to pull that shit off? He says, easily. Gwen and Arthur are both with you. And Edric's like, oh, well, that's kind of putting a fox in the hen house, huh? He says, looking at Koa, trying to make a joke. It's like a double entendre because like Fox
Koa
is
looks
Nathan
dead
Fox, but
inside.
also, but like he does not. Yeah,
Yeah.
clearly the joke falls flat.
Smooth as always.
And he's like, all right. And says, all right, yeah, I got that. And Leon says, I'll appoint several others to work with you on this one. I'll keep God, I forget what the girl's name is. Reem. I'll keep Reem with me.
Let's do it.
Says one more thing. The bugbear. Is the bugbear still here?
Yeah.
I think, yeah,
Can we like
should be.
actually recruit him?
Yeah, I thought so. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, because he helped us keep the other ones in line because they didn't like each other anyway.
Yeah, he says, I can't remember the bugbear's name is. Let's just call him Buggy. Dara.
Daughter.
Yeah, that's right, Dara. He says, Dara, this is not going to go over easily with him, so I'll have you handle that one. You have a mutual understanding.
I will do what I have to do. This must be done.
When I remove everybody, start with him, including searching him. if he seems clean, take him for your searching the other places. Something tells me he knows how to hide things. But it might just end with him.
Very well.
He appoints several people to you, so on and so forth, and you're gonna have to start in the morning for a. Wait, you're going for appoint people to make it faster, right?
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Not a ton, but a few trusted people. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna end up being like a 2-day thing, sort of. But that's fine. So
Can't wait.
wait, are you going to handle Dada? Are you doing diplomacy to try to convince him, intimidate, to coerce him, or how do you want to approach this?
Diplomacy is going to be kind.
Okay. Do you want to pre-spend a hero point on this one or no?
No, whatever the fuck's happening that's trying to milk one out of me, no, I'm not going to.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
My fourth one of the night.
He is deeply offended by the accusations that you're making against him. And out of his deep offense that he has, he 100% strips bare, which, by the way, is still very furry all over, and says, "Go ahead and check me." Like, drops trowel right there. Need me
Didn't
to
even ask
lift
if he
the
wanted
sack?
to luck.
You know, like...
What and cuff, please.
I search him.
Yep. He is perfectly clean.
Don't need to roll?
Koa feels so dirty.
You thoroughly search him. I imagine take a 20. Thoroughly search him, and he says, he simply says, "Do I have permission to leave?"
Well, the whole reason I searched you first was I didn't think you were the one who took it, and I was going to have you help me continue to look. But we're checking everyone at this point because nobody is coming forward, and I have questioned everyone. So, we're both pissed off, and none of us like this, but we have to deal with it. It's important.
He waits for the answer to his question.
Yes, you can leave.
He leaves.
Okay, I guess I search on my own from here on.
You have other people appointed from what's his name.
Whatever it is, what do I roll?
You are now going to roll. Give me 1 second, Wade, before I have you roll. It's probably going to be perception, but give me 1 second. Where the fuck are you? Hi, Brittany and Gwen. Give me 1 second. Hi, Gwen. Hold on, Brittany's calling me over.
Well, at least the Bugbear Man was apparently sexy.
Really thought we were going to get through all this tonight.
Yep.
I didn't at all.
I mean, originally, no, but like things were going well, and I was like, all right, so I have the RP with Gwen. Okay, she's avoiding. I'll have to wait a few days, whatever. We'll just continue it.
Mm-hmm. We were like rolling
We
through
keep
some
trying to
stuff.
get to this keep. We're going to get there eventually.
It's just Ninja. It's just that we were kind of on a roll. Like it seemed like we would actually get the lion's share of it done. And I don't know. I've been paying attention. I don't know if it was one of y'all that hit us with the lose the ooze, but
No,
so
dude,
late,
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the part where Mikhail's in the library and those that group that's after mole artifacts just kicked in the door and it's like X gonna give it to you while they're just like taking all the books because that's the next step,
right?
What the fuck is happening, dude? Every time we think we finally have a course of action.
God damn it, Jake! That's fucking hilarious.
Picture them going through like the shelves with a sack and just like sweeping it all in there while they're like breaking quills and stuff.
Like imagining the music's following them, so it's like quiet as shit in the library. And just someone's like, "Do you hear that?" What?
They walk around with the JBL speakers.
You remember is it the end of Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back where they go and they kick everyone's ass? They gave like a negative movie review and they have like the how many people want to kick some ass?
Yeah.
Really getting that vibe from that group. I forgot about that group with the I'm in a fucking place with a 10-mile deep crack and what? How many square feet? 500, 5,000,
Man, oh, that's
10,000
just
square feet. I'm looking for a vial.
somebody dropped it. It fell in the fucking crack, and they were just like, "I am not telling a soul." Like, I am not telling anybody.
This
Nobody
is
saw me.
the
It's
equivalent
just
of like the
gone
I
now.
lost my car keys and I've got a really important date tonight. That's my side quest. Is I'm gonna find the car keys.
They were like bringing it to the lab, and they get back to Ashanti like, "Hey, that stuff wasn't where you said it was." Oh no.
You know what I did at the start of the stream? I got up, went upstairs because I literally had to help Molly find some car keys. I lived that life. I didn't need to RP it. I didn't need to RP it. I'm just a passenger for this lost vial.
Honestly, as soon as he like made you roll to find it, I knew we were cooked. I knew we
But
were
I've rolled
cooked.
like shit all night. I don't think we've had a single 20, and we've had 4 or 5 ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, and most of them were yours too, which is crazy.
It's at least my third. I rolled 2 in a row and then that one. There might have been another somewhere. I don't remember. Yeah, I rolled a perception that was a 1 as well. It's my
Yeah,
4th one.
I think Jake rolled one. I
Mhm.
don't think I've rolled a one yet today, but some of them were real low.
It's frustrating when you roll like shit and then
Night Spiral.
you're on the
Gosh.
path.
Yeah. No, like as soon as you had to roll, because it wasn't even like, oh, I know Wade's gonna roll bad. It's just like, oh, this is like a thing. This isn't just, oh, he's gonna describe something and someone's gonna come in and you'll get in for it now. No, it's a whole thing.
Yeah. I was gonna drop the hero point for the Gwen stuff too, just to be like, whatever this means, just let me fucking talk to her and let us move on. God, I don't need Days of Our Lives or Victor or General Hospital. Just let us talk.
Yeah. Like I don't even know what I don't even know what a good way to deliver that information would have been. That
She
was
was
just gonna
literally
be
like,
rough.
God spoke to you? God speaks to me. I was like, great. This is a great start. I don't like what your God said. Cold shoulder.
Well, it's like directly attached to a trauma. And it's like great. Like,
I mean, yeah.
what are you supposed to say? You know?
And then the next thing he's like, hey, listen, I know things are rough right now, and I just accused you of causing your own illness, but like, did you steal a vial of ooze?
Yeah. I was glad that Leon didn't
Are
just
you
be like, all right,
eating
cool, she's
ooze
out of the
again?
search. You know. Telling lies again. She just has cravings. It's
Dude, I snuck her a bottle of wine.
like a peanut butter and soul goo sandwich.
Just bring her back in the ooze room and see if she coughs something up.
Let's go talk somewhere private, sweetie. This is
When I
oh,
need to
just
show
over
you
here, no
something
reason.
in the ooze room. Stand right here for the next few minutes.
How's my Kethrel impression? You start talking.
Have you taken a
I'm
shit
trying
in
to
the
buy
last few days?
time.
If you've taken a shit, can we bring that into the ooze room? Just in case.
Just the
Show me
experiments,
where
you know?
you shit.
Just like a fucking cutting board he brings into the ooze room, like, I really expected there to be something that happened there. So, never mind, my mistake.
God. Yeah, Mikhail's gonna get back. Wedding's off. I don't know what happened. It was going so well.
Does Mikhail know?
I did not like that his name came up while y'all were fighting. That is not, I was not happy. That's never something you want to hear from your homie. Yeah, we're fighting yesterday, and she was like, "Does so and so know?" Like, what she asked me about me for? I didn't say nothing. Just apparently, it's okay. It's okay, you know. If
We have to deal
you
with
don't agree with
Scott's
Jesus, that's what you wanted to
recollection
know.
and portrayal of characters. For
I don't
better
know.
or more often for worse.
I don't know why my word matters when you heard from a biblically accurate wagon wheel. You know.
I don't know.
Yep.
Not something Koa wanted to hear either. It's like, why are you asking about him?
Oh, he's actually back. Wow. It's crazy. His Darth Vader shirt and he's back. He's like back for real. Everybody chill. He's back.
Short version is baby's woken up several times throughout the night. Brittany thought she felt warm, couldn't get a temp because it's a baby, so it's hard to do. And she has bumps all over her body with little red dots. So she's like, is this measles? Is this measles? Because, our healthcare in our country is run by a guy with a dead brainworm in his head. So,
literally anyone in this chat could do a better job. Yeah.
Yeah. Literally my empty mug of coffee is better. But anyways, so we were able
But if
to
you
get
ever need to cook a bear,
we were able to get a temperature. It's a surface temperature, but able to get something. It's only 99 degrees, which is not a fever. And there are dots, but like it could be anything. So Brittany's question is, are we going to the hospital or are we doing the doctor in the morning? And I'm like, we don't have enough other symptoms other than dots, and she's having a hard time sleeping for a hospital visit. So let's wait until in the morning. And there's two reasons why you have to make that decision. Reason number one, it feels a little extreme right now. And reason number two, going to the doctors, what that costs with Brittany's health insurance for the baby is $400 out of pocket. Going to the hospital out of pocket is over $1,000.
ER for us in 2018 was $1,670 for an ear infection.
Yep.
I don't even want to say how much it cost me.
Yep.
It is absurd.
Yep. And that's with
It's like
health
they
insurance.
pay me to come in.
That's
You feeling sick? Here, have $10.
that's with, well, I mean, it's 10
Yourself up.
Australian. It's 10
Get yourself
Australian.
a
It's more or less
burger.
toilet paper. But I mean, like it's that's with health insurance is bad. So
That's crazy.
It
Yeah.
is. It is. We are 53rd world countries wearing a coat that says first world, especially when it comes to healthcare.
it says first world, but we crossed off the world and just wrote number at the beginning, misspelled it. So it's like number one.
There were two ones. We were 11th world. but crossed
Yeah.
them off.
If somebody realized that would be dumb.
Uh,
All right, can I get back to my needle in a haystack?
yeah, I said, Brittany, do I need to abruptly end? And she said, there's no value, but I might come bother you again. Okay. So,
So another hour. Okay.
no, we'll be
I'm
ending
getting through
soon.
this fucking RP, so no, you are
We'll
not.
be ending very soon.
I'm getting through what I want to
So-
get through tonight, Scott.
That's nice. So, but we do need to get through what you're looking for right here. So I was looking for an other skill for you. Perception is obviously a good one. Is there anything else?
Can I
here
use
that
ride? Otherwise, it's probably perception.
Yeah, I didn't know if you had anything else that might make sense on here that I couldn't think of. Yeah, perception is the one that works for me, but you asked for assistance. Give me a second to roll. Actually, I critically succeeded, so you get a +4 for the action.
Great, so my natty one will have a +10 to it.
All right. You go ahead and
You know.
roll, and Wade, please don't roll horribly.
5th one of the night. That's double digits. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, so that's a good one.
Unfortunately, it's very hard for you to find information on the curses, but it's a 33 DC for me to find this vial of ooze. Okay, 23 was like the hard. You guys were doing 23s earlier, right? So do you think I needed 23?
No. I'm getting the DC for you right now, so there's no questions.
Oh,
right.
okay.
Yeah.
Does this include the +4?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So, average roll for your level is 18. This is what I would consider easy. The whole scenario as it's been described, people are removed and you're searching every room, every area, people's stuff, so on and so forth, because that was decided upon. As an easy roll, DC is 16. You have a 22. So you have, you're off by 4. You can lucky with a 25% chance for crit. I don't think there's anything else you can use to assist this. Nope. It's just
What
luck
in
if
the
you want.
world could a? I mean, if I succeed, what would a crit? I find a second vial of souls.
Maybe details around it, deeper understanding as to what happened, so on and so forth.
You guys, we only have one luck.
What do you
left.
need?
26 to get critical. I have as a success.
Go for it. You know what I mean? 25% is
Our last
25%.
luck.
But if you can, yeah, but if you can find out like more details about it, then yeah, it's worth it.
I never get these, but
You don't have
try.
anything else to add to it?
Oh my god, I did it.
Oh! There we
boy.
go.
Okay.
That never happens, but all right.
Shit. Okay.
You're searching around when somebody comes to you and says, Koa? Can you, this way.
Is this someone I know or just a person?
You're one of the people that's here to help you.
Okay, sure. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're
following
walking
you.
with them. You follow them. They seem reserved, but you walk briskly there. And when you make your way over, you realize, like, okay, cool, going through here. Why are we going into my room? And they lead you into your room.
This is the least shocking surprise of the night because I 100% my first suspect.
And you go into the room and go over, and they're like, we found this amongst those belongings there. And they point
Belongings
over,
are there?
and you can see it's like over by where, what's her name? Gwen keeps a bunch of her stuff that's over there. And so when you go over and you're looking this over, he says, I didn't find it. And he points over to the other guy. He did. And he's like, it's not the only thing I found in here, Koa. This is a little strange. Look at this. And he like hands you like this kit with a bunch of stuff inside there. He's like, isn't that weird?
What's the kit?
So he's like, oh, yeah, I think Mikhail usually takes care of this when you guys are out traveling, right? This is a medic kit. And so inside of it, there's a bunch of supplies that we would use for, keeping someone fit or what have you. But it's missing strange ingredients. Just like a whole bunch of stuff is just empty. And look at this kit over here. This is also missing some, and then it goes over and like looks at all these different areas. Is like, there's just a bunch of empty pieces of these different areas, these kits, these vials. Like look over here where there's some alchemical supplies. Everything here is empty, just of these ones. It's, usually this kind of stuff, if you have empties, you're going to organize it. I don't know, maybe she has a different way of doing things, but sorry, he says, maybe whoever this is has a different way of doing things, but there's some random stuff that's missing inside here. And like emptied.
Have you seen Ashanti around?
He nods and says, yeah, she was searching around one of the other rooms.
Have her fetch her and have her meet me here. I thank you for your diligence in finding this.
Yeah. And he stands up and he's like, I think you too. Yeah? Oh shit. Oh shit. You guys, and they both leave as they're kind of like realizing. Koa's left to his thoughts 2 minutes or so, 3 minutes for Ashanti. Comes, clearly jogged in. It's one of those, like, you hear the footsteps jogging, but stop like 5 or so steps prior, and then like a brisk to walk in, trying to hide like the breathing from having jogged over. Koa, you needed me?
He'll like hold up the vial.
Oh, shit, you found it. Great.
I didn't find it.
It was found. That's
Guinevere
it's
had
empty.
it.
Oh, sorry, I didn't tell you that. It's empty.
Oh,
It's a key detail.
that's important.
Of course.
Who?
Sorry, my mind is distracted, so
Yeah,
thinking on baby.
That's worse. That's worse. Yeah.
Guinevere had it. Along with, what does it mean that he'll show her the things that are missing?
She'll spend some time looking through it. It's probably take like 15 minutes or so. What is missing here are not like individual items. Like she says, for instance, you might notice like if you're about to mix a salve to patch somebody's wound, there might be a specific herb that you'll have dried but stored inside of your kit, right? This isn't items like that. All those base reagents are still here. These are compounds that are missing. Every one of the items that I can identify, and it's only about half, maybe a little bit more, that would make sense what they would be. She's like, I can't know what everything is, right? They're all compounds that are missing. I don't know why. Maybe she's running low on supplies, but these are the kinds of things that we haven't needed to use in the past several weeks. And I'm pretty sure she came with everything stocked. She said she stocked up on her way over. Just kind of like looking things over. Why would just random compounds be missing?
Why would this be missing?
Koa, do you remember some months ago she said that she mixed compounds with the reagents, the goo she got from... Is it possible that each one of these were dosed?
We're going to have to ask her. I don't know if you want to be here for that part or not, but you're the one who knows the chemicals and such.
It's possible that somebody else knew that she had these and it wasn't her.
Well, then we have to ask her that. I can do the hard part, but as of right now, let me go speak to her and see if we can call off the search.
I don't think you should have this conversation alone.
With a conversation she and I had a couple of days ago, I can't imagine this going well no matter the scenario for me.
So let's do it safer, yeah?
You wish to be there.
Oh, it's not just for your safety.
I know.
Normally I would suggest maybe a sedative or something in case things go awry, but if she's ingesting this, I don't know what would happen if it got mixed with something else.
We can't risk anything like that, and if she chooses to use magic or anything else, she can overpower. Let's just hope we can have a conversation with her, and that there's been a misunderstanding of sorts. Not that I'm hoping someone else is in here messing with her stuff or using this, but...
I'm gonna, why don't you stay here? So this is not something that can be made public. I'm gonna go get her and say, Koa needs your help with searching for something, and I'll bring her back here.
He, like, looks almost weak at the knees as he, like, kind of sits down. I'm assuming it's, like, the bedroom or whatever, so he just sits down and just nods.
Before I go, can I get you anything? Even just a water or something, just so you're ready?
No. Let's,
Wine?
get this over with. Especially not that.
Okay. She goes to the door, stops, looks back at you. There's a moment where she like opens her mouth and looks like she's gonna say something, decides better of it, and she goes. After she's a couple steps away, Koa once again hears her jog. Clearly she understands the urgency if she's not trying to seem, you know, scared herself, right? She goes off. Koa's left to his own devices for 12, 13 minutes. I imagine he's in his own head.
He's just twirling the vial over in his fingers, trying to think of any other explanation. Of which he comes up with none.
Eventually they come walking back in. You hear the two sets of footsteps in the otherwise quiet, which is kind of unusual, quiet caves. Caves haven't been this quiet since ever. Like, even when you broke into the place, they had a bunch of people inside of it. So anyways, you... and even after you were done killing the people you broke in with, others came in and joined right afterwards, right? So anyways, she comes walking, the two of them come walking in. And she says, this search everywhere. Did you find whatever's being looked for? Leon's been kind of vague.
That's Gwen asking.
Yeah.
Koa just like Looking completely defeated, holds up the empty vial.
She looks and says, is that where you were looking? Oh my God. And she like walks swiftly over and goes to take it from your hand.
He lets her. It doesn't look at her at all. He just holds it up.
Koa, this isn't it, is it? She holds it for Ashanti. Ashanti, this is it, isn't it? It's Mikhail's vial. Oh, in the name of the gods, it's empty. Oh, Martyr, have mercy on us.
Do I need to roll a sense motive?
Yeah, go right ahead.
I'm terrible at this.
Do you want a hero fight?
No.
Should have done it in advance. She seems genuine.
Gwen, it was in your things.
What? This was in my belongings?
Our stuff was searched too. I was told that they'd found something and they called me in. You have a bunch of medical kits all missing some key ingredients as well.
So you're saying that I've had stuff stolen from me? And then they planted this. Who would have done that? Who would even know what to take? Who has that kind of expertise and access? I mean, she looks to Ashanti, long hours inside of the lab with you, Ashanti, but she looks back at you, then back at Ashanti. That's not why you're telling me. Her face falls and her arm falls by her side. Another accusation.
I don't know. It was among your things. You've been distant the last couple of days. I don't know. I don't know who knows about it other than you, Ashanti, and Elliot. No one else knew that Ashanti had it as far as I know. All of our things have been searched. I've been questioning people for 3 days looking for this. Who else knows?
I don't know, Koa. I don't know who else knows. Ashanti chimes in and says, I want to believe you, Gwen. It seems like you're telling the truth, but some of these vials that are missing, I know what these reagents are. I know what these compounds are. I mean, this one right here, and she says like the name of this compound. She's like, I mean, I thought it was strange, something I never would have brought up if I didn't have this put before me, but it was only, what, 10, 12 days ago? You had a strange smell to you when you joined me in the lab that day. It was almost like a spicy pepper. And this, compound here, it's capsaicin is what you use in this compound. I mean, are you eating your own compounds? She says, that's ridiculous. The level of danger that you can bring to yourself by eating. What? Eating these? That's insanity. She says, I'm not trying to make an accusation, but I thought it was a strange smell, and again, I wouldn't have thought anything of it, but I realized it when I was walking out to get you. Yeah, to bring me into another trap, Koa.
It's not meant to be any kind of trap.
Not meant to be another kind of trap. Just spend a few days trying to butter me up before you tell me that the gods told you that I caused my own disease on myself, and now you're telling me that I'm, what, ingesting, she says, gesturing towards Ashanti, medical reagents. Why would I even ingest those compounds? You're also suggesting that I ate this? Is that what it is? Oh, because I used the goo inside some of my reagents before? Is that what you think? You think I'm fiending for it?
I was just brought here and handed an empty vial.
No, Koa. I was brought here. I was brought here for my own safety. Supposedly with somebody that I'm supposed to trust. I didn't ask questions. I came. I followed. And now I'm being accused.
When we just asked who else might have taken it. I
That's-
want to believe someone else did this. I
not
want to
all you
trust you on
asked.
this. This has nothing to do with the other conversation the other day. This is simply, this was missing. Ashanti asked me to find it. I know how important it is. I've had this place torn apart to find it, and here it is. This is where we are. We have to proceed from here. You're very defensive. I get it. I wouldn't like to be in your position either. I hate this. I'm miserable too, but we have to move on from this point. This was in your things. You have these missing reagents. Apparently you smelled of pepper or whatever. I wasn't here for that. I don't know. Maybe explain what you do know and we can move on and figure out who's done this.
I haven't touched these in weeks. I brought them here in case of injury because you told me of the dangers of everything going on. I haven't had to treat injuries. It's not my responsibility here. You know, Koa, I don't like treating injuries. I mix compounds. I have the herbs. I buy and sell them. When we first met, I didn't like treating the injuries. It's a somewhat of a skill that I have that I prefer to use my magic for, but we already know that conversation, don't we? I have them here because it was a wise decision to bring them, but I've never even looked at them since we got here. I know what that vial is, but I don't know why it would be in my belongings.
Well, then we have to figure out who is taking things or planting things. There has to be some rhyme or reason.
Maybe the person that found the stuff.
There's a chance. I know the two that were here. We can ask them more.
Either of them trained medically? Either of them understand what these things were?
Do I know that about them?
Actually, one of them was like literally explained to you medical kits.
Oh, one of them knew everything about the med kits and was showing me the things missing, so potentially yes.
She looks to Ashanti and says, "You couldn't have followed up with that first before accusing me?" And Ashanti is like, I'm sorry, I didn't think of that. She's like, Ashanti, seriously? And Ashanti's like, almost like she wants to blame it at you. Like she starts this like kind of gesture in your direction, but her hand moves elsewhere, like not to intentionally. Like,
Koa goes to take the blame. I don't know if she stops, but Koa goes to take the blame.
And no, she waves her hand wide, like not to directly. But she's like, I'm sorry. It was pretty. What's the word I'm looking for here? Sorry, I want to say criminalizing, but it's not the word I'm looking for. Pretty, like condemning.
Yeah, that's the word.
To find it all here. And Gwen's like, I can't. It's not me, Koa.
First thing I asked you is who else might have done it.
She shrugs and says, I don't know.
Well, then let's ask the person who did, or if you don't want to be a part of it, that's fine, but this isn't about you and I, or what we've been going through, you've been going through. This is about this. It's missing. It was found. Someone used it or hid it or is planting evidence. I have to approach this completely neutrally. We all do.
Mm-hmm.
So, you've given your answer. You denied. I believe you. Let's move on and question the person who told me about it originally.
She, puts the vial back in your hands, not as delicately as she generally does things. Obviously, she's very upset. She says, well, good luck on your witch hunt.
You know what's at stake.
She says, I don't think you do, Koa. I don't think you do. And she shakes her head and she turns to leave.
When she's gone, you didn't have to take the blame for that. You know it was my fault.
She's like, other line of questions, Koa? She reacted a lot more intensely than I would have expected. I honestly believe her. She rings
Let's
of truth, but
put it this way to be succinct, and you are not going to believe me because no one does. An Iophonite, a word I'd never heard before, appeared before me as a messenger of the martyr and told me to consider alchemy for the goo, told me things about the martyr herself and her brother, and told me that Guinevere's ailment is a nightmare of her own design and she has to figure out a way to fix it before, or to undo what she's done before she can begin healing. And I tried to delicately tell her that basically a goddess told me that it was her fault. It didn't go well, as you can imagine. So yes, things have been unpleasant.
She says, an Iophonite? A messenger of the gods?
No one knows what the word is. Apparently I was hallucinating or under some magic spell. Everyone has an excuse, but I know what happened and I know the conversation I had.
Koa.
And
Energetic, enthusiastic, impulsive, outgoing. Excellent memories. They are messengers of the gods. They generally would carry their messages across battlefields because they are not afraid of combat. They're good and just.
you know of Iophonite.
Yes, I paid attention. And
Why couldn't you have been there with Mikhail or Gwen the first time around? No one's believed me. Yes, it appeared as a big giant disc with yellow and white flames. And
she nods and says,
spoke in my mind. It didn't have words. It was in my head.
just for the record, Iophonite, the word that you're using, it's the Perrin word for what you're discussing. It's believed that they all have their own name, but our minds can't wrap around them, so that's just what our mouths say.
That's
right?
the word it put in my head.
Because your minds couldn't grasp it. No, I know what
My
these
mind
are.
barely grasped what did happen. Thank you. I needed someone. You don't know how much I needed that. That said,
But Koa, even if you, what did it say?
I told you.
I'm sorry, I was still grasping with the fact that you brought up an old memory from my, childhood being raised by the.
It said the martyr would be there when we try to break the curses. The martyr would be by our side, but she and Nankaro, her brother, are also affected and imprisoned by the curse itself. She said alchemy, or it said rather, alchemy is the key to saving the souls trapped in the ooze.
That makes more sense for what you said to me before. Okay.
Well, I didn't know that you would believe the origins of my insight, so I just told you the information. And then it told me Gwen's condition was a nightmare of her own making, and she had to undo it before she could begin to heal.
Oh.
And me, wanting to help her, told her the truth, which
Okay,
has
hold
gotten
on.
me here.
These creatures are goodly creatures. Assuming that they're real. I remember stories. I've never heard of anybody speaking to one before, but I'm going to take this at face value because the word that you said is not a common word, and honestly, Koa, it's kind of surprising that you have that word in your mouth.
I've been telling everyone that.
I believe you, just it's a bit of a surprise, right? It'd be
don't
like
disagree.
if you came up to me and gave me the equation for how to...
I get it. I'm not smart. I understand.
She is happy that you conclude that for her, but moves on and says, these things, they're goodly creatures. They want to eliminate the evils in the world. They can't lie, so they're going to give you the honest truth. But they're so impulsive and energetic, they don't always give out clear answers, right? They just kind of like blurt out the message.
I sure as hell felt that.
It's again, as far as I understand, it's because we're mortal, and so we can't grasp what they're communicating because they're communicating in a way that we can only understand some of it. Does that make sense? It's spoken your mind, right? So it probably gave way more detail, but you couldn't comprehend it. Does that make sense to you? So you're saying it told you that she's in a nightmare of her own making?
Yes.
Well, if she's eating this shit, it certainly would be a nightmare of her making.
Perhaps, yes.
Koa, she didn't
It
look
said
like she was
would have
lying.
I don't disagree with you.
Do you think she doesn't know this is happening?
What do you mean?
Maybe she's doing it in her sleep or something. Like subconscious. Oh, she went another word, subconscious. Like, have you never had a buddy that like drank so much that they didn't remember anything that happens the night before? Like in the morning, you telling them stories and they blank expression. It's like they're hearing it for the first time. They have no memory of, I don't know, stealing a sign off the front of a tavern or pissing on a tree.
Yes,
or
I understand what you're saying now, but you think that she's, what, drunk on the booze? And
No. Alcohol can get people to a state where they don't remember what they do, but there's other things that can trigger this. There's like, I don't know, sleeping disorders and all sorts of things. I'm not a doctor. She says, I'm not a medic. I don't know this stuff well. I just happen to be educated. So I understand this to a degree because it crosses over with my training with alchemy, right? Especially treating that kind of stuff. My point is, it's possible she doesn't know she's doing this because unless she's a damn good liar, in which case Koa dodged a bolt on that one. I believe her.
we could take her into the room and see if she throws it up again.
Oh, again. Oh, and it was crystallized. Oh, I just got nauseous.
I felt that way for 3 days.
You also thought that maybe the best way to process the goo is through people ingesting it?
No, I felt nauseous because of things with Gwen being so rough.
Oh, yeah, that makes more sense. Sorry.
And
I was
now
just-
I've got to convince her when she doesn't want to speak to me that she needs to go into a room. How do I, what could I possibly say to her to convince her to go in there?
She shrugs.
Do you have a better idea?
Koa, I'd be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that she left this room, I'd expect she'd be packing her belongings right now.
Any theories as to why she'd be doing this in her sleep or unaware?
Let's make an assumption. Let's say that that's what's happening. Let's say that she is ingesting this and she's doing it in her subconscious. She wouldn't know that word, by the way. She's
if I
doing it
accuse
without
her one more
realizing
time
it.
and I'm wrong, you understand it's
Let's
over.
just make this assumption between you and I. What if the fact that she was doing it intentionally for however long prior triggered something inside of her? We know this is a powerful reactant. We know that it mixes with other kinds of magics, which she has innate, and alchemical items very powerfully. And we know she did it for a long while. And we know that, what's this other element here? Sorry. Oh, and we know that, I'm sorry to say this, Koa. We know that the essence of what's inside here has kind of a mind of its own. Maybe the fact that she has ingested it for so long has led her to the point where she's instinctively or unknowingly ingesting it more.
The two who came to get you, do you think you could find them and bring them?
Yeah.
I don't want to tell them about the room, but I don't know how else to get her to go in there.
Yeah, I can go get them. They were searching another room, so
I'll go try to find Guinevere and lead her into the,
Does it have to be that room?
that's the room that a reaction would happen.
Okay. She goes and gets the other two.
Scott, you did see that heroic fortune like forever ago, right?
Yeah, I figured Wade knew because he was talking about it in chat too.
Oh
Okay.
no, I've been looking at notes and
It
whatever.
was
Heroic
10 minutes ago. By Dragrex.
Okay. Well, if I have to roll to sense motive or do something to convince Gwen, I guess that'll be good. Otherwise, I might
Use
need
it
help
for
getting her
insight.
into the room. Yeah, insight to get her to go over there.
Okay, you go and find her where she's inside of the alchemy room. You come walking in. When she looks up and sees it's you, she says, "Don't worry, I didn't eat anything."
We have two possible theories as to what's going on. Ashanti is going to go get the two who originally found the vial. The other one's a bit stranger, but I might need you to humor me. Would you come with me?
She says, nothing. She just stands up and walks with you. She doesn't walk side by side with you.
Yeah,
Several
figures.
steps back. Not several, that's a few steps back. Several's aggressive.
He goes to the one room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the interplanar room.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you bring them
Uh,
in there too? Because they don't know this room exists.
In theory, no.
So you want Ashanti to question them?
Yeah, so he'll like bring her there and he'll say, "All right, one moment," and he'll step out and go tell Ashanti to like ask them questions or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Then
Ashanti,
he'll go.
well, as soon as you already told Ashanti that or whatever. Yeah.
Unless she wants to say anything, he'll just say, "Ashanti is going to question them." We just need to wait a few moments.
She looks around, sees a pillar that's been knocked over, goes over and sits on it
Close to the thing, I'm hoping.
in the room.
Okay, I don't know how close we had to be, but
And before it was just in the room before
okay.
Aldo started reacting.
She seemed like she's looking uncomfortable at all.
Nope.
Cool.
So several minutes go by.
Yeah.
Where Ashanti will come, into the chamber and say, "Koa, I questioned them as best I could. One of them doesn't know anything about this stuff, and the other one, well, he's knowledgeable, to be clear. Not as knowledgeable as, I think that they would have to be to make these kinds of decisions. That being said, though, he said that he can corroborate his actions for a good long while because he is directly under."
Oh shit, they have the crown.
That's
That's
mad.
here, right? We left it here.
I think
Yeah,
It is.
Gwen never
Yeah.
wore it.
No, but she's probably about to. Oh,
But so anyways, can corroborate, a fairly detailed history of his actions. So we can collect that from Leon later.
Gwen didn't wear the crown last time either, yeah.
Nope.
She didn't. She just came in
Aldo
here and...
did.
Right, but she came in here and it still affected her, it seemed like.
It was her running
Yeah.
back and forth and her feeling sick that made her vomit.
Yeah. Right. This is a bit of an odd thing, but I think we should go for a run.
She stands up.
Go outside, close the door, and
The kind of clothes she generally wears aren't the clothes that you would wear for a run, but
it's not
like
important
she's
to go
capable.
fast. It's
Yeah.
just more so like trying to replicate the situation from his memory for last time.
Ashanti comes with you. Surprisingly, Ashanti keeps up. Not like she could actually legitimately keep up with Koa. Probably couldn't even keep up with like Mikhail or Aldo with the shape that they're in. But like considering the slow jog that you're doing for the sake of Gwen's benefit, Gwen is what, like an 8 con or whatever it is. Ashanti's perfectly fine. Like she's not breaking a sweat over this. You know what I mean? She's actually in pretty good shape. But obviously Gwen, she gets winded easily, quick. And she has like an 8 con. So she gets winded pretty quickly.
We'll give her like a moment to catch his breath or catch her breath and then kind of go again because he's remembering her like stopping, going.
Yep. And we'll do that. She's frustrated, but not arguing. She's going along with this experiment.
Nothing's happening.
Mm-mm. She's not been sick lately.
Okay, well, we run around a bit. He's not gonna like take her on a mile hike or anything. This is like a similar thing to what happened before, and I think was in the room longer now than she was the last time too. So it's like it was going.
I
to
do
happen,
have
it
a
should have happened.
question. With the crown, was that something that amplified the room's effects, or was it specific? Did we get that out of it? I think it was, right?
You
So
believe
even
it
though
amplified the
Aldo
room's
was
effects for
wearing
you, yeah.
it,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, all right.
Yep.
Okay. Did Koa know that too?
Yes, that it was
Yeah, you were
amplifying
there.
the room effects specifically for Aldo because Aldo was wearing it / even when
I
he took
thought.
it off, he was linked to it.
Also,
So
I
I
don't know
guess
how
when we kind
much
of like
longer
get
your
back toward the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know how much longer you have your heroic fortune. I think it's like 5 minutes.
It's technically a minute, but
Oh, it's 1
it
minute.
came in the middle of this big scene, so as long as he uses it this scene.
Okay.
Okay.
Whenever we kind of get back toward the thing, Shanti, we may need the crown.
Crown? Oh, the one we're storing for Aldo?
Yes.
She says that one's locked away. He was very explicit on how well guarded he wanted that to be. So
Well,
Elliot's been wearing it pretty much every day.
great. Either way, I think we need it. I need it.
I'll check with Elliot. She says, and we'll jog off. This time she's actually hoofing it, so she will actually run out of breath. You know.
You've not said much, nor asked any questions. Do you want to know what I'm doing?
An experiment. That's why you're corroborating. That's why you're working with Ashanti.
You're not wrong. But we think there's a way that two things are true. That perhaps this is inside of you, but also you did not willingly take it. So we're trying to find out, first of all, if it is in you. And then we'll, I guess, share the theory as to how. But we need to know that first. And last time you got sick, and the crystals, I've been trying to replicate that.
I understand you're running your experiments to make me feel better, to cure me.
When I'm not your father,
Well, you're trying hard to be. You'll get
I
there,
want
I'm
to
sure.
work with you on this. I want you to be better, but not in a way that causes others pain or even yourself pain. I'm just telling you what I was told, and now I'm trying to solve a mystery I can't seemingly solve. Ashanti thinks that there's a chance that this ooze, it's connected to a water elemental. It has a mind of its own. Whenever we encountered it inside the keep, it tried to attack us. It was violent. And each soul in it has its own mind. And if it was part of your remedies for a while, before you knew what it was, I don't know how much of it you might have
Bringing
ingested.
that up again?
Well, it's relevant to the theory.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying what is a fact. What if enough of it, or even if it wasn't much, has some sort of control. If it's still in you, but in a way that it has power over your mind, and maybe you're sleepwalking to some extent, and you don't know that you're doing it.
There's been a lot of judgments and accusations thrown my way in the past few days there, Koa.
There's been no judgment at all.
No. None.
And accusations, I don't accuse you of anything. Whenever you got sick, you were a child. Whether a nightmare of your own making means... Shanti thought maybe that interpretation could be the ooze controlling you, perhaps continuing to ingest it without knowing you're ingesting it because it has some kind of mind control on you. Maybe that's what it meant. Maybe it wasn't what happened to you when you were young, but it's that. That's another interpretation. I don't know. It's vague. She knew of the Iophanites. She'd heard that word before.
I want to go back to Hard Glen.
You're no prisoner. Whatever you want.
Then it's settled. She turns and walks away.
Will you at least let us see this through first?
She'll stop. Run your experiments. And she'll keep walking back towards the cave.
I hope no matter what this means for us, that when your anger has settled, you'll understand I've been trying to do all of this for you. Not as a experiment, but as just someone who wanted to see you not suffer anymore.
I imagine either A, he had to increase his volume as
He
was
ran up
saying
with
that,
her.
B, he walked to stay within
He-
distance, or C.
It-
Okay, all right.
He walked up.
Okay, yeah. She can't walk very fast. She's been jogging for a while. She's,
Yeah.
again, an 8 con. She's winded. She's not a healthy person, you know? So, either way, she doesn't respond to that.
We wait for Ashanti to bring the crown, I guess.
Yeah, just go back to the cave. Ashanti will, as you guys like walk into the cave, she has it. It was where we left it. Hands it to you. Gets quiet.
Aldo wore it last time. I won't ask you to wear it. I'll be the experiment.
Okay. You go walking in. Perception check. So what? 13.
Sure is.
When you go walking in, to feel to go in there, you just feel wicked smart when you put it on. But like going in the room, nothing seems different. Nothing changed. Minute, 2
Does
minutes
it help me
passed.
feel smart enough to think a better way of doing things?
Wiser and more charismatic? You can realize that maybe you put it on long enough to realize that maybe your approach to things earlier was not the best approach and probably could have been delivered more easily or more gently or what have you, right? You just become a bit more introspective of your own actions. Of course, seeing it through the 2020 lens of your consequences, right? So,
Yeah, real helpful, Crown.
yeah. I mean, you see what could have been a better path, but it's too late.
Oh, wait, I'm seeing Gwen is pissed. Oh.
Wait, you put the crown on, you can see her pee? Weird. Anyway, so you are in there, minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes pass. Nothing
Nothing with
happens. Nothing. With anybody.
This is what fucking hero points get you, man.
You haven't spent the hero point.
I did on the original, with the original rock that led me to the Iophanite who gave me
Oh,
this
yeah,
information.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And you finally get the result of your hero point.
Yeah.
Uses it. You dumb fuck. Well, I've got another one I've got to use now, so I'm using it.
4. Enhance that
Insight.
perception check. I'm just kidding.
Insight.
Insight. Yeah.
Oh. Well, now that you're
Alright, here we
wicked
go.
smart, you're getting some insight.
See, now it makes sense because I have the crown. Like before, it was like, what am I can't use it for like just nothing. So this one is like, okay, I put on the crown. We've tried it. Nothing's happening. Now it's like, okay.
In your enhanced wisdom, you do receive some insight. Thinking over the prayer and what it led to, the conversation, the words, the thoughts that are put into your head, digesting them with a bit more clarity, because now you have a higher brain function to literally be able to work through the message forced into your brain, not the words said to you, the message put into your brain. You're understanding a nuanced difference that you didn't have before. She's living in a nightmare of her own creation. She cannot be cured until her problem is resolved. Those are two separate items. Koa has been digesting as her sickness is because of something that she did, and she's in a nightmare of her own creation, and so therefore, more or less, nightmare of her own creation created sickness. No. She has a sickness, and that sickness cannot be resolved because of unrelated nightmare of her own creation. These are two separate problems, with one now impacting the other, but not the cause of the other, right?
But likely okay, so what happened was my DM gave me shitty information. I listened to it verbatim, and I was supposed to know what he knew between the lines.
I was translating information to you through the vessel that I chose, granted.
Yeah, so
The vessel I chose, yes.
I got the monkey's
It
paw
was a
hero
no,
point.
it wasn't a monkey's paw. Fuck off. It's a riddle you have to solve. Or
It's a
problem
riddle.
solve.
I gave you
The bartender made a
5 lines of
3-second
unrelated
appearance, and I
dialogue.
should have known.
So
Okay.
so
I was-
so you
Cool.
realize now with your enhanced wisdom.
So now
score-
I'm assuming that the goo stuff is the nightmare part.
yeah,
that what I'm meant to
the
be?
goose would be the nightmare part. It wouldn't make sense that the goo would be associated with her sickness
Okay.
because she was nowhere near the goo when she started suffering her sickness at a young age.
Okay, that doesn't really help me in the immediate.
Correct.
What
I'm
the
not
fuck
done
happened?
here.
Oh.
So anyways, so that's like right off, like kind of like as you're like thinking here, you come to the realization these are two separate elements, and so you realize where you kind of fucked up in your earlier conversation with her, where you kind of like accused her of why she was sick. You're like, oh,
I didn't accuse her. I told her what the Iophanite said.
correct, yes, with through Koa's lens, but yes. And so you realize, ooh, that was fuck up right there. Now I understand that these are two separate elements. But then moreover, if this truly is a nightmare of her own creation, it has something to do with digesting ooze, so on and so forth. If this is some sort of this seems to come off as some sort of addict-like behavior, where addicts, when they are fiending, they don't have control over their own body. It's like on a lower scale, late night snacking. You like know what you're doing is wrong, but you do it anyways because it's late night snacking. It's fun to do. Now add a layer of addiction, whether it be cigarette smoking, heroin, whatever it might be. Now add a magical element and literally soul glue on top of that as well. She has theoretically an addiction that, as long as that addiction has hold of her, she's going to continue to feed it if she has the ability to do so, whether or not she's aware of it. You have to either so theoretically you need to remove her from access to that stuff. Well, you did. If this is truly what it is, you took her out of Hod Gwen. Oh wait, you also left a vial of goo with her that was able to be ingested over a period of time, plus whatever trace amounts were inside of all the compounds she had inside of her equipment. She might be out. She might have some left. You don't know.
So why isn't it processing and coming out crystalline. It was digested long enough ago to where it won't.
So last time she was getting sick, right? She was getting sick, and her sickness led to some crystalline vomiting and her seemingly sick, right? Well, she's been ingesting this stuff since that time. So assuming this is all associated, right? She's been ingesting this stuff at a time. She's not sick now because she's continuing to feed it. She's continuing to process. She's continuing to put it in there. So there's no crystalline vomiting because she's no, what's the word I'm looking for here? There's no withdrawals.
So now the way I fix this is I accuse her of not being responsible for her own sickness, but being an addict. That's going to go great.
Yeah, well, you already started accusing her for like a little bit ago.
Oh, yeah.
And the way that you would have to handle this is to trigger withdrawal and then hopefully see her through to the end of it.
Because telling addicts they have a problem always goes over well.
Always goes over so great. Yeah.
Listen, sweetie, I know you're mad, but it's just because you're an addict. Okay.
So
I'm not accusing you.
So anyways, so yeah, you have to kind of like work it out of her system, either the old fashioned way. But if anybody here knows anything about withdrawal symptoms and addicts and whatnot, that's not always the safest thing to do. It depends on what kind of addiction it is, how addicted they are to it, like what their uses of the substances are, and how strong or frail their body is in that time of going through withdrawal. Usually you want to have a supervised withdrawal, something that you would do with medical professionals to oversee. Theoretically, you would need some of the chantry to assist with this.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to bring her to Hod Gwen unless you're...
No, now I've got to tell her, by the way, I am going to tell you where you get to go. And it's not Hod Gwen.
It's the cells
I'll lock you up.
next to
The
Wen.
Chantry is in Hod Gwen.
So you can bring her there to the chantry, or you can go and grab some of the chantry
You
here
can
because
get
they've already
somebody.
told you they'll help you.
Mm-hmm. You can get one of them.
Okay,
Or a few of
so these are my realizations from the 2 hero points have led me to
Oh,
a very terrible breakup.
Agitar, the word riddle it's a problem to solve. It is I use the
Sure
word
the
riddle,
fuck
fuck
is.
off. It's a problem that needs to be solved. You have to dissect the Rubik's Cube. Sorry, go ahead, Wade.
That's cool. We could have just broken up for free. Didn't have to take 2 hero points to get us here, but
Right.
so
Well, no, hold on. 2 hero points to get here because you were taking something I intended to spell out over the course of like 25 fucking seasons and forcing it to get
Can
resolved.
I go to my
here.
DMs and see who directed me to go to the crack today? Hold on.
Oh, I directed you to go to the crack set because otherwise you're going to shove your thumb inside
Here,
of
God spoke to you, told you how to help your girlfriend. You told her? You fucking idiot! You told her? That's not. Did you read the riddle?
Hold on.
The
Who
Rock
asked?
didn't say that.
Who asked God? I didn't tell you to ask that question. You asked it, so I
Are
gave
you
the answer.
worship blaming right now?
Ask.
Are you worship blaming right now?
Yes.
I didn't tell you
absolutely.
to ask God.
Listen, what am I going to do? Not give you the answer? You could have asked the question. I just go, there is no answer to this question. That would have been some serious bullshit. It would have been worse if I didn't give you an answer. We could all agree if you have a divine entity and you ask them a question and they just say, I'm going to not answer that one. That is worse than I'm going to give you an answer you don't like. We can all agree on that.
Dude,
I
I'm
don't
not
even know
gonna
what
lie.
this
I'm not hearing the
argument is
words you're
anymore.
saying anymore.
That's fine. This is a plot that was set up literally years ago. It's just playing out the way it's playing out.
What are we doing? What happened?
I'm debating whether I need to
Is
use
Gwen
another hero
dead?
point to not ruin my relationship to lock up my addict fiance.
Yeah, Koa is unfortunately the man of action. He is not the person that's supposed to be handling this problem, but he's the one handling it. So, well, it should
It's
he's not the one
his
that's supposed to be.
fiancé.
I'm not saying he's not the one that's supposed to be. He's not the best person for handling this, but he's the one that's handling it. All right, go ahead, Wade.
I think we've all
I feel like
witnessed that.
some kind of relationship that we've.
I did not create this person as your fiance. I have this character who has a plot.
I'm just
You
saying
made
their
them your fiance.
relationship should be a bit stronger at the foundations based on their history than what it's appearing to be.
Well, she's a junkie.
Yeah,
You,
that changes things.
you put a
Like,
you put a
legitimate.
ring on a girl with a fiend for the rock. You know what I mean? Like you gotta. Sorry, man. You just gotta tough it out a little bit here.
So, how many hero points do I need to
Somebody
use
clip
to
that
solve
shit.
this with solve this amicably?
Sorry, dog.
Because I don't have to talk to Gwen. I've got to talk to Scott at 3 a.m.
So back to
You,
I
where
think
we
he
were.
can
Maybe you'll get a
scoffs
roll.
around somewhere.
So back to where we were for a second. Hold on a second. Wait. I have to. We just tangented for 10 minutes.
I
need
put
to
a
get
crown
my-
on. You
Hold
told
on,
me all that info.
no. Let me get my brain
Okay.
back together. I know that. I just need to where we are in the conversation. It was separating those two elements there. Understanding that if this is the case, it could be like an addiction, which an addiction can be ended, if you will, or finish the fiending or whatever it is. The starting parts of curing addiction. That's like into the nuances of addiction for anybody that's watching this and has their opinions. Ignore nuance for the simplicity. It's 3:08 in the morning. Force a withdrawal, which can be dangerous. She might be okay, but she's not the most healthy of individuals, right? Most likely want to have a supervised withdrawal. Probably don't have the expertise here to do that. So you can bring her to Hod Gwen, where she can go to the Chantry and they can watch over it. Or if you don't want to bring her to that kind of exposure of where, like, literally it's like saying, hey, I'm addicted to, meth, and now I live in the town where the blue rocks are, right? You can bring somebody from the Chantry back here to give that kind of like supervised item, so on and so forth. So she's already granted with a tone. She's already agreed to run your experiments. Now, that tone and that terminology, we can all agree is aggressive and it's technically incorrect because it's not an experiment. You believe that she's needs to be medically treated for her own benefit by not doing anything, like literally removing stuff from her. That is what Koa believes is the correct path to stop those kinds of things, right? And honestly, if there's some degree of not understanding what or acting outside of one's turn, maybe the Chantry, because the Chantry is like run by the Slumbering Queen, maybe there's some degree of like understanding that they have over this, speaking in the meta here, subconscious kind of control over somebody. They actually might have expertise over that. They helped Leon before. There was talk about them helping Dwayne at some point in time. They have an understanding of that, like psychology, right? So going.
Oh yeah,
to
I
them
had in my
probably
notes
is the
before
answer.
this session. Hospital to help her heal her mind so she can sort out what happened to her. This is before the addict stuff.
Yeah,
This is like
yeah.
if this was of her own making, maybe they can help her like go through all those memories. I already had that in my notes.
Yeah.
Now it's a double fold, but
Yeah.
I've got to convince her to go.
Or bring them here.
Yeah, but she already said she wanted to go, and I was like, well, then you can go. So it's like,
So like I want to be clear to Wade, right? Not Koa, being clear to Wade. Absolutely, you can bring her there. That's what she asked for, that you acquiescing her request and putting her inside the scenario. Or you can choose not to bring her to literally the source of where you can find access to this goo. Because once you're in Hod Gwen, you're only so many steps away from a river of it. And you can bring somebody from there here. Both of them have their benefits, but I want to draw a clear line down the middle of those. Okay?
yeah, convincing her to stay here. I'm gonna need a hero point with my fucking stats.
Yeah. Well, maybe. I mean, I would just say maybe do it before.
Dude, my
right
average
before
roll
the
today
roll.
is a 2.3.
Yeah,
Do
maybe
it
right before the
before
roll to
the
get that
roll.
+8.
I
Yeah.
would. Yeah.
You have a +2 to your charisma score right now, though. So that's a
Yeah, keep the crown on.
Yeah, I
for
don't
sure.
think she's like a plus. I don't think she's a DC 5 right now. If I had to guess.
Yeah.
so far
Yeah,
you don't have
just
to
keep
roll
that on.
anything against her. Since outrage.
I
Sense
don't
motive.
know that it would have gone worse. Really, if he had been rolling, I think it'd have been about where it is.
Okay,
He rolled
so
good.
getting myself back in, Koa has his like Edward Nigma sucking in the TV moment of knowledge.
It's a reference.
Oh, Ashanti, is Ashanti still here too? Or she leave?
Shanti was around for this. She was not kicked out for this part, correct? Because she's already done questioning them and came back to you. Yeah.
I wish I'd put this on sooner. I've misunderstood. Gwen, I've misunderstood. Ashanti, you were right. I think I understand.
You actually have Gwen's attention. She like, for the first time ever, she actually looks at you with a hint of the old look in her face, like curiosity, as opposed to just like anger or sadness or whatever.
Betrayal
Ashanti's like,
or-
huh?
The Iophonite, when it spoke to me, I'm not as smart as everyone else is. I couldn't understand everything it was giving to me. I got bits and pieces. The nightmare of your own making, that's separate. Gwen, it's a separate thing. Your sickness, I don't think, is your fault, but Gwen, I think I need to bring some people from the hospital here to see you.
She thinks for a few moments. Koa, you're speaking in a broken way.
I think there is something going on here that we need to help you with. And then we can tackle the sickness itself. The ooze does have a bit of control over you at the moment, but I think the Chantry can help us clarify that. I'll need to bring them here to help you. I'm so sorry. The sickness... I don't think you're to blame for that. I think it's... there was more in between I couldn't get. Ashanti was telling me of Iophonites. They're very energetic. They give off tons of information, more than we can... even smarter people than I can comprehend. But... this has helped me clarify. I understand the pause there now.
If there's going to be experiments done to me, I hope it. I would prefer it be done by people that know what they're doing and that have a reputation of trying to aid others.
I've never intended to experiment on you. That has always been true. The Chantry, the people from the hospital, I mean, you've worked with them. You trust them, yes?
Chiming in before she responds, Ashanti, who doesn't know her whole history, says, "Why do you keep saying experimenting? We're just trying to help you." I don't know if you say anything back to Ashanti before.
Neither here nor there at the moment. It's just the frustrations of the moment. He says, like, covering for her.
She says, I'm trying to remember what you said beforehand. Fine. It's not safe to go back anyways, right?
No.
I am trapped here, not by circumstance.
If you want to go anywhere other than Hard Gwen, it'd be safer. You're safest probably here. If you truly want to go to Hard Gwen, I told you I won't stop you, but if you'll let me see this through, I do think there's a path to helping you. Not experimenting on you, but helping you. From people that know what they're doing.
Roll me a diplomacy check. Take a +4. Actually, technically take a +5 because your stats are higher at the moment. Because
okay.
one is just to incorporate the stat, so it's +4.
Okay, so don't change my charisma.
Yeah, don't worry about changing your charisma. Yeah, just do the +5. That'll cover it. 20 is pretty solid. I think you're happy with that?
For Koa's fiance, even when she's mad? I hope so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if we have any luck.
You say the
I was
words,
fr-
and she looks at you. The look in her eyes is just hurt and scared, as opposed to angry, like it was before. Not a look that Koa wants to see. Not that Koa's like, oh, thank God, it's not angry at me anymore. It
Koa's
actually,
is hurt and guilt.
yeah. Well, what Koa's seeing it is just like, it doesn't make him feel better. Because he doesn't want her, he would rather her be angry at him than be hurt and scared, right?
Yeah.
Because he genuinely loves her. It's not just like, whew, this is easier. It's like, no, this is harder because I don't want her to be this way. So, she looks up hurt and scared, and Koa can see that like the anger that's in her, it's not that it's gone, but it's subsided at the moment, and she seems to be a bit more reasoning. She's been hit with a lot, 1, 2, 3, 4 uppercut, past couple of days and certainly today. But she's hearing his words better, him coming to a deeper understanding, her realizing that's because of the magic of the crown, because it was explained to her what that was, helping to expand what it is that you understand, your immediate admitting of being wrong and apologizing and then correcting to the best of your ability, and then immediately calling in professionals that can assist with this. She disagrees with the accusation. She disagrees with all this, but also understands that there is a lot of evidence here that works against her, and there's nothing she's going to be able to do to convince anybody, and also knows going back to Hodgwen's dangerous. She is chained here by circumstance. But she's going to put her faith in her love. Angry at the moment, but anger doesn't put love aside. So she will, she looks at him, like I said, hurt and scared, and then just kind of nods a simple, chin dip once. And she looks away to blink tears, and she's trying to discreetly wipe them out of her eyes, but there's no discretion to it. And she says, what are the terms of my stay until they get here?
Do you want to know everything I've come to wearing this? Do you want to know all of it, or do you want me to not tell you? Because that will affect the answer, I suppose.
She doesn't answer immediately. It's like a long pause. How does Koa interpret that?
I will not keep any truth from you that you want. But Gwen, I'm so tired of hurting you. It's the last thing I want. It's the last thing I ever intended.
Ashanti chimes in and says, she wants the details. I know I'd want them. I'd hate living in ignorance. Right, Gwen? Living not knowing. And there's again, a few moments pass, then Gwen will look at Ashanti, and she says, can't treat a sickness if you don't know what it is. Okay. She's right.
This has enhanced my ability to think and understand and comprehend.
I know that part.
Do you wish to wear it?
No.
He'll kind of take it off and set it. How fast does this intelligence stuff fade when you take it off?
Like a minute later, it hits you, right?
Yeah, if you don't wear it for a full
terrible
day.
headache.
Yeah, migraine. That's okay, because we have to shore up this session. It's already 3:30.
I'm going to lose my ability to get through this and not remember quickly, so I'm just going to come out and say it. I think over time, your body's craved the ooze to a point where your mind doesn't even know it. I think it's an addiction. And I think it's an addiction that needs to be broken, which is what the Chantry can help with. Keeping you away from it, I think, is crucial. Keeping you away from the ooze. I think when you were feeling sick, it was withdrawal. It was you not having access to it. Even if you weren't intending to take it in your sleep or whatever else that was compelling you, your mind was compelling you in ways you couldn't control. And I think you're going to go through that sickness again, but hopefully the people from the Chantry can help you through it.
As your headache starts to settle in, you have another wave of insight just before like the migraine sets in and the wisdom and whatnot leaves your head. Her sickness, the sickness that her mother had that she contracted as well, they waste away in months to years. She's had it for years of it being relatively stabilized because of the Velmont's, the Velvet tea or whatever the hell I called it beforehand, the Velvet Bomb.
Yeah.
What if it wasn't the Velvet Bomb? What if it was... Anyways, Koa gets a migraine that settles in. That
You're saying, what if it wasn't the concoction her family took? What if it was the ooze?
Yeah, like that concoction definitively helps to subside the flare-ups. That's
I thought that ooze was part of that.
She'd use the ooze as one of the ingredients, but that wasn't how her father created it. That was how she retrofitted it later. So that definitely helps with the flare-ups because her father created it originally, so she just made it stronger. But what about all the months and years in between?
Yeah,
right?
that she should have been deteriorating. And has
it's literally like, it's one of those things where like when you found out how long she'd been here, you at first thought it was X amount of time, then you realize what she's 25 years old and she got here when she was, I don't remember the years off the top of my head right now, but like 19 or 18 years. So she's been here for like 6 years or whatever it's been in Adir and Hod Gwen. And then there was also however much time of travel before that, let's call it a year. And then all the years in her father's experimentation prior to that. That's like a decade, maybe more. How is it held off for this long? You know? So that insight kind of like hits Wade.
Oh, there it is.
Sorry.
Is Koa allowed to know? Can I tell him?
Oh, sorry, it was so that we just had Wade's lost follicle was who just followed.
There's many of them.
Anyways,
Yeah.
just made me laugh. Sorry. Back to game. So, she you realize this like as you're pulling it off, and then a migraine settles, and you're like, oh, as you're coming to this realization. You don't necessarily have to tell her that part.
I won't.
Yeah, that's more depressing, you know, because that's you saying, okay, if this is what's stopping her from being cured, it's also what's stopping it from progressing. If we rip this Band-Aid, we now have to treat the wound, which you're already working on anyways. You literally already have a Shanti starting to You know, it's not like we pull this off, she's dead in weeks. She probably still has months to years, you know. Yeah. She still has the Velvet.
I will say,
all that.
Not right now, but whenever Koa has another moment alone with Ashanti, he will tell her that.
Okay, that makes sense. And she will digest it and say, like digest it well and say, then we need to really start experimenting. Koa, if you're going to go and collect some of the Chantry, I don't want to near her, but you need to
know what you need.
There's like a pause after the end of this, after everything's up with her and she went to place, like, jumping forward for a second there. It's like a pause if you have this like a side with Ashanti. And Ashanti is going to walk up and she's going to drape her arms over you and just give you a hug. And it's one of those hugs where it's an inviting hug where she's putting her arms on you just to like give you like a friendly, heartening embrace. But it's also meant to be like an open hug, like, bro, you can come back. Like if you need more, I'm here to give you more hug if you
actually
need it.
like let out a bit of a sob. Like this will be the moment where like he finally lets a little bit of it out and then tries to like collect. I'm not gonna roll a bluff, he fails, but like he tries to pull it back together, but she can tell like he's completely destroyed.
Yep. She's there for him. And I would say that Ashanti's always been friendly. She's always been somebody that you can kind of rely on or trust or whatever for her expertise. This is the first time you've bonded with her.
Yeah.
Like you can feel like it's not just like mutual benefit, or it's not like we have mutual friends or it's mutually beneficial for us to work together. This is the first time where it's like, no, we are bonded directly with one another, right? Which is like a nice thing. It's a moment that it's one of those, like, who wants to put time onto it? It could have been quick, but felt like forever, or maybe it was an insanely long time and you try to tell yourself it was faster later on. But she's just like legit a friend that's there, gives you the time that you need, and then once you're ready to be alone, like gives you your peace to step away. She does not provide the same thing for Gwen, because she understands Gwen needs distance. Koa needed, that kind of support. Elliot does not engage with you at all. He is the bombing force for Gwen when he's made aware of the situation. But you know what, though, Koa? Edric's there for you, baby.
Oh boy.
Edric walks in with the bottle and says, "Don't disappoint me." and he'll be there for you. So, but we'll worry about that another session. Wow, this was heavy. I was not looking forward to when you turned what's her name? Gwen into your fiance. I was never looking forward to this. I was like, oh God, everything that I prepared is going to be under such a different microscope than I intended it to be. I'm like,
I'm gonna revisit some DMs you sent me too under a microscope too, because I feel like the Iophonite's not the only one speaking in riddles.
oh sure, yeah. Send those to me, because I may have been intentionally trying to hide things from you, because I have to. Brittany and
You
I
were
have
the
talked
type
about
hugging me with one arm and apparently stabbing me in the back with the other.
Brittany and I have talked about when this conversation, several reveals that are happening in this campaign. We've talked about them, and she's like, "When's this happening?" And I'm like, Brittany,
It had to be a fucking stupid ass needle in the haystack search for the missing vial quest. Whenever the whole time I was like, it's Gwen.
I asked you explicitly, do you go through people's belongings? Where do you search? I was asking to see if you would go.
I mean, yeah.
You never explicitly said, "I'm going to search through her things." Had you done that from the beginning?
Oh God.
That's why I was asking those explicit questions.
If
It's
that
'cause
had been how
needed
the
answer.
reveal had come along, that would have been a bigger betrayal than everyone being searched.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That would have been a bigger betrayal than everyone being searched.
Oh, agreed. No, I don't disagree with Koa's approach to it. Not Wade's,
No.
right? Because you're just playing Koa. I don't disagree with Koa's approach to. He thinks it's Gwen, but he can't just search her. He has to search everybody.
Even
and
whenever
hope that it's not
Leon
there.
asked him, he's like, "Well, Gwen's safe." He's like,
Yeah,
"Mm."
and so
Like, he knew.
Leon doesn't take pause as a thing that you regard a second time. The
Yeah.
decision has been made, right? And so cool.
Yeah, like,
So it's
Leo,
like- so-
I think Koa and I both knew right away. It was just one of those things where it's like, Reem's new here. She's a soul. Maybe she was trying to make a soul buddy, like cling on to that little bit of hope. But like, we both knew.
Yeah, but again, like that's why I had to ask you explicitly, like, what do you search? And when you did, that's why it became needle in a haystack, because that was the approach that was taken, and it makes sense. Like, I'm not
Couldn't have just
disagreeing
been
with the approach,
like, she
but
could have
don't
had a
get
little bit
mad
like
at me
leaking
that
out
it
of
was
her
needle in a
mouth or
haystack.
something.
Huh?
Couldn't just had like a little bit leaking out of her mouth one night. She's like drooling. It's like, I was like, there's some soul on your pillow. Like, oh, do you have a sinus infection, or are you just some soul in your sinus cavity?
Okay.
Is that Cindy or Tom? I can't tell.
Hey, you guys ever have like a lady? Does she have like prismatic drool? Have you ever seen that?
So
Is that like a lady thing?
Is this Jeribald's ancestor?
So I'm gonna give you a preview of the next session, like a next time on. One of the things that's going to be realized by what's her name, Ashanti, who's a brilliant alchemist, but so much happens so quickly with lots of emotions and whatnot. She hasn't had time to like take a second and think about it. Once again,
Koa will, by the way, immediately go get Chantry,
Yep.
get
No,
sample,
understood.
come back, and then we'll
What
do
I'm
all the
saying
other
is,
stuff.
while Koa is gone, she has a couple days to kind of like work by herself because she's not working with Gwen at the moment. To work by herself and think about it, and she's going to realize, wait, some of those concoctions that Gwen was consuming were legitimately like poisonous to the point of potentially fatal. How did she ingest those without it being fatal if that's what she did? That means she had to have found a way to reverse that processing, like break down that to its more base elements. How did she do that? I don't know how to do that. That would help me to resolve the problem that I have with like her current project. How do I break down goo into separate elements? How do I break down separate, that kind of a thing? Like that is the key, if you will, to that kind of research. She's going to come to this realization while Koa's gone and comes back and like, I need to ask her this and see what she did. And then like kind of like walk that path. So it's like
Gwen's going to be like,
time
oh, you want that information? Oh, well, that's going to cost you. And we all know what it's going to cost.
a threesome?
Puts the belt on. An injection of goo, you still
Sorry.
Well,
a hit, a puff, a boof, something.
All right, cool. All right, guys, it is 3:32 in the morning, and I keep hearing Brittany walk around, which means I don't think my daughter's passed out well enough. I think Brittany's still freaking out by the red dots. I've got to go. Yeah, life has not slowed down. Don't worry, VODs will get uploaded eventually. I promise. I swear it'll happen. All right.
yeah, just take us out of here so you can go check on your babby.
Well, you guys have to realize that was 3 separate sentences. It's a riddle of sorts.
Yeah, that's what a riddle is.
Keegan, give us the outro.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm worried about me. Who you can see next week on Tuesday on twitch.tv/unnatural_1s. Running a campaign where my PCs do less cool things than what we do.
But have better riddles.
I don't
The
give
moment when
them.
you say
I've
there's a
learned my
riddle,
lesson.
It was a riddle. You're just not smart enough to realize there was a riddle, so I didn't give you the riddle. But like, you chose to pray, you dumb fuck.
which
Whoa!
which I maintain. Like, well, who chose to talk to God is a thing the devil would say. That's a thing the devil would say. That is a Satan line.
Dude, there is no like. I can't believe you played your character, you fucking idiot.
All right, listen, we're about to raid Tesh. Jake, can you tell us what our raid message will be for Tesh?
Raid message for Tesh. Something about addicts.
No, you don't want to do something about jumping off the bird? Or we could talk about how like what was his character's name? Valorant be flying like Gilmore?
Yeah, sure.
No, what do you want to?
Dude, I know my brain is fried from all this just happened. I don't know where I am right now.
Okay, somebody in chat, be witty. Wade, where can we find you?
Dude, sometimes the things you deal with in real life parallel what you deal with when you think you're playing D&D, and your brain is also fried.
Yep. This is how we spend our escapism.
One of us controls that. They made this world.
My next world is just going to be fucking Barney's Playhouse.
I'm just looking at the message where you're like, look, 2.0 is completely different. It doesn't have to be. And then tonight you throw at me this was made 3 fucking years ago, you idiot.